This guy was originally a programmer, exploited by capitalists until he had nothing left but his drawers, since he couldn't stand that crap anymore. Sung-an immediately trashed the game in front of him for being hot garbage. What kind of shitty game is this with bugs everywhere? Who would have thought the system seemed to hear his words? It immediately dragged this game into the real world. Sung-an woke up holding his throbbing head in pain, wondering, not knowing what that voice he just heard was. Welcome to the new world. Why is that sound ringing inside my head? After the pain faded away, Sung-an slowly stood up and looked out the window. The scene before his eyes made him jaw dropped in shock. Right in the middle of the bustling city, a massive forest had sprouted out of nowhere, destroying countless surrounding buildings. Sung-an's eyes widened as he broke into a cold sweat. The whole city is distorted. What the hell is going on? Just then, a notification popped up. Player Sung-an successfully registered. Welcome to the new world. Seeing the familiar interface, Sung-an screamed in terror. New world player. Isn't this the system interface from New World? How? Could I be inside the game? Sung-an stared intently at the notification, endlessly speculating. Since when did New World have a 3D sensory mode? How did I not know about this? Am I some kind of company experiment? But could 3D really be this realistic? Why does this still feel like reality to me? Suddenly, the notification changed. The system is randomly selecting a class for you. Sung-an rushed forward, trying to stop the system from deciding for him. But he just phased right through the system interface, unable to do a single thing. At this point, the system continued its announcement. Congratulations, you have received the class. Merchant, equipped with an old stone knife. Before he knew it, a stone knife had appeared in Sung-an's hand. According to the displayed info, this equipment adds 10 attack points. Looks like it's just starter gear. Sung-an was still in a state of shock, staring at the knife in his hand and muttering to himself, "Calm down. Okay, a random class was just chosen for me, so now I'm a merchant." In New World, the merchant class is meant to be a battle priest, possessing very strong combat capabilities. With added attributes, it can adapt to any era. Priests can provide buffs and support for the team, while merchants have the upper hand in gathering resources and can even craft equipment. The drawback is also very clear, which is their weak combat ability. To balance the number of classes and prevent certain classes from being too scarce, the system picks them randomly. By the way, New World also has some rare identities that require special paths to unlock. That's everything Sung-an, a programmer, could remember from 6 months of bug fixing. After calming down, he carefully observed his surroundings. Flickering screens, a messy office. No matter how you look at it, this is the real world. Suddenly, a quest notification appeared. If not accepted within 5 minutes, this quest will also start automatically. Only now does Sung-an dare to believe the truth that the world has changed. The game really has become reality. Wait, if I'm inside New World, then would those hidden rewards and Easter eggs I created still work like before? Wouldn't I be able to rely on them to become the top player in the world? Maybe I can finally escape those damn capitalist scumbags. In an instant, Sung-an seemed to completely transform. He was no longer dejected or hanging his head, but wore a confident smirk. It's absolutely freaking awesome. I have to use those bugs to change my life. Meanwhile, the timer kept counting down. For this first quest, Sung-an only had 5 minutes to decide. He stared at the notification, recalling everything he had set up before. When creating characters, there was a hidden rule. If I could just reset my class before the quest starts, there might be a chance to get a hidden class. Now that's what I want. Even though it worked in theory, looking at the knife in his hand, Sung-an hesitated a bit. Suddenly having to off himself was still a bit hard to pull off. If I guessed wrong, wouldn't I actually die for real? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to convince himself, screw it, let's just go all in. If I can land a hidden class, I'll have an absolute advantage in the future. But seriously, don't let me actually die. Sung-an closed his eyes tight and gave his stomach a light stab with the knife. Right then, an error message popped up. System error. Unable to verify player. Generating new character and identity. Character song. And successfully created. Remaining time, 4 minutes, 43 seconds. After being respawned, Sung-an let out a sigh of relief. Ha, I'm still alive after all. The wound is gone too. That means I really can exploit the bugs in this world. But when he saw the new class was a priest, he sighed in disappointment. Looks like that death was for nothing. Sung-an didn't hesitate to try again. He repeated this action 30 times, but not once did the hidden class appear. Seeing the time almost up, Sung-an was utterly frustrated. Am I still just an unlucky loser even here? When the time's up, there won't be another chance. Glancing at the glass window nearby, Sung-an decided to try one last time. He backed up to gain momentum and charged straight through the glass pane with only 2 seconds left. Just before hitting the ground, Sung-an screamed at the top of his lungs, "Do it!" at the very last second. He finally succeeded in resetting his character. The 31st time was the charm. Error messages flashed repeatedly. Song-An's body was reconstructed accordingly. Character song and successfully created random class set. Countdown finished. New quest accepted. Survive. Achievement unlocked. Newbie Slayer. Congratulations. You have received Combat and Merchant classes. Golden Song. And saw the notification as soon as he regained consciousness and wore a satisfied smile. I actually got them! This is the rarest class to get in New World. After fully settling down, Song-An sat back to check his new rewards. Song-An Level 1. Combat Class Exclusive Skill. Robust. All attributes increased by 100%. Passive. Golden Merchant Class Exclusive Skill. Business Opportunity. Material gathering speed increased by 100%. Creation. Can craft equipment and items. Success rate significantly increased. Achievement, Newbie Slayer Hidden Achievement. EXP gained increased by 10%. With the Combat class and Merchant class, I get even more bonus EXP. Song-An felt like, finally. Lady Luck was finally smiling on him, but he immediately started whining again. But the problem now is my glasses are broken. Son of a bitch! They must have shattered when I fell earlier. Why didn't this damn bug just cure my nearsightedness instead? Where can I go to find new ones? Oh well, I'll just have to make do. Right then, a warning popped up. Notice, quest monsters have spawned. Danger ahead. Please proceed with caution. Seeing that, Song-An chuckled dismissively. What's so scary about the starting level? With my current abilities. Aren't they just walk-in EXP bags? No sooner had he spoken than a gigantic monster suddenly appeared, along with an extreme danger system alert. With just one stomp of its foot, Song-An was scared shitless. I'll never talk smack again. The monster's eyes glowed brightly as it suddenly spewed toxic smoke from its mouth. Seeing the monster's level was immeasurable, Song-An quickly hauled ass and ran. Are you freaking kidding me? How could I possibly be a match for this guy? I gotta get out of here fast. The first quest for Song-An is to survive for 1 hour. If he's killed by a monster, he's done for real. There are no more do-overs. Song-An closed his eyes tight and bolted into the office building. 3 small monsters were hot on his heels. Fortunately, the biggest monster couldn't fit inside. Otherwise, it really would have been game over. It looks like there's some kind of restriction keeping it out. But the current problem for Song-An is the pack of imps chasing him. Each imp is level 15. Their stats are leagues above his. Even with the combat class buffs, a level 1 noob like Song-An still stands no chance in a fight. He had to give it his all, just to dodge their storm of powerful attacks. Right now, what he needs most is to find a weapon immediately. While Song-An was gasping for air, the imps actually had the nerve to flip him off. Feeling disrespected, Song-An was fuming and about to risk it all in a fight. Just then, a familiar scream echoed from afar. Just as Song-An suspected, it was none other than the voice of his bald douchebag boss. He and another person were being chased by an imp, running for their lives. Seeing Song-An up ahead, he actually found the time to be condescending. Song-An, you useless brat, you haven't been eaten yet? You sure have a lot of lives. Song-An gritted his teeth in rage. The guy is getting wrecked by monsters, and still has the audacity to talk smack to me. But because he lowered his guard, in an instant, the 3 imps seized the chance to jump Song-An, and so the 3 of them unexpectedly met, running together to escape the monsters. In this crisis, Song-An was always the one being scapegoated. Song-An, this is all your fault. Luring those monsters over here. I must be cursed to have run into you. Song-An, think of something now! Otherwise, we're all toast. Casting all politeness aside, Song-An yelled back. Can't you see I'm thinking, you jackass? Song-An scanned his surroundings, trying to recall the bugs he had fixed. According to his memory, there should be a safe room around here. After glancing through many rooms, Song-An didn't see anything special. Finally, he looked toward the wall in front of him and shouted, "It's the wall right ahead!" Hearing that, the 2 people following him panicked and started cursing. What? Are you freaking kidding me? That's a wall. Are you stupid or something? Song-An didn't bother explaining and yelled back at them. If you don't want to die, then shut the hell up. Despite their doubts, the 2 had no other choice. They closed their eyes and charged forward. Luckily, Song-An's judgment was spot on. This really was a safe room. They successfully escaped the imps' pursuit. From the outside, the imps only saw their prey suddenly vanish and looked at each other in confusion. The guy in the red shirt wondered. It seems they can't see us? Song-An then explained. This is a safe room in the game. Monsters can't see this place and can't attack it. It was fortunate that Song On had created a safe room at the starting point. A safe room is a common setting in games, used to recover the player's status, or to protect new players. It's a safe zone that monsters cannot enter. While observing the monsters, Song On suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. As soon as Song On turned around, the girl suddenly pulled him into a hug. Song On, it really is you! I was so worried about you earlier. There are so many monsters outside. This girl's name is Chi Hui, and she is very close to Song On. Seeing her, Song On showed clear joy and asked how she managed to find this place. Their intimacy annoyed the guy in the red shirt. He wished he could be in Song On's place right now. He didn't give a damn about the other two, and explained to Song On why she was here. Did you forget? Back when you were designing the safe room, you asked for my input. So I guess I'm technically one of the designers too. Liu Qihe was Song On's college classmate, working in the art department at the same company, in charge of monster design. She was also the only friend at the company who stood by Song On when the world first transformed, taking advantage of the fact that there weren't too many monsters yet. Chi Hui led many colleagues and others to hide inside this safe room, but everyone, due to the world's sudden change, was gradually losing hope. Looking at everyone in the room, Song On guessed that this world wasn't just some prank they had pulled. While the tension was thick, the bald boss suddenly spoke up. Losing hope? Isn't all of this your doing anyway? Instead of wasting time being negative, you'd better find a way to shut down this trash game. I told you guys to do a good job. What the hell have you been doing all this time? To end up in a mess like this! My company, my money! Even in this situation, he was still thinking about money. What a greedy psycho. The others, wrongly accused, scrambled to explain. But we didn't cause this. There's nothing we can do about it. Boss, please be reasonable for once. The bald boss, however, shouted in a rage, pointing fingers everywhere. You bunch of losers! You're all fired! Song On didn't even bother arguing with that type anymore. He focused on getting information from Chi Hui. Hui, when you got here, did anything strange happen? Or did you run into anyone? Like anyone who seemed a bit out of the ordinary? While Chi Hui was trying to remember, the guy in the red shirt immediately realized what Song An was looking for. You mean NPCs? There are tons of NPCs in this game. They hold a lot of intel on how to clear levels or important items. If we can just find them, maybe our chances of survival will go up. That's some crucial info right there. But no one here knows for sure. The whole crowd scrambled to ask one another, trying to remember the name of the first stage's NPC. All the guy in the red shirt could recall was that her name was Lee something Ka. Just then, a little girl standing nearby spoke up. My name is Lee Chio Ka. How can you grown-ups have such terrible memories? Seeing the arrow above the girl's head, the guy in the red shirt shouted excitedly. Yes, yes, the arrow on the head, it's her, Lee Chio Ka. We just need to increase her affinity toward us, and we'll be able to get a reward. But before he could finish, Ka snapped at him. Don't you dare try any of your tricks on me. You stupid fatso! Realizing she was the type of person he sucked at dealing with, Song On could only give an awkward smile. He was different. She walked over to the girl, knelt down, and started a conversation. I had no idea you were an NPC, Ka. I thought it was strange earlier, thinking you were just some lost kid. I'm glad you're okay. Seeing her, Ka smiled brightly. Thank you for bringing me to the safe room, sis. Because of that, Ka wasn't in any danger. Ka was very grateful. So Ka wants to give you a gift. The girl opened her backpack and pulled out a compass-like item. The item floated toward Chi Hui, then turned into a beam of light and merged into her body. Role activated. Liu Chi Hui. Minimap function enabled. Watching this, the red shirt guy's jaw dropped in shock. Look at that. Look at that. I told you NPCs have items and it's a map. Even Song On was just as surprised by Lee Chio Ka to think she actually had a map. This is a massive game changer. If we're going to tackle dungeons later on, this function will be absolutely essential. I need to find a way to get my hands on it. Sensing a rare opportunity, a woman stepped forward and tried to sweet-talk Ka. Hey, little girl, want some candy? Could you give me a map too? She figured kids are the easiest to scam, thinking she could get the item with just a few pieces of candy. But Ka immediately saw through her fake smile. She didn't hold back and exposed the truth. You fake old witch. Earlier when we were running, you were fast as hell. And now you're putting on this act. Ka hates pick-me girls like you the most. You're such a pick-me. The woman clenched the candy in her hand, shaking with pure rage. Luckily, the people around her held her back. Otherwise, she would have lunged forward and turned to violence. At this point, everyone wanted to get items from Ka. They all tried to suck up to her, but her affinity level had just hit rock bottom. When you guys were running away, none of you gave a damn about Ka. And now you want the map from me? Never. The little girl turned her head away, refusing to talk to anyone else. At this rate, gaining her favor was almost impossible. Right then, the bald boss spoke up. A bunch of idiots trying to reason with a 5- or 6-year-old kid. Just take it from her and be done with it. Why the hell are you wasting words? He approached KuBI and roared at her. I don't give a damn about affinity. Either way, I'm taking that map. Terrified, KuBI slowly backed away. Don't come near me, bald man. The bald boss suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the girl's backpack from behind. Give me the map! Let go! Let go! There must be other good stuff in your bag. Give it all to me. Right at that moment, Song-an rushed in and landed a punch square on his mouth. Cut it out! KuBI was pushed aside and fell to the ground. Luckily, Chi-hui caught her in time. Song-an roared in anger. She's just a child and you're using force on her? Still here playing the big shot and bullying people? This isn't the old world anymore. Being hit by a subordinate, the bald boss spat out some blood and warned, Song-an, you bastard, you dare hit me? Mind your own damn business. This is just a fictional game character. You actually care about its feelings. That's freaking hilarious. I just need the map to get the hell out of this dump and go back to the old world. At this point, KuBI was so terrified that she burst into tears. Her affinity bar plummeted all the way down to -100. Suddenly, a notification popped up. NPC affinity has dropped below the limit. Easter egg failed to trigger. Don't think NPCs are easy targets. Bullying my people comes with a price. Penalty. Safe room protection deactivated. No matter how hard Chi-hui tried to comfort her, KuBI wouldn't stop crying. Wow, bullying KuBI again. I'm telling my brother. With that, the safe room began to vanish bit by bit. The countdown started at 30 seconds. Seeing this, everyone looked around in a panic, not knowing what to do. The bald boss turned to Song-an and interrogated him. You bastard! Song-an, did you design it like this from the start? Song-an looked up at the looming monsters, breaking out in a cold sweat. Song-an, you freaking idiot. Why the hell did you create such a deadly Easter egg? According to Song-an's original coding, whenever an NPC's affinity drops into the negative, the players nearby will be penalized. This time, the safe room will vanish in 27 seconds, while Song-an's survival mission still has 42 minutes and 14 seconds left. Time was ticking away. Everyone watched the monsters anxiously as they prepared to move in. Song-an gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. He had tried so hard and died so many times just to get this perfect start. It couldn't just end like this. The safe room is about to disappear. At this rate, everyone here is going to die. Should I lure these monsters away? As long as I can get out there, I can act on my own. There's something I need in this building. With it, I can easily handle these demons. But the biggest problem right now is I have to get past these 5 demons first. Can I really pull this off? Right at that moment, the bald boss suddenly shoved him out of the safe room. Song-an, get out there and buy us some time. This whole mess is your fault anyway. Go out and deal with it. Song-an couldn't react in time and was pushed straight out. The demons immediately lunged at him, waiting to rip him to shreds. Inside the safe room, Chi-hui questioned him indignantly. Why did you push him out? You're going to get him killed! The bald boss didn't think he was in the wrong, trying desperately to justify his actions. If he doesn't die out there, we'll be the ones dying. Run while he's distracting those monsters. If you want to die with him, then go right ahead. Unable to take it anymore, Chi-hui screamed in rage. You're a murderer! You're a monster! Just then, Song-an's voice echoed from outside. Chi-hui, I'm fine. The safe room is about to vanish. When it does, forget about me and just run with them. Thanks to the combat class buffs, Song-an was able to hold out for a while, despite being covered in injuries. As the countdown hit 0, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, signaling for everyone to get out of there. Now, run, and make sure you bring Lichuka. She's crucial for us. I'll try my best to buy more time. Surrounded by 5 demons, Song-an tried to dodge and weave, leading them away. Chi-hui was about to run after him to help, but was held back by the others. Chi-hui, forget Song-an, time's up. We have to run now. Using the opening song and created, everyone quickly escaped in the opposite direction. Everyone was only focused on pushing forward, without a single thought for Song-an, who was risking it all behind them. Only KuBI watched his retreating back. Thank you, big brother. I hope KuBI's little gift helps you. On Song-an's end, a notification suddenly appeared. KuBI's affinity for you has increased by 60. Received a map from KuBI. In the midst of the emergency, Song-an actually broke into a bright smile. Haha, no way, right? I finally got the feature I wanted. Compared to some people in the real world, NPC's loyalty is definitely much stronger. The world turning out like this might not be such a bad thing after all. Not wanting to waste any precious time, Song-an immediately opened the map. trying to locate the specific Easter egg he needed. According to the information he received, the location he sought was right in front of him. It should have been easy to spot instantly, but in reality, Song-an looked left and right, scanning everywhere, yet still couldn't see a thing. Just like that, he ran right past the marker on the map and had no choice but to turn back. However, the moment he let his guard down, Song-an took a direct punch from a demon and was sent flying into a wall. Meanwhile, in another location, the people who had just escaped the safe room were being hunted down by another demon. Facing the demon, no one had the strength to fight back. The death toll continued to climb steadily. The demon didn't kill everyone all at once. Instead, it took its time savoring the thrill of the hunt. After taking down each prey, it would pause for a moment, staring at the survivors with a blood-curdling grin. Witnessing this nightmare, everyone was scared out of their wits. Desperately trying to find an escape, using the map feature, KuBI managed to locate a functioning elevator just ahead. She quickly signaled everyone to run toward the hallway, driven by the will to survive. Everyone followed her lead, without a single moment of doubt, even in such a dire situation. KuBI remained constantly worried about Song-an, secretly praying for his safety. Back to Song-an's side. After taking a heavy blow from the demon, he slammed hard against the wall. His HP plummeted, leaving him with only 11 out of 120. Critical health warnings from the system kept flashing before his eyes. He had no more respawn chances left. Song-an had to find a way out of this death trap. Song-an slowly stood up, wiping the blood from his lips. That last hit was way too close. If I take another one like that, I'll probably be pushing up daisies, but I should actually thank you guys. I almost missed this spot. I finally remembered that the entrance is hidden in the wall. Suddenly, the wall behind Song-an cracked open. At the same time, a notification window popped up. Hidden office Easter egg activated. Song-an reached his arm through the doorway and slowly stepped through, glaring back at the demons. See you in a bit, I'm the type to hold a grudge. After passing through the doorway, a chaotic space unfolded before his eyes. Within that void, there was only a single white patch of light, where a silhouette sat working. Traveling through dimensions for the first time made Song-an feel a bit lightheaded. He needed a moment to get his bearings. By the time he snapped out of it, a skeleton had appeared right in front of him, clacking away at a keyboard, its mouth repeating a single word over and over, deadline. According to the system information, this was an NPC programmer who worked without rest. Seeing a coon, the Easter egg he created with his own eyes, made Song-an feel something special. He slowly approached and spoke up to say hello. Hello? Only then did a coon realize someone was near. He looked a bit startled. Oh, hey, buddy, I didn't notice you. Are you here to chase deadlines with me? It's been a long time since anyone came here. Unfortunately, I still have work to finish. I can't chat for long. Song-an knew exactly what he had to do. He walked up to the desk and placed a hand on a coon's shoulder. A coon, don't worry, you can rest now. After saying that, he asked to borrow a pen from the desk. A coon looked profoundly depressed and hopeless. The boss said I can't leave until midnight, but I couldn't even make it to 1200. I went from a handsome guy at 18 to a dry pile of bones. I only realize now. Overtime is the only place I belong. Working overtime makes my existence meaningful. This is the true dignity of a working man. Stop trying to convince me I can't clock out yet. While a coon was mumbling, Song-an quietly took the clock off the wall and used a pen to draw on it. Not necessarily. Take a look at this first. It's past 12. You can clock out now. As soon as he spoke, the clock in Song-an's hand slowly faded away. At first, a coon stood there with his jaw dropped in shock. Then he was so moved he began to cry. It's really 12. I can finally clock out. I really get to clock out. Once set free, all the bottled-up resentment inside a coon exploded. In a fit of rage, he flipped the desk, the very one he had been tied to for so long, shouting, "Work my ass! Overtime my foot!" Which piece of SHT locked me in this place? If I wasn't forced to stay, who would ever be happy to work like this? Witnessing this, Song-an felt a twinge of guilt. Wasn't he the one who actually locked him in here? Luckily, he had no idea it was his doing. At that moment, a notification appeared. Quest completed, a coon wants overtime. Following the notification, a circle of light appeared beneath a coon's feet, causing him to gradually fade away. Right before being liberated, a coon flashed a radiant smile and spoke his final words. Turns out, once I don't have to work overtime anymore, my mission is finally over. To thank you, take these things I'm leaving behind. I hope they can be of some use to you. Farewell, Song-an seemed to see a reflection of himself, smiling contentedly. Goodbye, I'll definitely put them to good use. If there's a next life, find yourself a better boss. Immediately after, the quest rewards were issued, an ultra-durable programmer's skeleton, and a pair of invisible black glasses. After such a long struggle, Song-an finally got exactly what he wanted. By equipping the invisible black glasses, you gained 100% blind resistance. His vision was now even sharper than before. Furthermore, this equipment is hidden from view. It's so aesthetic, absolutely flawless. Next up is the main objective this time. The ultra-durable programmer's skeleton, a B-rank material. Forged through 15 years of sitting in a chair to create a powerful frame, with a hardness far exceeding that of a normal person. With this, plus the beginner's knife, Song-an can use the golden merchant skill to craft the bone blade equipment. With a success rate of 99.9%, after a series of professional animations, a rare piece of equipment has been created. B-rank bone blade. Attack plus 75. Special effects. Piercing strike. Ignores 30% of defense. Demon hunter. 10x damage against demons. Damage dealt to demons is increased tenfold. Looking at the item stats, Song-an is extremely satisfied. 10 times the damage against demons. If it weren't for the golden merchant class, things probably wouldn't have gone this smoothly. Let's go, time to settle the score. Holding the new weapon in his hand, Song-an confidently confronts the group of demons that just handed him his head. Outside the door, the demons still refuse to give up, waiting to pounce on anything that steps out of the hidden door. But when all the demons swarm the object that just hit them, they freeze when they see it's only a Kun's computer. At that exact moment, Song-an suddenly appears from behind. Turning your back on the enemy is a rookie mistake. Now die. He uses all his strength for a backstab on the nearest demon, but it doesn't go quite as he imagined. The demon only loses a tiny bit of HP. Not only did the sneak attack fail, but the demons are now absolutely pissed off, charging at him with the flurry of strikes. Song-an quickly retreats, shouting at the blade in his hand. Aren't you supposed to have 10x damage? Ugh, why hasn't it kicked in yet? Don't fail me at the finish line! My HP can't take much more of this. As if understanding his words, the blade suddenly begins to glow, unleashing arcs of golden lightning. These bolts strike the wound on the demon's rear. The demon from before suddenly exploded, plus 700 damage points to the little demon in an instant. The demon was blown to smithereens, leaving Song-an completely stunned. Oh, so the bonus damage kicks in later. But man, this effect is freaking cracked, isn't it? By killing a higher-level mob for the first time, Song-an gained a massive amount of EXP and reached level 2. His HP was also fully restored as a result. His injuries vanished without a trace. The remaining demons, seeing their comrade killed, became absolutely furious and roared in Song-an's direction. With a stone-cold face, Song-an threw out a provocation. Bring it on, since there's nothing left to worry about. Let's settle this right now. After all, these demons were just low-intelligence monsters, who only knew how to charge in blindly. But Song-an was different. He wasn't stupid enough to take them all on head-to-head. Timing it perfectly, he retreated back into the hidden room, successfully neutralizing the demons' attacks, just like before. The demons were livid but helpless, instinctively guarding the door. This time, Song-an gripped his blade tightly, suddenly lunging out and slashing the thigh of the nearest demon. If you guys can't land a hit on me, then I guess it's my turn to end this. Even though the demon was taken out in a single hit, unluckily Song-an only managed to strike one of them. To play it safe, he planned to head back to the room and wait for another opening, but as soon as he turned around, a demon's claws snatched him up, pinning him down. In this desperate situation, Song-an used his blade to block, trying his best to keep from getting crushed. Looks like you're not letting me go back. You're strong, sure, but you're already wounded too. You won't last much longer. Right at that moment, the other demons suddenly charged from behind. At this rate, Song-an was definitely a goner. If he wanted to survive, he had to face them head-on. He put every ounce of strength into breaking free from the demon's grasp. At the same time, it triggered the special effect of the bone blade, sending that demon straight to the afterlife. The EXP this time was just enough for him to level up, giving his stats another massive boost. Song-an knew he couldn't dodge, so he went all in, charging toward the final demon. But the level gap was still just too wide. He was sent flying by a single punch from the demon. Fortunately, he managed to sink the bone blade into its arm, electrocuting it into dust in an instant. The EXP once again pushed Song-an to level up, healing the wounds he had just sustained. After that life-or-death battle, Song-an broke into a bright smile. Who knew I was actually this cracked? Now he was no longer just an ordinary employee. The journey to the top has only just begun. Over on Tai Hui's side, after finding the elevator, everyone rushed inside. While they were debating where to go, the baldy boss quickly pressed the button for the first floor. All he wanted was to get out of this building as fast as possible, not giving a damn about what was happening outside. Meanwhile, Tai Hui was still focused on the map. The map showed that the monster count had dropped. Maybe Song-an successfully lost them. Everyone, let's wait for him a bit longer. The others immediately protested fiercely. Look at the time and you're still worried about Song-an? He's most likely dead already. Are you trying to throw our lives away? Along with his? Tai-Hui felt they had abandoned Song-an once already, and they couldn't let it happen again. Just then, the demon caught up, swinging its sharp claws to grab its prey. Luckily, the elevator doors closed just in time, allowing everyone to escape. By a hair's breadth, the demon smashed the elevator doors, but found no one there, letting out a furious growl. Suddenly, it heard a call from behind, but before it could turn around, Song-an gave it a nice scar on its rear. Who said you could touch my friends? Now, Song. And finally had the confidence to face the demon's head-on. This demon, but unfortunately he was still one step too late to leave with everyone else. After the demon was confirmed to be cooked, a notification window popped up. All monsters on this floor have been cleared. This floor is now safe. Seeing this, Song-an slung his blade over his shoulder, looking disappointed. Wait, so that's all of these demons? And here I thought I could grind a few more levels. Though it seems like after leveling up, my attributes have increased a lot too. Song-an opened his attribute panel to take a closer look. Looking at each stat after clearing the floor, he had already reached level 5. Every time he levels up, all attributes gain 1 point, and he is given 3 extra free attribute points, including the bonus points from his combat class. One level gives a total of 16 bonus points. Your class really is a game changer. I remember the average ability score at the start was 10, but different stats fluctuate, depending on the individual. If I subtract the level-up bonuses, my starting intelligence and perception were 10, stamina 6, agility 9, and strength only 4. That's straight up weak. Without any hesitation, Song-an dumped his points into strength, agility, and stamina. As he clicked the buttons, he mumbled, "Stop calling me a weak boy. I just didn't usually have time to hit the gym." After allocating the final points, Song-an was finally on par with a normal person, maybe even a tiny bit stronger. Right then, the whole building suddenly shook violently. Debris was raining down everywhere. Song-an dodged the falling fragments, while trying to figure out what was going down. What's the deal? Why is the building shaking so much? Wasn't there a notification saying the floor was safe? Could there be new monsters? Or is it a demon lord? Oh crap. Tai-Hui is in danger. Outside the building, the survivors were being attacked by the demon lord, standing before the massive monster. Everyone was absolutely terrified. Why? Why did they think running outside would be safe? Why is there an even scarier monster out here? Critical danger warnings kept popping up repeatedly, making everyone even more anxious. Now the only hope for survival was for Tai-Hui to find an exit on the map. But no matter how hard she tried, Tai-Hui couldn't find a way out of here. All the passages were completely blocked. The bald boss saw this and was scared witless. He panicked and ran off alone. "I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" But after running just a few steps, he was incinerated into ash by the demon's flames. Witnessing this scene, everyone fell into total despair. Screaming and fleeing in all directions, they all split into small groups, trying to run as far away as possible. As luck would have it, Tai-Hui's group was targeted by the demon commander. While escaping, Tai-Hui accidentally tripped and fell hard on the ground. She knew she couldn't run any further, and pleaded with the man she was with. "I think I twisted my ankle. I don't think I can run anymore. Could you please take Shuka to safety? It looks like she's fainted." The young man in red was hesitating, unsure of what to do until he saw the demon commander about to attack from behind. He didn't care about anything else and just turned tail and ran. "Sorry, Tai-Hui." Tai-Hui couldn't move. She could only use her body to shield Shuka tightly, silently praying in her heart. "Please, someone save us!" Just then, a familiar back suddenly appeared, standing in front of the fireball. That person was none other than our Song-an. Thanks to the demon hunter effect of the bone blade, the fireball's damage was completely neutralized. Tai-Hui saw that Song-an was still alive, with tears welling up in her eyes. "Thank goodness you're actually okay." Song-an stood before the demon commander and confidently declared, "Sorry about that. I'm late. Coming down the stairs took a bit longer than expected. From here on, just leave it to me. Anyone who dares to hurt you, I won't let them slide." Before the fight, Song-an didn't forget to check on Tai-Hui's condition. Tai-Hui tried to move away from there, but she could barely stand up. "It's just a twisted ankle, but I probably can't run." Seeing she was okay, Song-an felt somewhat relieved. Now Tai-Hui was worried about Shuka's situation. "I don't know why she suddenly fainted." Song-an immediately reassured her, "It's probably just temporary. I guess she's just in shock. Tai-Hui, you take good care of her. Just leave the rest to me." Tai-Hui was about to protest when she was cut off. "Don't worry, I'm not being reckless. I've got a plan." Suddenly, Song-an shouted loudly, "Sun Yue! You're nearby, aren't you?" Even if you're hiding in the trees, you won't escape a single fireball from this monster. Look, I have an Easter egg. That can help us survive. But I need your help. Just at that moment, the monster spat out a massive fireball to attack Song-an. While blocking the fireball, Song-an continued trying to convince Sun-Yue, "You better decide fast. I'm not sure if I can block the next hit right now." Tai-Hui's legs are immobile. Only you can help her. After a long internal struggle, Sun-Yue finally showed himself. "Fine, tell me what I need to do." Seeing this, Song-an quickly shouted, "Find a branch and draw a circle around Tai-Hui's feet. Make it big!" Sun-Yue heard that and asked skeptically, "What? A branch? Drawing circles? You gotta be kidding me." Song-an used all his strength to neutralize the fireball, while urging Sun-Yue to do as he said. Even though Sun-Yue was a bit suspicious, he still found a branch and followed the instructions. "I'll trust you this once, but just so you know, I'm not doing this for you. I'm only doing this for Tai-Hui." Once the circle was drawn, a notification suddenly popped up. Requirement met, branch drawn circle. Player Sun has activated the Easter egg. Old Sun's monster warding circle. Effect. Protects those standing within the circle. Immune to all types of damage. Lasts for 10 minutes. Can only be activated once per day. Sun-Yu still didn't understand what was happening when he suddenly transformed into a monkey, looking incredibly punchable. "What is this? Why am I a monkey now?" "Song-an, is this Easter egg of yours insane?" While activating Old Sun's monster warding circle, the activator transforms into Sun Wukong and receives a taunt effect for 10 minutes. The toy monkey on Sun Yue's head suddenly started blaring its siren, loudly, successfully drawing the demon commander's aggro. Luckily, Song-an pulled him back just in time. Otherwise, he would have ended up as roasted monkey. Sun Yue was so scared he froze, then turned to Song-an. "Were you planning on sending me to my death from the very start?" Song-an explained. "No, I just needed you to taunt the monster, to help me out. In a moment, you'll be in charge of baiting this monster, and I'll take the chance to finish it off." Hearing this, Sun Yue yelled in anger, "What? You want to go finish it off? Count me out!" Song-an calmly reasoned with him. "Think about it. The warding circle's time will eventually run out. If we don't take it down, we're cooked anyway. So you have to help me. Then we'll have a shot at winning. Besides, even if you do nothing, that monster is still going to come for you." Sun Yue tried to find an excuse out of fear. "But if I charge in, isn't that just a death wish? There's no way I can dodge its attacks." Just then, I interrupted Sun Yue. "Listen to me. The demon commander's attacks aren't impossible to dodge. Before it strikes, it'll open its mouth wide. You just need to bolt in the other direction. The moment it opens its mouth, the fireballs won't hit you." Hearing Tai Hui's sweet voice, Sun Yue felt a bit conflicted. Tai Hai is actually worried about me, even though I abandoned her earlier. But even so, it's going to be really hard to pull off. In the middle of the tension, the monkey on his head started blowing its trumpet again, making Sun Yue jump out of his skin. Song-an also shifted into a high-alert stance. "Sun Yi, get ready, that monster is changing." Due to the taunt effect, the demon commander has entered a berserk state, unleashing a massive wave of fire everywhere. Thanks to Old Sun's warding circle, Tai Hui didn't take a single bit of damage and remained completely safe. Meanwhile, Sun Yue was getting roasted, his HP tanking fast. "Hot, hot, hot, Tai Hui, I'm dying over here." Tai Hai immediately reassured him. "Don't panic. This is just the monster's AoE skill. Though the range is wide, it's not actually fatal." At the same time, Song-an ignored the flames and pushed forward. Charging straight in was risky, but if he missed this window, there wouldn't be another chance. Luckily, this gave him the opportunity to close in. He stealthily approached from behind, putting all his might into a strike at the monster's leg. Feeling that the wound was a bit shallow, he tried to follow up with a few more slashes, but because of that, he caught the monster's attention. Right then, the monkey on Sun Yue's head started talking smack, successfully diverting the demon commander's focus. Thanks to this, Song-an managed to escape certain death. He gave a thumbs up in thanks. After waiting a moment, the Demon Hunter effect finally procced. A massive burst of damage suddenly exploded, making the demon leader lose a leg and collapse to the ground. The attack was effective, but the damage still wasn't enough to finish the monster off. After that hit, the aggro shifted entirely to Song-an, leaving him breaking out in a cold sweat. "Sorry to bother you, big bro. I just want to be a nobody. At this distance, one hit and I'm toast." Then he turned toward Sun Yue and shouted for him to draw the monster's attention. Sun Yue was running while laughing gloatingly. "Serves you right, now it's your turn to get beat up." "This monster always hits me." But before he could laugh for long, the aggro shifted back onto him. After dodging a few times, Sun Yue had become much more skilled. Luckily, he showed me how to dodge those fireballs earlier. "Who knew I could be this badass?" If you've got the guts, throw a few more fireballs. The words were barely out when the monkey on his head started screaming loudly, driving the demon commander's rage to its peak. Sensing that he was about to meet his end, Sun Yu trembled and begged, "Song-an, are you done yet? I'm really gonna die this time." Meanwhile, Song-an was still tirelessly slashing at the monster's legs over and over. "This thing has more HP than I thought. Just hang in there a little longer." Sun Yue dodged and screamed in terror. "Then hurry up, the fireballs are getting crazy. I'm reaching my limit." Song-an saw things looking grim, tapped into the hidden power of his lifelong single right arm, unleashing a frenzy of blade strikes. In the end, all the efforts paid off. The monster, distracted by the aggro, didn't even notice its HP dropping, and quickly went down right then and there. Since it was a boss, the amount of EXP gained was massive. Song-an and Sun Yue both leveled up several times. All their fatigue vanished in an instant. At that moment, the duration of the Easter egg also happened to end. Sun Yu transformed back to normal. He definitely didn't want to experience that bizarre form ever again. Song-an stood to the side, chin in hand, lost in thought. Now that the monster has been dealt with, Easter X has been activated as well. Tai Hui's side should be safe now too, but why does it feel like something's still missing? What a grind. Fighting for that long just to get a tiny bit of EXP feels kind of underwhelming. After all, the demon commander is a boss. It should have dropped some loot or something, just as he thought. An orange glow suddenly appeared beside the monster's corpse. One look, and you knew it was high-tier gear. A notification for the quest completion then popped up. Quest: survival complete with 6 minutes and 31 seconds to spare. The EXP zone was unlocked accordingly. The barrier covering the city sky gradually began to fade away. Everyone can now go outside. Seeing this, Song-an told everyone not to move just yet, and to scout the situation first. Right at that moment, a clear voice rang out from the sky. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe the demon commander was defeated. That's a level 40 boss, you know. How did you guys pull that off, meow?" "Hello everyone, I'm your guide GM, Raphael. It's a pleasure to meet you." Out of nowhere, a little girl appeared, half human, half cat, with pure white angel wings on her back. The moment she arrived, she introduced herself as a GM, the game master of the new world. Raphael hovered in the air, chatting with Song-an's group. "Congrats on completing the quest before the time limit. Raphael is here to congratulate you all, meow. You're the very first group of players to clear this stage." With that one sentence, Song-an confirmed his suspicion. "Besides the group here, there are other players out there," Raphael continued. "But the others aren't as cracked as you guys. They're still being chased in circles by monsters even now. Actually, you guys might just be too OP. There's no way a newbie player should be able to defeat a level 40 boss. Don't tell me. You guys used some cheats and are trying to dodge a ban?" Song-an quickly pointed at his bone blade and explained, "Not at all. We just got lucky and looted some top-tier gear." Raphael looked a bit suspicious, getting right in his face to ask if it was the truth. Song-an stammered, insisting that it really was the case, but Raphael still didn't quite buy it. "Why do I feel like it's not that simple, meow?" Throughout it all, Song-an kept maintaining that everything was just as it seemed, even though he was sweating bullets on the inside, worrying that the Easter X secret would be exposed. Just then, from a distance, the voices of those who had fled earlier rang out. "Hurry up, let's get out of here. Let's go outside. Finally, we can see the sunlight." Sun Yue, seeing this, immediately went to check on Xiao Mei. "Where did you guys run off to earlier?" Xiao Mei crossed her arms with an annoyed look. "Don't even get me started. We were lost in the woods forever. Not long after we entered the forest, we realized there was an invisible barrier all around us. It was impossible to see, and we basically couldn't get out. Then a notification said this area was safe now, so we came to check it out. I can't believe you guys are still alive." After saying that, she pointed at the sky and asked what that thing was. After the introductions, Raphael flashed a bright smile. "Since everyone is here now, it's time for the rewards." A notification window immediately popped up. Each person received 1,000 spirit coins. Holding the coin pouch in his hand, Song-an wondered if this was the currency of the new world. Raphael explained in detail. "That's right. Spirit coins are the only currency in the new world. Whether for trading or getting stronger, they're essential. You'll need spirit coins for everything, so the more you have, the better. Even merchants with no combat skills can become powerful. All thanks to spirit coins, meow." Hearing that, Song-an seriously thought about the matter. Currency equals power, huh? Now that I have the gold merchant status, I've got to make the most of it. After hearing the explanation, the others started wondering, "Raphael, what should we do now?" "Yeah, where are we supposed to go?" Raphael told everyone not to rush, and that they needed to wait a moment. While Sun Yue was still confused, a series of notifications suddenly popped up. It turned out the survival quest time had simultaneously ended all across the new world and all zones were unlocked at once. In the storyline, thanks to everyone's resilience, reinforcements from the Royal Army had arrived, successfully attacking and repelling the demons. Even though homes were destroyed, they were lucky enough to survive. Main quest received, the Call of Destiny. Although the demons were pushed back, this disaster had caused other monsters to rise up. Find the NPC commander in each area to receive the subjugation quest. Recommended level 1 to 10. While everyone was still scratching their heads, Song-an guessed that the subjugation quest was about clearing out the mob monsters. Hearing this, Raphael excitedly shouted, "Exactly, meow! What you need to do next is very simple. Just do quests to level up." When asked how to find the quest messenger, Raphael gave helpful directions. "Don't worry, the quest will guide the way for you. Maybe on the way, you'll run into some other players too." Meow! Song-an looked at the quest info and carefully calculated. Level 1 to 10, huh? Looks like the main quest rewards aren't much. Should I go level up first? There's nothing left to do here anyway. Wait, I think there's still one thing left to do. Once he remembered, he went and asked if anyone was a healer class. Hearing this, the others thought Song and wanted to party up to grind monsters, and curiously asked why. Song-an quickly explained, "It's just that earlier, Tai-Hui twisted her ankle and can't walk well. I'm a warrior class, so I can't help her. Is anyone among you in the healer class?" He decided to hide his gold merchant class to avoid any unnecessary drama. Feeling touched by the concern, Tai-Hui stepped forward and said she was fine. But despite her tough talk, even just standing steady was a struggle for her. Song-an convinced her not to overdo it, or it would hurt her recovery. Sadly, everyone else was either a warrior or a merchant class, and couldn't do anything to help. Sun Yue unable to assist. Tai-Hui sat dejectedly in a corner, wishing she had been a healer. Seeing this, Song-an was a bit disappointed. No way, right? With all these people, not a single healer in the bunch? Just then, Lu Renjia spoke up. Song-an, I'd like to give it a shot." Because he was an introvert, nobody had noticed him before. Turns out he was the only healer class there. Lu Renjia stepped closer and used a unique healing skill. Tai-Hui's leg began to heal, slowly recovering every 10 seconds, at the cost of 3 MP. After a while, Tai-Hui felt much better. "It really doesn't hurt anymore? Thanks a lot, Lu Renjia." Now, everyone was thinking about inviting Lu Renjia to the party to tackle the quests together. Everyone was hyped for the upcoming journey. Meanwhile, the healing process was finished. Tai-Hui could now walk normally. Taking the chance, Tai-Hui asked for another favor. "Lu Renjia, could I bother you one more time?" Kyojia's face is looking worse and worse. "Do you think she's hurt too? Could you help heal her for me?" Lu Renjia thought it was no problem at all. He reached out to heal her, but was immediately pushed away. A red alert appeared along with it. Healing failed. The system forbids healing this NPC. Healing skill interrupted. Likyoja's body began to show strange symptoms. Sensing something was wrong, Song-an asked Raphael what was going on. Even though it was a system sprite, Raphael had no clue what this was about either. Healing NPCs was clearly permitted. So why did a system warning suddenly appear? Does this NPC have a secret, meow? Suddenly, Raphael heard someone calling its name. It immediately recognized its master and became extremely panicked. "Master, what are your orders, meow?" In Song-an's eyes, he only saw Raphael talking to itself, wondering who it was talking to. The voice then ordered Raphael to take the NPC Likyoja back and not to make a scene about it. At this point, Kyojia began vomiting blood, her life force slowly fading away. Tai-Hui saw this and became incredibly worried, not knowing what to do. Raphael quickly stepped in and made up an excuse. This NPC is quite special. Her data just went haywire due to a system glitch. It's best not to mess around, or it'll only make her die faster. Hearing that, Tai-Hui grew even more anxious, desperately trying to find a way to help. Seeing this, Raphael shouted, "I have to take her away! We have a way to cure her. There's no time to lose, I'm taking her now." Raphael reached out his hand and created a teleportation command, encasing Likyoja in a bubble and whisking her away. "In that case, I'll take my leave now, meow. If you run into any trouble later, you can find me anytime. Just look me up into the friends list." Just then, Song-an called out to stop him. "Wait, Raphael! I still have one question. Do you know who turned out like this? How much do you actually know about the system, Raphael?" Raphael answered bluntly, "Sorry about that." "That's not something I can answer, meow." "I'm only allowed to answer things about the game content itself. Everyone, you better level up and get stronger fast. Unless you want to lose your life later. Good luck." After saying that, Raphael hurriedly left through a portal in midair. Song-an watched him go, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Damn it, he definitely knows something. At this moment, Sunyue felt a bit bummed because he didn't get any gear from hunting mobs. The others were also planning to continue the quest, to find a way to survive in this new world. Taihe walked over and spoke up, asking Songon what his plans were, and if he wanted to quest together. Songon hesitated for a bit, and didn't answer right away, lost in thought. The places I need to go are too dangerous. I can't guarantee anyone else's safety. It's better if I fly solo. The EXP from main quests is too low, and the rewards aren't worth it. I should check out more dangerous zones. He told Taihe that he wouldn't be doing the quest, as he still had some important things to take care of. Taihe was about to try and convince him when he cut her off. But don't worry too much. I have something for you. It should be enough to protect you in a pinch. As he spoke, he opened his inventory and pulled out an item. Seeing the orange glow emanating from it, Taihui's jaw dropped in shock. Orange? Don't tell me this is rank A gear, the Eye of the Demon? Rarity, rank A. Type, necklace. Summon demonic power. Creates a powerful fire shield. Defense rating is 150 times your strength stat. Consumes all MP. Cooldown 2 hours. Special effect, transformation. Can be transformed into a weapon. While the demon necklace is equipped, no other weapon can be equipped. After transforming, user will gain a new attribute status, Demon Covenant. Exchange power for specific conditions. Effectiveness depends on the conditions met. Seeing the item stats, Taihui immediately refused. Songan, I can't accept this. I clearly didn't even do anything earlier. Songan knew for sure she would refuse, so he found an excuse to convince her. Come on, I'm just lending it to you, just use it. Besides, if this can protect you, I'll have some peace of mind. After all, some people just aren't worth relying on. Just take it. Sun Yu, feeling targeted, stormed over in a rage. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I helped you too. Taihui blushed shyly and accepted the gear. After this incident, she finally understood Song An's feelings for her. Then Song An tossed his bag of spirit coins to Sun Yue. Sun Yue, the items are gone, so take this. You can have all the money from this quest. Seeing the money, Sun Yue's anger vanished instantly. At least you've got a conscience. Besides, I'm not going to fight over the gear that you gave to Taihui. Taihui. But before he could finish his sentence, Song An interrupted him. One more thing. I hope you don't bother Taihui anymore. Sun Yue was fuming with rage, but since he couldn't win a fight, he didn't dare do anything. With everything settled, Song An turned to leave. Taihui, I'm heading out now. Next time we meet, you owe me a meal. Taihui just watched Song An's back as he walked away. She knew Song An had his own plans, and it would be better not to disturb him. After walking for a while, Song An received a notification that he had left Zone F. He stood on the street, carefully observing his surroundings. The road was littered with people killed by monsters. Originally, I thought the world inside this game was beautiful. I didn't expect that looking at these corpses, it would feel so truly brutal. Just how did this world end up like this? If I didn't miss here earlier, behind Raphael, there must be an unknown master. Who exactly is he? Is he the one controlling this world? And where has the other world been moved to? Right now I have no clues at all. Thinking as he walked, Song An finally reached his destination. Oh, I'm already here? Whatever, stop overthinking it. Only by constantly growing stronger can I find the answers I need. Dungeon, here I come! Monsters in the new world are divided into 2 types. One type is field monsters that roam the open areas. These are usually weak and low level. Killing them is often a required quest for new players to level up. They also respawn, periodically at set intervals. Then there are the monsters and bosses found within dungeons. Dungeons are scattered across various corners of the map. Defeating monsters in dungeons yields much better and rarer loot. At the same time, dungeons provide various mineral resources necessary for crafting gear. However, the risks and rewards go hand in hand. The stronger the monsters, the more they cluster, ramping up the difficulty significantly. This is the true nature of a dungeon. One wrong move and it's game over at any moment. Song An was currently in a shopping mall, rummaging through a brand new clothing store. At first, he thought these new clothes were just okay. But once he checked the price tags, they suddenly looked fire. Luxury really does change your perspective. After cleaning himself up, he took a good look around the area. It seems a brutal battle had taken place here as well. When disaster strikes, money becomes worthless. But this makes things way too easy for me. Song An walked around, collecting every resource in sight, including gold, silver, and jewelry. Even though he was out of spirit coins, this haul was more than enough to get him by. After preparing thoroughly, Song An stared at this portal in front of him. Star-swallowing cave. Difficulty, D. Recommended level, 12. Recommended party, 5 to 10 players. Entering solo would mean an extremely high danger level. but Song-an confidently clicked confirm. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, Song-an was blown away by the magnificent scenery. The entire place was covered in minerals, which made him extremely satisfied. "My future gear depends on you guys!" Suddenly, a mysterious dark figure appeared from a hidden corner. Because Song-an heard a slight noise and had quick reflexes, he luckily managed to dodge the attack. The thing that just attacked him was a monster called a star-swallowing rat. Song-an was a bit surprised it was level 11. He cautiously observed the monster in front of him. If he wanted to get the ore, he'd have to get past it first. But he had already prepared for this exact situation. Song-an reached into his inventory and pulled out a gold bracelet. "Little star swallower, what do you think of this bracelet in my hand? Like it?" The star-swallowing rat's eyes immediately lit up as it stared intensely at the bracelet. This species is known to value loot more than their own lives. They just can't resist anything that shines. After grabbing its attention, Song-an tossed the bracelet into the air. "Since you like it so much, it's yours." Mesmerized by the bracelet, the monster chased after it frantically. Taking this opportunity, Song-an launched a surprise attack from behind, successfully killing the monster. But since the reward was only experience points, Song-an felt it wasn't worth the trouble to mess with these creatures. If they appeared again, he could just distract them with gold. That is, as long as there weren't too many of them. Just as he was thinking that, Song-an suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Countless pairs of glowing eyes from the darkness were staring intently at him. When Song-an turned around, a swarm of star-swallowing rats suddenly lunged toward him. Terrified, he quickly pulled out the gold he had scavenged earlier. He scattered the gold while running for his life, baiting the swarm of star-swallowing rats. Just like before, these monsters simply can't fight their instincts as they fumble over the gold on the ground. Despite that, Song-an didn't stop running while shouting at the top of his lungs. "If you don't come out now, all the good stuff's gonna be snatched up." As soon as the words left his mouth, a giant monster suddenly burst out of the cave and lunged toward the pile of gold jewelry. This is the boss of this dungeon, the level 15 star-swallowing rat king. Seeing it, Song-an let out a smirk. "Since you're finally out, I'll start by taking you down first." The star-swallowing rat king, after stashing away the gold bracelet it found, turned to look at its subordinates with a murderous glare. Terrified, the star-swallowing rats obediently handed over all the jewelry they had gathered, not daring to complain one bit. After collecting all the gold, the star-swallowing rat king basked in its treasure, completely ignoring Song-an standing nearby. At that moment, Song-an pulled out a bag full of gold bars. "Satisfied already with just that? I've still got plenty more right here, don't you want it?" Instantly, every eye was locked onto him. Without hesitation, Song-an tossed the gold high into the air, diverting the monster's attention. Taking this chance, he equipped his bone blade and confidently charged toward the boss. "If I could handle a level 40 demon lord, then taking on this rat king should be a total piece of cake." However, with the meager damage he was dealing, he was only managing to draw the boss's aggro. It wasn't until he got sent flying that Song-an realized the problem. "Guess I got a little too hyped up. Why did I think taking this guy down would be easy? This isn't a demon. It's a wild beast, and my bone blade can't seem to make a dent in it. Defeating it won't be as straightforward as that demon lord. And it's not just the boss. The smaller mobs have also regrouped and are surrounding Song-an. Now there's nowhere left to retreat. Song-an has no choice but to face the monsters head-on and take them out one by one. Damn it, if I go all out, dealing with these small fries, I won't have any strength left for the Rat King. Shit, why are they all staring at me like that? After a period of intense fighting, Song-an felt his stamina being chipped away bit by bit. At this rate, he was going to die of exhaustion. While scrambling for a way out, he suddenly spotted a glimmer of hope above. He had to jump up there first. If he stabbed his bone blade into the wall and climbed up, it should be enough. That was the plan anyway. But with just one leap, he made it all the way up. Oh my God! How the heck did I jump that high? Only after reaching safety did Song-an have time to think. Could this be the effect of the agility stat? Who would have thought that stats could buff my body this much? This is a huge help, but I'll think about stats later. Right now, there's still an unfinished problem. By myself, there's no way I can face this many rats. I have to focus on the Rat King. I must find a way to land and attack, otherwise the whole plan is going to go south. What should I do? Besides gold, is there anything else here I can use? Song-an scanned through the items in his inventory. Finally, he found something useful. It's a good thing he went to the shopping mall first to grab these things. Just then, the Rat King let out a roar and leaped right in front of Song-an. With a plan in mind, Song-an was now confident enough to face this boss. the boss coming to him on its own saved him quite a bit of time. Seeing Song-an, the boss didn't attack but started pointing its finger. Song-an immediately caught its drift. He pulled out a gold bar and held it up. So you're still greedy for my gold, huh? If that's what you want, then this just got easy. Let's make a bet. Gold. Gold, all the gold you love is right here. As long as you can come over here and get it, all this gold belongs to you. Do you dare? After rambling on for a bit, Song-an didn't even know if this boss understood a word he said. He didn't see the boss roaring anymore. He thought it understood what he just said, but in reality, it didn't understand a single word. Its head was filled with nothing but gold. Seeing Song-an standing in front of the pile of gold, it lunged forward with murderous intent. Attacking with its razor-sharp claws, Song-an didn't try to stop it at all. Instead, he quickly dodged to the side. I've suddenly changed my mind. I'm giving all that gold to you, driven by its own momentum. The Rat King charged straight into the pile of gold. Crashing hard onto the ground, it was wondering, not understanding what was happening when it suddenly noticed a sticky liquid all over the gold. Right then, Song-an lit his homemade firebomb. That's oil! Even if you've realized it now, it's too late. I poured oil on the gold from the start. I bet everything that you would pounce on it. Looks like I won that bet. Greed always comes with a price. I wonder what the Rat King tastes like. With just a single spark, the Rat King was swallowed by a massive inferno, screaming in agony. With a fire this big, even if it doesn't die, it's definitely losing a layer of skin. The Rat King writhed in pain, trying to roll its massive body out of the flames. Seeing it screeching to call for backup, Song-an immediately rushed in to finish it off. As fast as possible. Hey, your opponent is right here. If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. Where's the fun in calling your lackeys? Despite not understanding human speech, the Rat King was now completely triggered. Its entire body was charred and mangled. One of its eyes was destroyed. It stared at Song-an with pure bloodlust. Just as Song-an lunged forward, it suddenly triggered its skill, unleashing a wave of black smoke toward him. Seeing that, Song-an hurriedly stopped and took a defensive stance. I didn't expect it to have a non-damaging survival skill. This is bad. A notification window popped up. This is a crowd control skill. Song-an was hit with a blind effect for 12 seconds, losing his vision completely. While blinded, every time he takes damage from the Rat King, the blind status will be extended by another 2 seconds. Song-an remained calm to figure out a game plan. I can't let it land a hit. Just gotta hang in there. Once the crowd control wears off, I can still win this. But there's no way it is going to pass up. Such a perfect opening to attack. If I were the boss right now, I'd be behind his back. Based on his deduction, Song-an not only dodged the back attack, but also managed to land a slash, but before he could celebrate, he took a direct punch to the gut. The Rat King seemed to go berserk, charging straight at Song-an with a barrage of punches. With every hit landed, the blind duration increased by another 2 seconds. Sensing things were going south, Song-an decisively bolted to the side before getting killed. But in his blinded state, he was nothing more than a sitting duck. He only made it a few steps before being knocked to the ground, coughing up blood. A low health warning flashed on the screen, signaling a critical situation. Song-an panted heavily, trying to find a way out of this mess. This is getting way too dangerous. Not only is the blindness not clearing, but the timer keeps resetting. Was I too cocky? Relying on a few Easter eggs and some street smarts, and thinking that I could handle it easily. Now I've tripped up before the fight even really started. Do I have to use my trump card already? No, if I don't clear this blind status, the result will probably be the same. If I keep taking hits like this, I'm toast for sure. While Song-an was still dazed, he was slammed hard against the rock wall again. His HP dropped to 2. In this clutch moment, Song-an tried to recall anything that might help. Only in this situation. Damn, my HP bar is drained. If I don't use the Easter egg, I'm cooked. But why is my hand still hesitating? It's like my brain has a mind of its own, stopping me. Could there still be another way? Did I miss some crucial info? Easter egg or gear? I can't regret giving the demon eye to Hugh, even though that equipment really could have saved my life. Right now, I only have the saber. The bones are useless too. What the hell? Do I have left to turn the tables? Wait, Akun still has one reward left. Since it's always invisible, I totally forgot it existed. Damn it, I took all those hits for nothing. Just as the Rat King swung for the kill, Song-an activated the invisible black-rimmed glasses, successfully clearing the blind status. Just a second later, and he would have been crushed into a pancake. Thanks to Akun's gift, Song-an managed to save his own skin. The Rat King was shook when it saw he could see again. Until now, no prey had ever survived its hands. Then Song-an used the saber to cut his own hand, sacrificing 1 HP. Looks like me breaking. Your blind effect really caught you off guard, huh? Don't sweat it. I'm giving you a massive surprise right now. Once I use this Easter egg, you've got 0 chance of winning. As soon as his HP hit 1, a notification popped up. Player Tong-An's HP has dropped to 1. Activating Easter egg. Desperate counterattack. For 3 minutes, all player attributes will be doubled. But for 1 hour after the status ends, attributes will be halved from their base values. Warning. Healing is disabled while this status is active. Cannot heal at all. Tong-An emitted a red aura, his eyes glowing intensely. I can feel a surge of power from within my body, blasting out so clearly. Are you ready to die yet? The Rat King didn't even have time to react before Tong-An lunged forward and left a scar right in the middle of its chest. This time, the wound was much deeper, and his speed was finally fast enough to dodge the Rat King's counterattacks. I'm cracked right now. I can definitely take this boss down. With my attributes boosted, I can see every single one of its movements crystal clear. But no matter how strong I am now, just one hit and I'm dead, so I can't afford to be careless or lose focus for a second. Being overwhelmed by attacks, the Rat King tried to use the black smoke skill again, but this time, it didn't work on Tong anymore. Pulling the same old trick? I'm not losing to you again, because I'm going to be the king. He charged straight at the boss, facing it head-on without a shred of fear. Meanwhile, back at the newbie zone, everyone's eyes were glued to one spot. Good grief. Are those guys hacking or what? You call that a quest? She's clearly just spawn-killing everything in front of her. Level 6 monsters are like wet paper to her. She's completely wiped out all the mobs around here. What are we even here for, then? The person they were talking about was none other than Zaihui, scythe in hand. Enjoying the feeling of being carried, Tonyak stood there with his jaw dropped. Man, we don't even have to lift a finger. Just AFK and soak up the XP. This is the life. Zaihui hadn't even broken a sweat, smiling cheerfully. It's cool, I'll protect everyone. You guys just focus on looting the items. With the gear Tong-An lent me, these small mobs are no problem at all. I wonder how Tong-An is doing. Mentioning Tong-An, someone questioned. I really don't get it. Tong-An didn't party up with us, and didn't even keep such an OP weapon. For himself, what on earth is he doing? Could he be trying to raid the dungeon solo? Tonyak immediately shot down that idea. The dungeon, stop capping! How could he possibly solo that place? Back when we were designing the data, you guys know better than anyone. It takes at least a 5-man party to stand a chance. Zaihui said she always believed that Tong and wouldn't do anything he wasn't 100% sure about. Hearing that, Tonyak scoffed. Zaihui, you're putting way too much faith in Tong-An. You saw how much of a wimp he was at the company before. For all we know, by now he's... But before he could finish, Zaihui cut him off. He won't. I know Tong-An. He's more resilient than anyone else. Back to Tong-An's side. After a desperate struggle on the thin line between life and death, Tong-An finally emerged victorious. Thanks to the massive XP, he leveled up several times instantly, refilling his HP bar. But starting from this hour, a weakened debuff will be applied. Tong-An lay on the ground, panting but still laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha! I actually won this battle! A notification appeared. Level 10 reached. Skill acquisition system unlocked. You have unlocked your first skill slot. Would you like to acquire the Rat King Yanjing skill? An S-rank skill like this was hard-earned. Tong-An had absolutely no reason to say no. In the New World game, the skill mechanics are very interesting. Players unlock skill slots one by one at levels 10, 30, 60, and 90. Only with an unlocked slot can you obtain a skill, and skills are sourced from monsters, slain by the player or their party. Different monsters grant different skills. Players can choose for themselves. But once acquired, a skill cannot be changed. That's the standard rule. Naturally, skills are also ranked into 3 main tiers: S-rank, A-rank, and B-rank. A skill's power is determined by the strength of the monster killed. It can be summarized like this. Dungeon bosses or powerful elite mobs. The description features the sovereign line. An S-rank skill will drop. Elite monsters or rare monsters. The description features the elite line. An A-rank skill will drop. Monsters without a description will drop a B-rank skill. Upon dropping, all skill ranks are level 1. To level up, star coins are required. With each level up, the skill's effectiveness will be buffed to a whole new level. Checking the upgrade info for the newly acquired skill, Song-An suddenly blurted out 1,000 star coins? Although an S-rank skill is OP after leveling up, 1,000 is just way too pricey. I'm afraid the next level might even cost 5,000. No wonder Raphael said star coins are extremely important. Just one single skill requires that much already. Other upgrades probably cost a fortune too, but it's all right, after all. My main goal for coming here was to get star coins anyway. After checking the rewards, Song-An decided to start the main plan. By now, the Yeonjong rats had completely surrounded him, waiting for the right moment to strike. Song-An didn't attack. Instead, he started chatting with them. You guys can't wait any longer either, huh? You made it up here in the blink of an eye. How did you guys even do that? Watching the rats slowly creep closer, Song-an remained completely chill. Don't be so aggressive. Your big boss is dead. There's no need to come at me. Let's live together happily from now on, heh. From today on, you guys are my underlings. Song-an held the special Yeonjong stone item in his hand, successfully taking control of the 198 Yeonjong rats there. With such a massive workforce, he no longer had to worry about being short-staffed. From now on, you're Rat 1 and you're Rat 2. You two take 40 brothers to handle the Yeonjong mining. In the eastern sector, Rat 3 and Rat 4, you're in charge of the west. Rat 5 and Rat 6 take the south, Rat 7. And Rat 8 the north. All right then. The Song and Mining Company is officially established. Let's get it, boys. My get-rich-quick plan is all on you guys. All right, are you guys confident you can get the job done? The brainwashed rats cheered like crazy. The capitalist exploitation mode. At the command, every single one of them got their butts to work without a single complaint, seeing everything going exactly according to plan. Song-an was extremely satisfied. Suddenly, there was a squeaking sound at Song-an's feet. What are you doing here? Seeing the cute little rat, Song-an was totally amused. There's still a Yeonjong rat this tiny? Haha, you're way too small to be of any help. Besides, I've got enough workers now. You can go wherever and do whatever you want. You don't need to work. Hearing that, the little rat's eyes welled up with tears. I want to be useful too. Seeing the little rat about to cry, Song-an quickly came up with a plan. How about this? You'll be my supervisor. Help me keep an eye on them. See who's working hard. And who's slacking off. Whoever works the hardest gets 1 gold coin as a reward. But you're not allowed to. Cover for anyone or pocket the gold coins yourself, okay? If productivity goes up, then I'll give you a special reward. From now on, I'll call you Little Rat Kong. I'll be your big bro. Seemingly understanding his words, the little rat saluted and immediately went to do its job as a supervisor. With the incentive of star coins, the morale of the Yeonjong rats soared. Mining speed increased significantly as a result. While having some free time, Song-an used the pile of Yeonjong stones in his hand to craft equipment. Yeonjong stone is a type of magic stone ore found in the underground city. It's a low-grade magic stone that can be used for crafting. 20. Yeonjong stones can be synthesized into a random piece of equipment, suitable for players level 10 to 20. Typically, they result in D-rank gear. The rate for a C rank is only 0.5%, depending on the type of magic stone. The drop rate for high-rank gear, the ceiling will also vary. To put it simply, the higher the rank of the underground city's magic stone, the better the odds of getting high-tier equipment. After 2 attempts, Song-an synthesized 2 D-rank items. The stats are pretty trash. Equipment ranks are divided into 6 types. Red is S rank, orange is A rank, purple is B rank, blue is C rank, green is D rank, and white is E rank. The stat gaps between different qualities are massive. Even within the same quality, there are differences. Song-an's bone crossbow only has base stats of a B rank item. It only reached B rank thanks to its special attribute, which increases damage against demons. Even though the gear isn't that great right now, Song-an remains totally unfazed. This is only the beginning. With the symbiotic Easter X, as long as the number of Yeonjong rats is maintained at over 100, the Yeonjong stones will automatically replenish. However, Song-an is a bit torn about how long he should stay here. If he stays too long, he won't be able to keep up with everyone else's leveling pace. He observes the mining progress and carefully calculates. 1 Yeonjong rat takes about 10 minutes to mine 1 Yeonjong stone. The efficiency of 2 Yeonjong rats is on par with a regular merchant. Say I need 12,000 pieces of equipment. That would be 240,000 Yeonjong stones. Each Yeonjong rat working 16 hours a day will gather 96 stones. With a total of 197 rats working all day, it will take approximately 14 days. The timeline matches the original plan pretty well. Then 14 days it is. This will be the first step toward the top. Time flew by, and just like that, 14 days had passed. While Song-an was chilling and eating noodles in his tent, Little Rat Kong came rushing in to report. It's bad, it's really bad. Everyone's fighting. Rat 3 and Rat 5 are fighting over a huge Yeonjong stone. They're throwing hands now. They both want to prove they were the ones who found it, because they want to gift it to Big Bro. Hearing this, Song-an was a bit touched. All right then. All right, I appreciate the gesture from you guys. I'll reward you each with a gold nugget. You've got to look out for each other from now on. Don't go fighting over such petty things. Little Rat Kong, you've been so dedicated to your work. So there's a share for you too. If the rest of you want some too, you'd better grind hard today. The final sprint is all on you guys. Seeing the rewards, the Yeonjong rats became more hyped than ever, diving headfirst into their work. Luckily, thanks to them, the amount of equipment Song and crafted has piled up like a mountain. Over the past 14 days, he has crafted a total of 11,379 items, with only 79 failed attempts. Among them were 67 C-rank items. Song-an has already equipped the 8 best pieces. The rest are all D-rank equipment. With this kind of volume, he'll definitely rake in a ton of star coins from the merchant NPC. But for the merchant NPC to show up, he must clear the underground city dungeon first, which means he has to wipe out all the Yeonjong rats. After bonding with them for so many days, Song-an no longer had the heart to pull the trigger. He realized that these little monsters were actually pretty adorable. Looking at Little Rat Kong, Song-an tried to steel his resolve. Song-an, you have to be ruthless. To gain power that surpasses others, sacrifices are inevitable. I have to meet the merchant NPC. But then again, maybe it doesn't have to be that extreme. Using the C-rank elven tether equipment, Song-an could make Little Rat Kong his pet. Because of that, it would no longer be bound by the rules of the underground city. This way, he could also ease the guilt in his heart. Just then, Raphael's voice echoed nearby. What on earth is going on here? Why is there so much equipment? Meow, it's you again, meow! I already thought it was sketchy when you beat that level 40 boss, and now you've crafted this much gear? No matter how I look at it, this isn't normal behavior. You'd better give me a straight explanation. If you're using some kind of cheat code, I won't let you slide. Before the scene of the Yeonjong rats working their tails off, mining magic stones for Song, and like the proletariat, selling their labor to the capitalists, Raphael couldn't help but exclaim, controlling monsters to mine magic stones? It looked over at the pile of shiny equipment stacked like a small mountain, barking out in anger at the mountain of gear. Raphael was beyond frustrated, pointing a short, chubby finger straight at Song-an and shouting, Song-an, you better give me a straight answer. Are you using some kind of hack, meow? Seeing it appear there, he panicked. Why the heck is Raphael here? Did I get caught because I used the Easter egg too much lately? He intentionally gave a vague answer to distract it. Cheating? Is it even possible to cheat in this game? Hearing his response, Raphael saw right through his act. It replied crossly, Of course not, meow. Answer my question. Seeing it quickly move past his answer, Song-an immediately realized it was a false alarm. The fact it's asking, that proves it doesn't know about the Easter egg yet. Then this is still salvageable. I need to cover up the gear situation. He awkwardly held up the glowing red magic stone in his hand. If you're talking about the Yeonjong rats, that's just a special effect from my gear. It lets me control them to help me mine. Don't tell me this counts as cheating too? Raphael didn't want to waste any more words. It demanded, let me check it, meow. Hearing that it wanted an inspection, Song-an immediately hid the magic stone like a cat burying its business. You're not trying to jack the gear that I worked so hard to get, are you? Seeing him accuse it like that, Raphael was fuming and wanted to give him a piece of its mind. What would I even do with that stuff? Hand it over for inspection, meow. After taking the magic stone from Song-an's hand, Raphael began the inspection process. It confirmed it was indeed high-tier system gear. Eventually, it also found the cause of the current situation. Based on what's visible, this item can explain why there are so many rats mining like crazy like this. It reached out and handed the magic stone back to him. This gear is clean. Here you go, meow. Song-an gently took it back. Unable to hide the joy in his voice, that's a relief. I went through a lot of trouble to get this gear. The inspection being over doesn't mean you're off the hook. Raphael put its hands on its hips and interrogated him bossily. Then what's the deal with this pile of equipment? Don't try to sugarcoat it. Hearing the question, Song-an knew he couldn't pull a fast one on it. As expected, the attempt to change the subject failed. Raphael put on a stern face and asked him, normally, the resources of a dungeon are extremely limited. How could you possibly mine this much Yeonjong stone? Each time the underground city generates magic stones, you can create at most 10 pieces of equipment. And that's not even counting the failures. For a normal merchant to fail that many times, how do you explain this? Song-an looked down with a long face. The Yeonjong rat on his shoulder also watched him intently. Then he replied, This? I thought it was going to be hard to explain. Instead, he put his hands behind his head and chuckled. To be honest, I don't know either. Raphael was shell-shocked and screamed, What? Song-an gestured wildly as he elaborated. At first, I just wanted to mine some Yeonjong stones to make gear. But no matter how much I mined, the crystals never ran out. So I just stayed here and kept crafting equipment. Raphael questioned him again in confusion. Was there really no error notification or anything? He answered firmly, Nope, none. Facing its aggressive interrogation, Song-an remained calm as he spoke. If there was a pop-up notification, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. That's what he said, but deep down he was grinning from ear to ear. As long as it doesn't have any evidence. It probably can't do anything to me. Raphael looked bewildered as it fell for the trap. How could this be, meow? Is there anyone else here? Seeing that it had taken the bait, he was stoked beyond belief. Of course, my underlings are here too. They can all testify for me. The Yeonjong rats cheered in unison, backing up his words. We totally agree with the big bro's point of view. Raphael remained skeptical. These rats are under your control, though. Besides, I hate rats, meow. It frowned and complained, recounting that earlier players had reported they couldn't enter this underground city. That's why I came here. To check it out. I didn't expect such a massive problem, meow. It wasn't until he heard this that Song-an realized. So staying here too long has messed with other players trying to enter the map? Raphael questioned Song-an again. You really didn't know? You better not be lying to me. He immediately waved his hands to dismiss the suspicion. I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare! He raised his hand and thumped his chest, proving his integrity. I can put my honor on the line for this. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared between him and Raphael, startling them both. Activated. Easter egg effect X. Yeonjong stone symbiosis has been refreshed. In that notification, contained information that exposed Song-an's lies. Yeonjong symbiosis. Crystals and Yeonjong rats share a symbiotic relationship. As long as the number of Yeonjong rats is maintained at over 100, Yeonjong stones will automatically restore. Sustainable mining is the best kind of mining. After reading the notification, he immediately broke into a cold sweat, totally speechless, not daring to utter a word, while Raphael stood there stunned, thinking it was just a system announcement. Song-an quickly looked for an excuse to dip. Suddenly I remembered I have some business to attend to. I'll head out first. Realizing his intention, it lost its temper and screamed his name, Song-an! Raphael lunged toward him, its face full of absolute rage. You filthy liar, you really were exploiting a glitch. And yet you still had the nerve to tell me you didn't know anything? Song-an hurriedly used the power of words to stop it. Calm down, I can still explain right now. His mind was a total mess. He couldn't think of any countermeasure at all. There was only one thought in his head. Of all times, the Easter egg just had to respawn now. I'm cooked. It immediately cast a command repair spell. It fixed the bug while saying, I absolutely will not allow any exploits to exist. Song-an raised his voice and called out, Wait up! Raphael was desperately rushing to finish. Oh crap, I can't save the Easter egg now. It was too late. Raphael's spell formed a sphere that completely enclosed the Easter egg the system was repairing. However, a moment later, nothing happened. Both Yeonjong rats stared blankly at the Easter egg. Repair failed. The system deemed this consistent with the natural laws. No repair needed. The situation left Raphael completely shook. What the heck? Song-an couldn't help but have the exact same reaction. He quickly snapped out of it and focused, analyzing the current situation. The system didn't interfere with the Easter egg, and even considered this a valid action. This is totally unexpected. No matter how many times Raphael issued the repair command, the system kept displaying the message, no repair needed. It couldn't believe its eyes, trying over and over dozens of times. How can this be? The gear is also useless. While Raphael was frantically giving orders, he just stood there watching. It seems the system thinks this Easter egg is actually the ultimate feature, not a bug. After thousands and tens of thousands of failed attempts, it slumped its arms in despair, tears welling up. Why is this happening, meow? Song-an said calmly, I told you so. From beginning to end, I never used any cheats. Even the system recognizes this equipment. Stop wasting your breath. Raphael was livid hearing him say that, but it had nowhere to vent its anger. It could only sputter one word, You! Then suddenly its face darkened. It declared, Raphael will not let the game's fairness be destroyed. I'll have to use this, meow. The moment it raised its hand, the system displayed an exclusion order notification, confirming targets for Order 197. 197 Yeonjong rats were diligently mining magic stones, completely unaware of what was coming. A second later, they were logging out of life, leaving only their squeaks as last words. Song-an panicked and screamed, Rat 8, Rat 7! A series of notifications popped up in front of him. Yeonjong rat has been eliminated, gained 88 EXP. The rat perched on his shoulder was also affected by the system. It squeaked continuously. Seeing Rat Duro gradually fading away, he hurriedly ordered it. Rat Duro, hide inside the gear first! Raphael looked on indifferently as the system wiped out the entire swarm of Yeonjong rats by destroying your underlings. It could also put a stop to you. Too bad the system's kills were still credited to the player. What a lucky break for you. Every time a rat vanished, Song-An's experience points increased, gained 88 EXP. However, he didn't care about those points at all. The only thing he cared about was his rats that were slowly disappearing. Rat 3, Rat 4, stop this already! Left with no choice against Raphael, Song-An had to summon his weapon. The short blades in his hands. Damn it! Raphael observed everything. Seeing his movement, it immediately widened its eyes in surprise. He lunged forward and slashed toward Raphael. It reacted nimbly and dodged. Meow. It barked at him in annoyance. Well done, Song-An! You actually want to throw hands with me? Song-An was at his wit's end. He shouted back at it, End the order now! Raphael announced solemnly, It's too late. Once an exclusion order begins, then it can't be stopped anymore. Raphael is executing justice. As soon as it finished speaking, the system announced again, Number of Yunjong rats is less than 100. Easter X symbiosis has lost its effect. With the number of rats eliminated leaving fewer than 100, Song-An is no longer in his old position. Leveled up, gained 88 experience points. Hearing it mention justice, he couldn't help but roast it. Justice? So you use the name of justice to impose your will on the lives of others? You're just a bully picking on the weak. Seeing him twist the meaning of its justice, Raphael flared up. Meow. Raphael's justice is never wrong! Seeing it being so stubborn, Song-An's anger surged. Is your justice really not wrong? He immediately utilized the Easter egg, activated Dangerous Player Easter egg. Condition: when alone and defeating over 150 monsters of the same or higher level in one go, your abilities will exceed all expectations, becoming a certified dangerous player. To your enemies, hidden attribute reward, dangerous player. When facing an enemy with power, 15 times greater than your own or more, damage dealt plus 50%. Physical damage taken, 50%. Magic damage taken, 50%. Simultaneously gains a certain intimidation effect. Raphael was fuming. How can this be? Why has another exploit appeared? This is so infuriating, Meow. He stood composed and unyielding with his short blade before it. Thanks to your justice, I've gained another rare attribute. Raphael was dying of anger but couldn't touch him. You? Meow, Song-An continued to troll it. I bet you're losing it right now, aren't you? He gritted his teeth and said, Are you planning to use an exclusion order on me too? Finally, he hit it where it hurts. Or can you simply not do anything to me at all? Since a moment ago, the system notifications haven't stopped for a single second. The Yunjong rats have been completely wiped out. Raphael screamed, condemning him. You're a cheater! Song-An's face darkened as he thought, I admit I did. Take a gamble on that exclusion order just now. It was a bit different from other commands. It had separate specific target options. Earlier, 197 targets appeared. That was probably the number of monsters. Raphael and Rat-Yo weren't among them, seeing it absolutely losing its mind. He could guess roughly 90% of what was going on. Based on its reaction, though, I guess I really hit the jackpot. This order might be totally useless against players. Suddenly, the sound of someone else's footsteps echoed into the cave. The sound made them both snap out of their heated argument. For a moment, Raphael barked, Who goes there, Meow? The wandering merchant. Adong scratched his head with an awkward smile and slowly stepped inside. Did I catch you guys at a bad time? The wandering merchant, Adong, appears upon completing a dungeon stage. He mainly handles the buying and selling of equipment, and occasionally sells some top-tier items. He tactfully suggested, Maybe I should come back later? Interrupting your little tiff. It doesn't feel right. Song-An immediately raised his voice to stop him. Don't go, your timing is perfect. I've been waiting for you forever. He brushed Raphael aside, intentionally trolling it. It's fine. It's no big deal. It can't do anything to me anyway. Let's just talk business. Adong smiled awkwardly and asked, Is that really okay? Seeing that he had zero respect for it, Raphael yelled back, Song-An, you've gone too far, Meow. It tried to drop the hammer in the name of heaven using the system repair command. A second later, the system instantly notified Void. Command has no effect on players. It kept spamming commands, and the system kept notifying no effect. Meow, 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 meow! Song-An completely ignored it, turning to reassure Adong. Will cats do have a huge ego? Just ignore it. He just gave a half-hearted, yeah, sure response. It barked an order at him. Song-An! Look at me when I'm talking to you! Seeing that both of them didn't give a damn about it, and were only focused on calculating the pile of gear, it was absolutely fuming. This is so infuriating! I'm so triggered right now! Why can't I do anything to this guy? How can such a broken player even exist? I'm dying of anger, Meow! Suddenly a notification appeared. Urgent SOS from another player, sent to Raphael. A player elsewhere is having issues too? And it's a code red situation. In that case, I have to put this on hold for now. How annoying, Meow. It shouted to get the attention of the two. Song-an, I'll let you slide this time. It had already opened a portal, but didn't forget a final threat. I might not be able to touch you now, but mark my words. I'll find a way to make you pay. It hissed one last time and jumped into the portal. It vanished. Seeing it finally leave, Song-an breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally gone. Even though it helped me get an extremely rare achievement, I can't bring myself to be happy about it. He thought back to his old companions, the swarm of Yeonjong rats, and his heart ached. Maybe it's because I feel like I failed them. After all, they were just tiny little workers. Suddenly, Adong's voice reached his ears. Boss Song! Boss Song! Song-an snapped out of it. Wait, boss sounds weird. Just call me Song-an anyway. What's the price? Adong replied. I'll buy them for 6,000 per item. What do you think? As soon as he heard the price, his annoyance was written all over his face. Hands on his hips, he said, 6,000? That's too low. Are you guys really this cutthroat in business? If you factor in the time, materials, and success rate, the cost alone is already 5,000. He started talking a mile a minute, all just to drive the price higher. Right now, players outside are only around level 10. The demand for D-rank gear is massive. You could easily flip these. Selling them for 20,000 each wouldn't be a problem at all. Plus, I've got over 10,000 pieces of gear here. Is 6,000 per item even a serious offer? Adong quickly tried to de-escalate. Okay, what price works for you? Give me your quote. Song-an greedily raised both hands, holding up one finger on one hand and 2 fingers on the other. I want 12,000 per item. He panicked. You just doubled the price. You're the one being cutthroat here. Let's do 7,000. He refused to budge, dropping slightly to 11,000. Adong wouldn't take it, 8,000 anymore, and I'm losing money. Song-an insisted on the 10,000 range. 10,000. If you can't do that, then we're done here. Backed into a corner, Adong made a hand sign, representing the number 9,000. I can't pay a penny more than that. Song-an firmly shook his hand. Deal. He flashed a very satisfied grin. 9,000 it is. Adong opened his backpack to collect all the weapons, muttering as he worked, why do I feel like I'm being played? Looking at the massive backpack, storing the giant pile of weapons, he was impressed. That backpack can actually hold that much gear? Adong grumbled, worried about future low sales. If players level up too fast, then this gear won't sell anymore. I'll be financially ruined by then. Song-an gave him a thumbs up to cheer him up. No need to stress about that. I've already figured out a way to help you. I'll throw in 50 extra pieces of blue gear. Since this is our first deal, consider it a gift to kick things off. Adong was stunned, unable to believe his ears, and asked again, one of these items goes for 200,000? Are you really giving them to me? He slowly laid out his plan, based on the gacha mechanic of the game. You let the players pull for rewards. When they win a D-rank item, there's a chance they'll get a C-rank item as a bonus. Right now, there's probably hardly any C-rank gear on the market. There's no way they won't be dying to get their hands on it. I've already figured out the drop rates for you. Set the win rate at point. That's just enough to make sure the D-rank gear doesn't sit on the shelf. Adong clutched his hand like he was holding onto a savior to escape a total financial apocalypse. Boss Song, you're a straight-up business genius. How did you come up with such a killer idea? I definitely need to be besties with you, Song-an. As if to confirm his over-the-top joy, the system announced, Adong's affinity towards you is increasing. He stood back, watching the merchant celebrate, and chuckled. I should probably thank the guy who first wanted to gacha for an SSR card. I'm just following in their footsteps. Adong, still hyped, said while packing the gear, hang on a sec, I'll transfer the essence coins to you right away. Suddenly, Song-an remembered, oh, right. Can't forget about this. He activated the Crown of Greed. System notification initializing. Effect of the Crown of Greed. New average. Items can now be sold for 9,000 plus 900 A. Grand total, 110,988 essence coins. Adong hoisted the massive backpack. But the backpack wasn't enough. Most of the weapons were stuffed into the sacks that he was carrying. He handed over a VIP card. Here is 10,800 in cash. The remaining 100,000 is on this VIP card. The VIP card is a credential from the New World Merchant Guild. When you visit the guild in Sector A later, trading there will give you discounts and high-tier perks. Whoa, this is dope, Song-an marveled, reaching out to take the card. The moment he touched it, a bright gold magic circle appeared around him, glowing with a brilliant yellow light. A pillar of light shot straight up. 2 consecutive notifications popped up. Achievement unlocked. Multimillionaire. Base affinity with all NPCs increased by 10,000. The essence coins in his account began to skyrocket. Guild VIP. A moment later, his balance had reached the hundreds of millions. Song-an chuckled softly. Finally checked off one small goal. He reached out and put his arm around Adong's shoulder. Like two brothers in arms. Adong, let's stay in touch from now on. I'll supply you with even higher quality goods. Hearing that, he happily replied, Of course, of course. Boss Song, you're my lucky star. Adong pulled out another pouch. It was unclear what was inside. He simply said, If Boss Song is being this generous, it wouldn't be right if I didn't offer something in return. At the same time, the system notified him of the other party's status. Adong's affinity has reached 100. Achievement unlocked. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unexpected results. Song-an was overjoyed. It's just one surprise after another. Maxed out affinity and a bonus reward too? Dong took out 3 small vials, filled with a transparent liquid, and set them before him. This is the one. The item was elixir water. Can be used at any time. Instantly purges all negative status effects, while simultaneously restoring original HP and MP. Song-an beamed with delight. His voice couldn't hide his excitement. This is some good stuff. Adong replied, Of course, this is extremely rare. I only have 3 vials. If it weren't for my connection with Boss Song, I wouldn't have the heart to part with them. He held a vial of elixir water. With this, I can afford to take even bigger risks. Adong hoisted his backpack and waved goodbye. Boss Song, since the deal's done, I'm heading out. I can't wait to start raking in the cash. Suddenly, Song-an called him back. Wait up, Adong! He stopped and turned around. Something else? What's up? His expression looked a bit sketchy, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. I actually want to buy a few more things from you. Do you happen to have any of that white powder? Inside the dilapidated room, a blue circle slowly appeared on the wall. The circle formed a spatial portal. The system simultaneously announced the dungeon was cleared. Yunjong Grotto. Song-an slowly stepped out of the portal and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. As soon as he stepped out, the portal sealed shut. Refresh time, 3 days. Song-an barely reacted to the notification, only offering a brief thought. Back on cooldown, I see. He rested his chin on his fist, lost in thought. Even though I hit a lot of snags this time, I finally got everything done. Skills, gear, essence coins, I've got it all. Gotta upgrade some new weapons soon. In that ruined room, the young man named Song and set his sights high and spoke aloud. It's settled. That's my next small goal. He walked across the room, passing walls that were completely trashed. As he reached the door, his jaw dropped in shock. What on earth is going on? A crowd of drivers intercepted him at the entrance, fighting over who gets the passenger. One asked, Hey kid, where you headed? Another shouted, Get in my car! I know this area like the back of my hand. Another tried to undercut them. I've got the best rates. Come with me. Song-an was a bit flustered, wondering why there were so many drivers at the door. He quickly asked for a moment, thinking, Wait a sec, let me think. He wondered what exactly had happened in the world. While he was away for those few days, suddenly a red car sped toward them. The roar of the engine caught the attention of everyone present. The rugged red vehicle drifted in a perfect semicircle, pulling up right next to Song-an. Lin Nam, hands on the wheel, asked him, Need a ride, little bro? Fast and reliable, no questions asked. He added, Free intel included. Song-an's head was spinning with questions. Wait, what's going on? Not another one! The other drivers shouted, pointing directly at Lin Nam. You again, stop poaching our business! I'm not letting you have it this time! I found him first. Song-an started to realize what was going on. Competing for customers, huh? The blonde driver suddenly turned around to pitch to him. Hey man, hop in my car. I'll give you a 20% discount. Even with such a deal, he didn't choose that guy. That old-timer looks more reliable, I'll go with him instead, he thought. Besides, I'm short on useful intel right now. Sorry, guys. Then he took off while the other drivers were still arguing. He dropped into the back seat of Lin Nam's car and signaled him. Drive me to Mount Mutian in Sector G, brother. The driver simply gave a nod of agreement and set off immediately. He kept his eyes on the road, focusing on driving while telling him, You made the right choice picking me, little bro. Hold on tight. The car sped away, leaving the other drivers behind, along with their criticisms. Hey, I was clearly here first. The car rolled steadily along the main road. Song-an struck up a conversation with Lin Nam. Who were those people earlier? Why were they waiting in front of the underworld city gate? Lin Nam replied while driving. They're all just hustling for essence coins. You know, they shuttle players between sectors to make a few bucks, just getting by same as me. As for waiting at the underworld city gate, it's just easier to snag a customer there. Are you curious about why those guys choose that life? Shuttling players around like that can't really pay much, right? Why not hunt monsters or do quests? Wouldn't that be a faster way to earn essence coins? He looked at him through the rearview mirror and asked a seemingly unrelated question. I take it you're pretty cracked at games, little bro. Hearing that, he immediately frowned and asked what he meant. Lin Nam explained, being good at games is great, but not everyone can adapt to the way this world has changed. Even with that explanation, Song-an still didn't understand. He pulled out a pack of smokes and offered him one. Want one? He politely declined. No thanks. Seeing that he didn't smoke, Lin Nam dropped it. He pulled one out, popped it in his mouth, and lit up. The world just suddenly turned into this. For guys like us, just surviving is a miracle. Never mind. Trying to keep up with the rules of this changing world. He answered slowly. His eyes were full of thought. Those drivers back at the gate. They're all people who can't kill monsters, so they have to go back to their old jobs to scrape together some essence coins. Song-an pushed back. Can't kill monsters? It can't be that bad. Monsters respawn periodically, and there are tons of them, at least the ones in the wild. Lin Nam smirked at his innocence. He sighed. Sure, there's plenty of monsters, but you gotta be able to reach them first. The big guilds hog all the farming spots. Low-level players, like us, don't even stand a chance of getting near them. Picking up on the keyword, Song-an got serious about the guilds. Nam, I've been stuck in the underworld city for a long time, so I don't know much about the guilds. Could you tell me a bit about which guilds are out there? Since the question was right up his alley, Lin Nam brimmed with confidence. He pointed to his chest and declared, well, little bro, you're asking the right guy. I'm basically the local news agency around here. Seeing his confidence, Song-an was pleased. That's great. He began to explain the details to him. Right now, there are 3 major guilds. One is the Strategy Group, another is the Essence Coin Alliance, and the last one is called the Dongshan Society. Each guild has its own thing going on, but the strongest is still the Strategy Group. Word is their leader, Lee Jae-roy, is about to hit level 20. As he told the story, the system generated a display for Song-an to easily understand. Strategy Group, leader, Lee Jae-roy, a gathering place for over 80% of high-level players, aiming to become the elite class, the pinnacle of this world. Essence Coin Alliance leader, Du Fei. Players who want to join must own assets, worth at least several $100,000. They control the most vital resources in the game. Dongshan Society leader, Guilong, the neighborhood bully. They grew fast by taking over low-level dungeons and robbing players of their resources. It's the guild with the largest number of members, but their average skill level is trash. They're also the most hated guild by other players. Hearing the name of the strategy group's leader, Song-an suddenly froze. Lee Jae-roy. That name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. When mentioning the Dongshan Society, Lin Nam's brow immediately furrowed, showing his clear distaste for the group. But especially that Dongshan Society. The members of that guild are up to no good. They specialize in ganking items and resources, and from other players, and they go around trying to recruit more people to join their mess. The car zipped smoothly down the road, as the scenery on both sides kept changing. He continued his story. All the low-level mob spawns are occupied by them. The reason guys like us can't level up is all because of them. If you see them later, little bro, just steer clear of them, okay? Song-an paused for a moment, thinking about what he had said. The big guilds are just snatching up resources left and right. I can't believe so much has happened out here, in just a few short days. He immediately made up his mind. Looks like things won't be peaceful from now on. I need to get even stronger. A while later, the car arrived at the destination. Blue sky, white clouds, high mountains, and lush greenery. Mount Mutian, Sector G. Lin Nam announced, "We're here, little bro." Song-an stood by the side of the car and paid him. "Here you go, 3,500 essence coins for the fare." He asked curiously, "Little bro, you're planning to hunt solo?" "The wild monsters here are all level 10 and up. They're a handful for just one person." He replied politely to reassure him, "I'll be fine. I'm used to traveling solo." He thought to himself, wild monsters? My real target is the underworld city. Even though they were just driver and passenger, sharing the road for a while meant they had formed a bit of a bond. Lin Nam gave him a worried warning. "Little bro, don't think I'm being nosy, but if things get dicey, don't try to be a hero. Staying alive is what matters most." He joked half seriously. "If you can't win the fight, just book it. There's no shame in playing it safe." Song-an felt grateful. "I got it." "Thanks, Nam." Seeing that he couldn't change his mind, the driver let him be. "All right, I'm heading out then. Hit me up on the friends list if you need anything." He smiled as he watched him drive away. "When was the last time someone actually cared about me?" He opened his friends list. Only one name appeared, Lin Nam. Friends system, huh? Song-an tapped through the notification panel as he walked. I was in such a rush last time I didn't get to add Tai Hui. I wonder how she's doing. Then he thought, but with that gear that dropped from the Demon Lord, she should be just fine. He finally approached the entrance to the cave. He saw a group already gathered at the dungeon entrance. They were arguing with 2 guards. Just let us in. Hurry up! He ducked behind some bushes to observe. Huh? Someone beat me to it. The guy leading them looked like a real tough talker. He barked at the guards. There's a whole squad of us here. We can definitely clear this stage. What right do you have to keep us out? The only girl in the group agreed, exactly! The guards, losing their patience, pointed their spears at the stubborn crowd. I've told you already, you guys haven't reached level 20 yet. One replied with a stern face, showing zero sign of budging. You're not qualified to enter this underworld city. They were the system's guardian NPC army. With an average level of over 30, they protected the more dangerous underworld cities to prevent players from getting themselves killed too early. These soldiers, dedicated to their duty, wouldn't budge for anything. They have some bad habits. A massive portal appeared, flickering with several sparks of pale orange electricity. Desolate Marsh. Difficulty, rank C. Min level 20. Recommended party, 60 players. The portal guards quickly blocked the group, stopping them from advancing further. Don't even think about trying. You aren't allowed in unless you're level 20. Chi-Hu Lee raised his hand, speaking in an arrogant and nonchalant tone. Maybe you don't realize how strong we actually are. I'm Chi-Hu Lee, vice leader of the strategy group. He furrowed his brows and continued with total confidence. I've cleared 5 dungeons so far. Right now, I'm the second in command of the guild, the absolute strongest. Is there anywhere in this place I can't go? However, the guard remained firm in his stance. Underleveled, no entry. Rules are rules. He curled his lip into a smirk. Rules? Then I'll just break the rules. His teammate beside him also began to grin. So we're doing this the hard way? The guards immediately raised their spears, pointing them straight at the group. If you dare to force your way in, we won't go easy on you. Just then Song-an's voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. I'd suggest you guys, don't pick a fight with these guards. Deep down, he was secretly gloating. To think I'd run into guild members so soon, and the vice leader at that. Hooli whipped his head around and snapped, "Who's there?" He watched as the young man walked forward calmly. He spoke slowly. First, let's ignore whether you can even take these guards in a fight. Even if you win, do you think you can handle the system's NPC punishment? He folded his arms, bluntly dismissing Song-an's words. Punishment? What a load of BS, never heard of it. He pointed toward the guards and gave a light smile. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can ask them, after all. NPCs aren't capable of lying. One of them quickly sheathed his sword. He explained, he's right. If you had actually forced your way in just now, you would have been blacklisted in all dungeons within the kingdom. Effective immediately. For 15 days, you'd be banned from entering any dungeon at all. The teammates in Hu Lee's group instantly started panicking. 15 days? Wouldn't that leave us completely behind every other player? Good thing we didn't make a move. He fell into deep thought, his sharp eyes sizing up Song-an. It seems it's the real deal. Just who is this brat anyway? How could he possibly know this much? Could he be a developer associated with this game? Like Lee Jae-roy? He's really starting to piss me off. He glanced back and ordered in a low voice, Ma-tha. Investigate his class and level. Ma-tha, dressed in a red cloak, smiled and replied, on it. A small circle quickly appeared over her eyes, initiating an analysis through the scout cloak. The scouting skill could gather information on a player's class and level. Suddenly, he spoke up with a naive look, his palms open in a friendly gesture. Hey, Mr. Soldier, I actually came here for this dungeon, too. Can you cut me some slack? The guard raised an eyebrow in confusion and replied carefully, You haven't hit level 20 either, right? Then there's nothing left to discuss. He glanced over, keeping his same casual tone. An item menu appeared on the left. Don't say no just yet. Inside the item slot, following his words, a green tier item quickly surfaced. There's a crowd here. It's better if we talk in private. The soldier was startled, his eyes widening. What the? A guy wearing glasses in the Hu Lee party couldn't hide his surprise and shouted, What's going on? Even he was starting to get confused by the tent set up right in front of them. What kind of game is he playing? The guard's subordinate cried out in a panic, Chief Guard! However, the man spoke up to reassure them. I've got this handled. You guys keep guarding. The members of the strategy group couldn't help but start gossiping. Is he trying to bore the guard? To death or something? Quit with the useless chatter. Manhwa ignored them and reported in a low voice. Captain, his name is Song-an, level 14 warrior class. He's guildless. Aside from looking a bit like an idiot, there's nothing special about him. This made Ki-huli raise an eyebrow and laugh. That weak? And yet he still dared to come here. She put a hand on her hip and asked quickly, "What should we do now?" He signaled for the team to wait. "We'll stay here until he comes out, then we talk." Inside his mind, a massive question mark loomed. He said earlier that his goal was also the dungeon. Huli knitted his brows, his voice practically a snarl. "I want to see exactly what he's pulling in that tent." The guard, cheeks slightly flushed, spoke warily. "What are you getting at?" Song-an put on a bright, welcoming smile as he spoke. "Just a small token of my appreciation. I just want to be friends with the chief guard." He decisively tossed a bag of money toward the man. "Drinks are on me, everyone." Inside the cloth bag, gold coins glittered. 50,000 credits. The man's voice trembled slightly. It seemed this temptation was shaking his very soul. "What kind of person do you take a law-abiding man like me for, huh?" "How could I be bought off so easily?" But Song-an chuckled to himself. "Take your eyes off of the money first, before you start talking like that." With a serious face, he waved his hand once more. "My bad, I guess I wasn't being sincere enough." Quickly, a pile of glittering gold appeared. An extra 200,000. The guard gritted his teeth, trying to stay focused in the face of temptation. Why is this guy doing this? I'm about to lose it. But before long, the man cracked a smile and casually pocketed the gold. "From now on, we're bros." The guy still tried to tell himself, "I'm not usually like this." But he's just offering way too much. He smiled, feeling like everything was easy to handle now. Big money really makes things go smooth. This was Song-an's Easter X skill, bribe. It can increase favorability by giving credits to NPCs. The amount of credits required varies depending on the status of different NPCs. Instead of racking your brain to please others, it's better to just settle it directly with cash. It's honestly a total cheat. He quickly moved on to the topic. He originally needed to discuss with the chief guard. "So, what about entering the dungeon?" The guard hesitated for a moment. "I mean, friends are friends, but entering the dungeon is—" The corner of his lip curled up instantly. He waved his hand once more. "I'll have to trouble you to find a way, chief guard." Then 5 large bags of gold suddenly appeared in front of him, plus 200,000 more. Immediately, a system notification rang out. "Favorability with the chief guard NPC has reached 100. The guy pulled out a blue card and explained with a wide grin, "I happen to have a special entry pass right here." "Go ahead and take it," Song-an replied happily. "That's exactly what I was waiting for." Ki-huli's group was still waiting outside, getting restless again. "Why hasn't that brat come out yet? He's not doing something sketchy in there, is he?" Suddenly, his tough voice rang out low. "He's out." The guard walked out beaming with joy, even going so far as to kindly explain the card. "This entry pass was given to me back when I risked my life to fight the enemy. The king himself rewarded me with this. It represents a great honor. If we weren't such good friends, I definitely wouldn't have brought it out. It might have a tiny flaw, but it won't affect how you use it." Song-an's face turned pale. He held his face and let out a sigh. "But this flaw happens to be the one thing that bugs me the most." The man immediately narrowed his eyes. "Just so we're clear, I'm not giving back the money you just paid." Looking at that flashy entry pass, he started to feel frustrated. Back then, who in the company designed this item? It's not user-friendly for solo players, like me at all. There was a lot of fine print on the card. Anti-solo pass can bypass NPCs from blocking entry to high-danger dungeons. However, you must have a teammate first. If you bring a teammate along, they will surely be very grateful to you. Ki-huli, standing across from him, finally couldn't hold it in and cut in. "Looks like you scored something good from the NPC. Mind letting us have a look?" He snapped back to reality, turning his head to glance at the strategy group standing behind him. "So they haven't left yet?" A dark, chilling aura suddenly radiated from him, along with a few threatening words. "Technically, we were here first. Shouldn't we get a piece of whatever item you've got?" Song-an looked at them with a steady gaze, thinking about their aggressive vibe. "If I say no, they'll probably try to play hardball. Too bad for them, I'm the one they're dealing with." He smiled breezily, his tone sounding a bit playful. "This item represents the chief guard's honor. How could I just give it to you for free? You want the pass? Fine, name your terms." His purple eyes flashed with a cold light. "So he really does have the pass?" Huli asked again in a low, cautious voice. "What are your terms?" He held up one finger and stated his demand decisively. "Simple, I want half of the dungeon rewards. and the boss kill reward. The team's archer gritted his teeth and questioned him. Are you kidding me? If we give you half the dungeon loot, what's left for us? But Song-an didn't care at all. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you don't want to, then forget it. Huli's furrowed brows didn't relax one bit. His sharp gaze swept over the boy. I'm afraid these terms are a bit much. How about this? We can carry you through this dungeon and let you join the strategy group. What do you say? He reached his hand forward, looking arrogant and full of himself. Being invited by a vice guildmaster like me is an honor for you. An info panel showing his basic stats immediately popped up. Huli, class, dual soul, special. Level 18, guild strategy group. A badge representing his class also appeared accordingly. A special class. Dual souls naturally possess the distraction technique, making them more capable of mastering skills. The number of skills they can hold, Song-an's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized him up. He didn't expect a special class. He's flexing the strategy group's power to me, but guilds have zero appeal to me. If anything, they'd just stunt my growth. He shot back with a cold response. I'm not interested. He paused for a moment, then added, Loot is way more practical. The team's archer couldn't hold back his rage and yelled, Hey, do you have any idea how many people are dying to join our guild but can't, huh? Don't do this the hard way. However, Huli suddenly spoke up with total composure. If that's what you want, fine. He curled his lips and glanced toward him. See, your captain already agreed. The team's archer found this hard to believe. But then he clenched his fists tight. His eyes lit up. But first, let's see if you've actually got the skills to take it. Song-an quickly sensed the danger closing in. Pure killing intent. A powerful wave of energy lunged at him, sending debris and dust exploding into the air. The ground cracked apart, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound of shattering echoing through the air. The team's archer curled his lip, showing a satisfied smirk. When Huli can't talk it out, he triggers a skill. Right away. Good thing I dodged fast, but that brat is toast. A guard quickly appeared and shouted, Fighting is strictly prohibited here. Meanwhile, over here, he gritted his teeth, feeling like something was wrong. No, it felt like I was blocked. As the dust cleared, not only was Song-an completely fine, but he even said with the faint smile, If you're not happy with my terms, just say it straight. At most, I'll just add a few more demands. Deep down, he was now feeling lucky about his choice. Thank goodness I upgraded my gear. Otherwise, that hit would have been hard to tank. I'm not someone who just lets people push them around anymore. Standing on the opposite side, he couldn't believe what just happened. Can a level 14 player really be this strong? Could it be special gear? This brat is too weird. Looks like I'll have to play along for now. The dungeon is more important. The archer let out a surprised cry. How, he's not hurt at all? Mata, standing beside him, had the same expression. Maybe Huli wasn't going all out. Among the group, Feng, wearing a hat, stared at him with glistening eyes. He gave him a high five, giving some sincere praise. I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. I'll give it to you. I'll share half of the rewards with you. Song-an himself also replied cheerfully. All right, you better keep your word. He held the green card in his hand and gave it 2 light shakes. But I just got injured earlier. You attacked me for no reason, so if you don't compensate me with something, that's just not going to fly. In his heart, he was secretly plotting. If you guys want to pick a fight, don't blame me. Huli gritted his teeth, his entire face instantly darkening. Are you done yet? He threw something toward him, his tone sounding a bit hurried. Hurry up! We've already wasted too much time out here. The object looked like a small seed with a blue-spotted shell, C-rank demon flower seed. After being planted, it will grow a patch of demon flowers that automatically attack monsters. Song-an looked down at it, thinking to himself, at least it's somewhat useful. Seems like they don't have anything better left. He furrowed his brows tightly, asking in a stern voice, Are you satisfied now? Just wait until we're in the dungeon. I'll show you who's boss. The guard looked at him, his face showing no emotion at all. So it's 9 people in total, right? Song-an gave a light in response. Quickly, the guard allowed them to enter. All right, you may enter. Chi. Huli also spoke up at the same time. Let's go. That guy even turned around to give Song and a few pointers. Buddy, you've got to make it back alive, okay? He raised his hand with a relaxed gesture, waving goodbye to his friend. Just as he stepped toward the entrance, he noticed the glares from the strategy group members. He couldn't help but sigh and mutter to himself, Looks like this dungeon is going to be a pain. The rumbling of the dungeon gate echoed, bringing a gust of wind that caught the hem of Song-an's coat. But then again, with who I am now, what do I even have to be afraid of? The system immediately popped up a notification window. You have entered the desolate swamp. The system once again introduced the skills. Dual-hearted class. Special. Dual-hearted. The innate talent of a dual-hearted user. Robust. Passive. All attributes increased by 100%. Divergent heart. Passive. When unlocking skill slots, you can possess double the amount of skill slots. Besides that, it also included a detailed description of the pass. Solo player's anti-restriction pass allows you to bypass entry blocks by NPCs for high-danger dungeons. But first, you need to have a teammate. If you take a teammate along, that person will surely be very grateful to you. At the dungeon entrance, water dripped down the cliff walls onto the ground. A group of figures dimly appeared before the entrance. The inside was cold and eerily silent. Huli took the lead, seriously assessing the surroundings. This floor of the dungeon is different from the ones we've been to before. The team's archer also began scouting everywhere. This place has no partitions, it's a single solid mass. As for Song-an, a sense of familiarity welled up inside him. Indeed, this place is as familiar as it gets. In Song-an's mind now, he recalled events from his past life. Back then, this was the area with the most bugs. I had to work overtime to fix the bugs here. I almost met my maker from exhaustion. Truly a time I'd rather not remember. Suddenly, Huli narrowed his eyes, a drop of sweat rolling down his forehead. He noted the left side at the 10 o'clock position. In the middle of the desolate space, the whole group began to tense up. That's probably the boss, right? A massive silhouette appeared, making everyone in this group start whispering incessantly. It looks like some kind of beast, but it doesn't seem to be moving. Maybe we haven't entered its aggro range yet. Scared the life out of me. I thought we'd have to scrap with the boss as soon as we got in. He turned his head toward his teammates and gave them a few careful pointers. Try to dodge the boss and leave it for him to handle. Finally, go scout out the location of the mineral mine first. With that, Huli looked toward the two people. Fong and Trandong, carrying large backpacks, raised their voices to give orders. Hey, you two newbies, keep guard here, okay? Once the mineral mine is found, we can start the job. One of them quickly replied, got it. Tong-an looked over. They began to size up the situation in their minds. Turns out there are other newbies besides me. Judging by their look, they must be merchants called into the team early. While fighting the boss, a chilling wind started whistling inside Dan Duyan. Accompanied by low growls, Tong-an and Huli both quickly detected this anomaly. They're here! A swarm of insects flew out from inside Dan Duyan, forcing the whole group to drop into an attack stance. Heads up, everyone! The monsters are here! Those insects were actually mosquitoes. Every single one of them was freakishly huge. They had blood-red eyes and their wings kept buzzing incessantly. Level 18 Sword Proboscis Mosquito Swarm. 21. They are named that because their stingers are as sharp as swords. They fly fast and can suck blood dry. Huli crouched low, shouting the order to engage in a deep voice. Let's go, boys. He was the first to strike, launching a flame punch straight into the swarm. Matha and another member stepped up simultaneously. Captain, you're letting too many through. The two of them were perfectly in sync, each taking down a giant mosquito. At that exact moment, another mosquito suddenly appeared behind her. A pale gray light flashed out, instantly sniping it before she even realized it was there. The archer was the one who shot the mosquito. The guy who took it out grumbled under his breath. Man, these bugs are so annoying. Tong-an observed them carefully, judging their skills in his head. Their coordination is pretty cracked, isn't it? To be able to sync up this well in just 10 days. People from the strategy group really have the skills. You also notice that even those in logistics and the healers are ready to go at a moment's notice. The mage in the team carefully chanted a spell, making the staff in his hand glow. Power of the fire surface, bless me. A powerful rolling flame appeared instantly, incinerating the entire swarm of mosquitoes in a heartbeat. This made him feel quite surprised. He didn't expect the mage to be this good, too. This group has balanced their combat classes very effectively, and he himself knew exactly how important this issue was. Distributing and arranging combat classes means adjusting the classes based on personal preferences and expertise. Some can do long-range attacks, some handle close quarters, and some use magic. For instance, by equipping magic gear along with magic skills and mana attributes, one can maximize a mage's effectiveness. It's the same for other classes. Tong-an's eyes darkened slightly. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He was suddenly a bit interested in this strategy group. Their 5-man squad is much stronger than a single person's power. Just then, someone screamed. The sound cut through the air. Fong, panicked by the sudden appearance of a giant mosquito, tried to ward it off with a knife. Why did one of them slip through? Trandong, standing nearby, quickly pointed her blade at it. I'll help you, She used her knife to try and block its proboscis, crying out helplessly. "Hurry up!" He stood there, fumbling and unable to attack. "I don't know where to hit it." Seeing the sharp proboscis right in front of her face, she squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Just then, a flash of light zipped past, slicing the mosquito in half. "Over there?" Tong-an, holding his sword, asked very calmly, "You okay?" Still shaken, she stammered in response, "No, I'm fine." He looked straight at Fong and carefully explained the attack strategy. "Even though this mosquito has high attack power, its HP isn't actually that high. As long as you aim right for the abdomen, you can take it down." On the other hand, he thought to himself, as expected, the combat ability of merchants is a major issue. She spoke up very frankly, explaining why she had messed up. "Even so, we aren't exactly a combat class. Besides, the level of these monsters is much higher than ours." Standing nearby, Trandong also introduced herself. "I'm Trandong, and she is Fong. We were recruited into the team to craft equipment." She still hadn't taken her eyes off Tong-an, speaking in a tone full of admiration. "But man, you're a real beast, aren't you? The way you handled that monster was so smooth. And you were even going toe-to-toe with the vice president earlier. What's your plan for coming here anyway?" He dodged her intense gaze, trying to hide his true intentions. "I've got my own reasons." Right now, only one thought was in his head. "I wonder if this mosquito dropped any loot." A light flashed, allowing Tong-an to immediately spot what he needed. "Found it!" As he leaned down to pick it up, another hand reached out first. Fong and Tong-an both looked up at each other, surprised. Realizing she had been rude, she quickly handed the item to him. "Sorry, I saw an item drop here, and I just reflexively went to grab it. This actually belongs to you. After all, you're the one who saved me." The object in Fong's hand was a skinny mosquito leg. Mosquito leg, miscellaneous item. Leg of an iron proboscis mosquito. Can be sold to merchants for a certain amount of spirit coins. Seeing this, he warmly reached out and took it. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." In his heart, he began telling himself how to handle it. A mosquito leg is still meat no matter how small it is. At least it can be sold for spirit coins. We can't let it go to waste. Contrasting with the calm look on Song-an's face, Fong now revealed an excited smile. She carefully hid her hand behind her back. A faint light appeared. "It's a good thing I managed to touch his hand just now. My stealing skill can snatch an item at any time from a player's inventory through direct physical contact." Her eyes now shone with a dangerous and unfathomable depth. "Even if you don't say it out loud, I can guess you have plenty of good loot. How could a regular person possibly stand a chance against the strategy group's vice president? If I can swipe a C-rank gear, I'll hit the jackpot." Over here, Huli crushed a mosquito with one hand, while letting out a sigh. Finally cleared this wave. The archer glanced elsewhere and shouted, "Huli, look at that!" His powerful voice echoed through the cave. "Hey guys, come over here! We found the mineral vein!" This quickly caught the attention of Song-an's group. It seems the mineral vein on this map doesn't respawn any monsters. Chendong turned to look at her, and reminded Fong in a low voice, "We should head over there too." Snapping out of her thoughts, she immediately replied, "Oh, okay." Fong's eyes glanced down, a bead of sweat rolling down her forehead, looking at the glass vial of white powder in her hand. She couldn't help but be curious. "Strange white powder, what is this used for?" Footsteps resonated through the deserted cave. There was ore everywhere. He glanced at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but make a few comments. "Didn't expect things to go this smoothly this time. Before, if we wanted to mine monostones, we absolutely had to take down the boss first. This time, the vein is located in a total safe zone." Then Huli gave the order to the two of them. "Chendong and Fong, you guys can start mining now. If you can craft C-rank equipment, we'll buy them for 200,000 spirit coins apiece." He heard that and replied cheerfully, 200,000? Well, I'd better go all out then. Meanwhile, Fong was secretly monitoring every single move of Song-an. However, in his head, he was currently busy thinking about a few other things. The entrance to the swamp mineral mine? We should be right around here now. Luring the boss out is going to take some effort. Looks like I'll have a chance to use that powder I bought from Adong. Just then, someone called out to him. "Song-an, you turned around with an annoyed look on your face, huh?" Song-an felt a bit puzzled by them. When did they find out my name? Huli stood with one hand on his hip, pointing the other straight at him, aggressively calling him out. "Actually, I've always been curious about something. The fact that you could block my mountain splitter move proves that your stats for strength and agility are no less than mine." His entire body was quickly enveloped in a murderous aura. The glint in his eyes also gradually turned cold. "So your gear must be top tier, which makes me really want to snatch it." Trying to act nonchalant, Song-an replied seriously, "There's no special gear. Blocking that move was just a fluke. Deep down, he began to feel that something wasn't quite right. Showing your true colors now, are we? As he spoke, two mages appeared simultaneously, blocking the path. Whether it was a fluke or not, we'll know once we test it. Despite this situation wasn't difficult for Song-an to handle. Fine then. I've been wanting to test my items on them anyway. He gave a low command with a calm expression. Open item inventory. Seeing this, Hu Li immediately issued the attack order. Don't let him use his items. Surround him. But at that exact moment, his eyes widened in pure shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, huh? Wait, it was clearly right here. Where did my white powder go? Song-an shifted his body to the side, effortlessly dodging two slashes coming from two directions. Looking toward the two people casting spells, Song-an thought, I'm afraid I can't worry about that powder jar right now. He dashed through the flames, activating his acceleration, right as Song-an charged forward. He plotted how to deal with the guys in front of him. The firecaster screamed a warning. That brat is rushing us! The buff guy standing nearby remarked, what a stupid move. The archer muttered while taking aim. He's getting desperate because he can't win. I didn't expect him to dive straight toward Dong. Watch me put a hole through your head! But he just smiled because he knew they were all within his striking range. Then Song-an extended his hand and unleashed black smoke. Hu Li sensed trouble and shouted a warning. Everyone fall back! But he showed them it was already too late. The black smoke surged, inflicting the blindness status on the archer, making him scream in panic. As the arrow flew towards Song, and a notification popped up. Attack failed. He noted to himself, Level 1 and Level 3 black smoke are really worlds apart. It's night and day. Spending all those spirit coins was totally worth it. Then a notification panel appeared. Level 2 black smoke enhanced effects. Range expanded to a 4 mil radius. Skill duration extended to 16 seconds. Can crowd control any target for at least 3 seconds. Level 3, Black Smoke Enhanced Effects. Range expanded to a 5 mil radius. Skill duration extended to 20 seconds. Can crowd control any target for at least 3 seconds. Grants 50% evasion rate against attacks from characters suffering from blindness. Everyone in front was hit by the blindness effect, but Hu Li stubbornly barked out orders. Everyone group up on me! Watch out for a sneak attack! The others acknowledged. Hu Li called out to Abba. Even though the archer was blind, he immediately cast a spell and said, Got it, I'll clear the debuffs right now. Once the cast finished, he was still in a blind state. He grumbled, You just got lucky this time. Wait until I wreck you in a second. He barely finished speaking when Song-an took one of his arms. He did it because, I won't let you get your way. Whether you need to channel energy through your hands or a weapon cutting off your hand is the same as nerfing your skills for good. The other guy was writhing on the ground in agony, but Song-an didn't feel a shred of pity for them, because he said this whole crowd is just birds of a feather. None of them are worth his sympathy. The teammate, hearing the guy screaming, yelled at the top of his lungs, Ata! I'm coming to save you right now! That bastard tried to rush in but was stopped by the girl in the group. Don't be reckless, this is all part of his trap. They huddled close together. Hu Li ordered them to watch every direction. Song-an began to assess the situation. This isn't looking good. Now that these guys are on high alert, it's going to be hard to finish them off quickly. They also have to watch out for their teammates' counterattacks. If only I still had that powder jar, that'd be great. Suddenly someone walked by, startling him. Huh? Looking at them, Song-an thought, Oh, and these two merchants. The blonde-haired one trembled. I have absolutely nothing to do with them. Please don't kill me. While the other one, clearly, a girl disguised as a boy, said, Don't come near me. I'm not afraid of you. He replied, I'm not some monster. Why would I want to take your lives? Unless you guys are planning something against me too? Then Song-an recalled the moment they first crossed paths. That sparked a sudden thought in his mind. Actually, I can't be so sure about that. Song-an called out, Fong, can I confirm something with you? It caught the disguised girl off guard. Huh? He claimed, I've lost something. Then demanded, Could you show me your skills and your inventory? The girl's face turned pale with fear, so she decided to bolt, startling the other merchant who cried out, Fong! Song-an channeled his power and chuckled, Since you've admitted it, this will be easy. He then used an acceleration skill. When she looked back while running, Song-an had already appeared behind her and pinned her to the ground. Pinned down, she screamed, Ow, ow! Ow, ow, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was wrong! Please don't kill me! He pointed his sword at her throat and demanded, Where's the powder jar? She replied, It's in my coat pocket. But you're pinning me down like this, I can't reach it. Let me go and I'll give it to you. Song-an didn't buy it, so he started frisking her himself and said, "Save your cheap tricks. I'll find it myself." Flustered, she screamed out, "Hey, wait, don't just touch me everywhere, you creep." After grabbing the item, he was surprised. "Oh, it's actually here!" she screamed. "Get the hell off me!" Song-an replied, "Since you confessed on your own, I'll let it slide this time." She stood up and cursed, "Pervert!" Anyone could see she was a girl in disguise, except for the guy actually involved. So he wondered to himself, pervert, did he misunderstand something? Come to think of it, shouldn't the black smoke effect have worn off a long time ago? Someone suddenly shouted, "Wait, this has nothing to do with me!" It was the merchant talking to Fong. One of the enemies didn't care and lunged forward, slashing the blonde merchant while screaming, "All of you are going to die!" The merchant collapsed to the ground. The attacker shouted his declaration, "You dared to mess my brother up that badly? You dead meat, I'm going to rip you to shreds!" Sihuli also reassured him, "Aho, we will get revenge for Abba." Sihuli fumed with rage, saying, "Your crowd control skill has a range limit. Now that we know your weakness, there's nothing to fear anymore. Time to send you to hell." Song-an wasn't intimidated and shot back, "Perfect. I wanted to settle this once and for all, too." Sihuli screamed his orders. "Use ranged skills to wear him down first. Force him to show an opening." He cursed them for being so underhanded. The girl was terrified. "What are we going to do?" Song-an replied while parrying, "Find a place to hide." "I don't have time to look after you," Sihuli commanded. "Don't give him a chance to breathe." Consecutive attacks. He immediately opened the jar he just snatched and thought to himself, "Don't think doing this is enough to beat me." Then Song-an hurled it toward the fire they had created. Boom! He stood aside with a smirk, thinking, "Now the real show begins." The buff guy was bewildered. "What the hell? What is this now? Just how many more tricks does this guy have up his sleeve?" Meanwhile, the firecaster covered his nose. "This thing reeks." The one seeking revenge was absolutely livid. "It smells like death. How dare you insult me like this? I'm gonna make you pay with your life." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Crap! Everyone, look up!" Giant mosquitoes appeared, swarming around them. They screamed in terror. "All the monsters are swarming this way." Sihuli yelled, "Damn it, it's a monster lure! Get ready to fight!" The mosquitoes dived to attack the one seeking revenge. He swung his weapon to fend them off, cursing, "Why are these monsters acting so crazy? That low-life son of a bitch!" Suddenly, something wrapped around him. He was instantly yanked away and screamed, "Help me! Save me!" His panicked comrades shouted, "Aho!" A giant frog was the culprit that snatched him up. It was the boss, the ruler of Poison Bone Valley, level 24. The guy was devoured by the frog in an instant. As the frog appeared, a warning flared up. Danger warning. They screamed, "Holy crap, even the boss is here!" "How the hell are we supposed to fight this?" Chihula was fuming. "Where's that bastard Song-an? Why can't I see him anymore?" The frog immediately turned its gaze toward them. The firecaster was the next one caught by its tongue. At the same time, while they were surrounded by monsters, a notification appeared. While Easter Egg Rift D is active, it creates a hidden space that cannot be detected by the outside world. A classic Easter egg. Just a little tweak turns a bug into an Easter egg. Song-an asked the girl, "Why did you follow me in here? Get out now!" She pleaded, "It's safe following you. Besides, it's so dangerous out there. Just let me stay here." Having been robbed, he no longer trusted her and replied, "I don't trust you." She promised, "I swear I won't do anything shady. I've put my hands behind my back, okay?" Song-an warned, "You better walk the talk. Otherwise, you know exactly how this ends." Seeing him, getting so close, she shyly replied, "I know." But inside, she thought, "He's so up close and personal." Song-an looked at her and thought, "Whatever, I'll just let her stay here." Kicking her out now would basically be blowing my own cover. This space is tiny, yet he still managed to squeeze himself in. Is this kid made of water or something? Outside, they screamed, "Matha, kwach kiet!" Hearing that, he grinned from ear to ear and mocked, "Looks like the winner will be decided in no time." The thing Song-an just threw was mother grub powder, frenziedly grinding. The carcasses of mother grubs into powder creates a pungent, rotting stench, but it's a scent that's irresistible to monsters. It's commonly used to lure monsters into one spot. When it hits fire, the effect is even stronger. Only sold to those in need. A dong. One guy was sucked dry into a withered husk. A girl was turned into a pile of mush by the toad. Their teammates cried out in agony, "Matha, why? How could this be?" Chihuli thought while fighting off the mosquitoes. How did such a perfectly coordinated team collapse in the blink of an eye? "It's all that brat's fault." He realized they were toast and roared for Song-an. "Get the hell out here." Does he think the guy was born yesterday? Why would he just pop his head out and let himself get hit? The toad immediately turned to glare at him. Chi-Huli wasn't scared and shouted, "Don't think this means I'm giving up!" He flexed his muscles until his sleeves burst, then created a barrier to protect himself from the toad's tongue, declaring it's far from over. As he pushed it back, Chi-Huli spoke again. Hiding behind and watching it all unfold, the girl was terrified. "This looks way too scary." Song-an, meanwhile, observed and thought, "So his second skill is body expansion, huh?" He knew that. The expansion effect can enlarge the body for 10 minutes, while increasing all attributes by 30%. Aside from looking a bit hideous, the effect is actually goated. Not to mention he has another skill. Then came to a conclusion that after enlarging, the attack range of Mountain Slide also increases accordingly. It's safe to say 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. The musclehead rushed up and landed a punch on the frog. As he punched, notifications kept popping up. Received 120 EXP. Level up to 13, level up to 15. The girl worriedly said, "He leveled up. Could he really solo that boss by himself?" Song-an then reassured her, a boss can't be that simple. He thought Chi-Hulu was about to bite the dust if he didn't help immediately. Then all the damage dealt before would go to waste. Song-an ordered, "You stay right here like a good girl. Don't you dare get in my way," making her scream in fear. "Huh? Do you really want to go out there?" The frog stared at the musclehead and prepared to attack with its tongue again, but that guy used his hands to block it. He looked down on the frog. "You've gone all out already? How come this is all you've got?" Suddenly a notification appeared. "You have been poisoned. HP continues to drop. Movement speed decreased by 20%. He began to cough up blood. He realized that, "Oh no, I'm poisoned," Hulu remarked while looking at his hand. Wherever its tongue touched, the toxin would slowly spread. The frog approached and looked at him like, "You ain't escaping this, boy." Then stabbed its tongue straight into him. It extended its tongue, pushing him a long way back, so far that he slammed into the cave wall. Having finished the job, it retracted its tongue. Only then did Song-an step out and call it, "Hey, you stupid frog." He drew his sword to let it know that it wasn't over yet. "Don't act all chill like that." Song-an declared, I only ran all the way here for your reward. Don't you dare let me down." It immediately used its tongue to attack him, but Song-an easily dodged and taunted it. "Stupid frog. Come and get me," the girl advised. "Wait, not this way. There's a whole swarm of mosquitoes over here." The mosquitoes immediately swarmed toward Song-an. He quickly ran right through them. Song-an smirked because he did that on purpose. Notifications appeared. The number of enemies exceeds 15. Player is in danger. Activated. Attack power, plus 50%. Physical immunity, plus 50%. Magic immunity, plus 50%. Under attack from needle-nosed mosquitoes. Activated effect, Divine Blessing. Immune to damage below 2% of maximum HP. Then he stopped and said, "Little mosquitoes, I'm counting on you guys in a bit." They rushed in to sting Song-an, but he currently had the damage immunity effect. When he saw the frog catching the mosquitoes, Song-an knew the time had come. It pulled a mosquito in and ate it with delight. As it did so, a notification triggered. Easter egg. Snack time. When a large swarm of mosquitoes gathers to attack nearby. Target. The poison bone frog will instinctively attack the prey. Regardless of what it's currently doing, it'll grab a bite first and talk later. Seeing this, Song-an immediately charged forward. He smiled, thinking to himself, "With these guys as cover, it'll be hard for the poison bone frog to land a hit on me." The frog let out a loud cry and lashed out with its tongue, but Song-an dodged it gracefully. Instead, its tongue hit another mosquito. Meanwhile, he used a speed boost to dash forward. Song-an slashed his sword across the frog's body, making it cry out in agony. He declared, "It's not over yet." Song-an immediately cast black smoke at the frog. Notification, poison bone frog has been blinded. The poison bone frog's resistance is too high. Blindness duration reduced to 10 seconds. Attack boost duration reduced to 1 second. Swinging his sword, he said, "Half the time is plenty." Notifications appeared continuously. Blindness duration plus 1 second, plus 1 second, and many more plus 1 seconds. The girl stood there, her jaw dropped. He's so OP, she thought. The boss is getting absolutely cooked again. Then she suddenly felt confused. With his ability, he could totally solo this dungeon. He could take all the rewards for himself. At this rate, won't I end up with nothing? So she made a decision. No way, where are the bodies of that Hulu squad? I should at least loot some of their gear, she said. I think they're over there. The musclehead wasn't dead, just knocked out cold. He began to stir. Song-an slashed at the frog. Countless strikes made it scream in pain. When he was done, its body was covered in wounds. He assessed the situation. Its HP is too low. Did it just go berserk? Looks like it's down to 1/4 health. It began to spit poison. coating its entire tongue with toxins. But Song-an wasn't scared, he was chilling. The mosquitoes around were still there. It started lashing its tongue around wildly. He was completely caught off guard by that move. Song-an thought while dodging. So it started attacking randomly, huh? When the poison hit the ground, it wasn't dark green anymore. It turned into a pale light green. Song-an was shocked. It changed color! This toxin could actually affect the environment. He tried to dodge its tongue, thinking, that move scared all the mosquitoes away. Suddenly, the poison splashed onto Song-an's arm. He felt frustrated. Shoot, this is bad, he said, as the "You have been poisoned" notification popped up during this crisis. Zai Hui's words flashed through Song-an's mind. Environmental selection works both ways. Wherever a deadly toxic creature grows, it follows that an antidote will also exist in that same place. If we add this mechanic to the game, wouldn't it be more logical and interesting? The system then announced, poison effect, 5% HP every 5 seconds. Based on initial health, duration, permanent. Movement speed, 20% for 10 seconds. Song-an gritted his teeth, thinking tensely. Good thing I listened to Zai Hui's advice earlier. Adding detox plants to this map, otherwise this would have been a total nightmare. Suddenly, the frog launched another move at Song-an. Its nasty tongue grazed him, forcing Song-an to gasp, "Ugh!" He scrambled to get away from that disgusting tongue. Once he stood aside, the system notified again, movement speed 20% for 10 seconds. Lingering poison effect. Song-an panted while thinking, even a graze slows me down this much? That's insane. Suddenly, his foot bumped into something. Song-an blurted out in surprise, huh? He looked down and the system immediately showed a description. It was bulrush, a plant that often grows by ponds and lakes. Used for cooling, detoxing, and reducing inflammation. Can be synthesized into an antidote via the merchant class. Song-an thought joyfully, isn't this the cure? He reached out to pick it triumphantly and said, at a time like this, the merchant class finally comes in clutch. I can use materials anytime, anywhere. Then he shouted loudly, craft! The system showed success. Obtained small antidote. Blindness effect cleared. Back to the frog. It regained its sight and let out a confused croak. It spotted Song-an over there, still giving commands to the system. Craft! The frog croaked in anger. Then it used its massive body to leap toward him. Song-an, under the frog's giant shadow, yelled, wait up! The frog landed with a massive thud, shaking the entire cave. Song-an managed to teleport aside just in time. He thought nervously, that was close! I almost got turned into a meat pancake. The frog, failing to kill Song-an, was absolutely fuming. Suddenly it croaked out loud, ribbit, ribbit. Thousands of light specks instantly appeared around it, flickering into a strange circle. It struggled to break free from that zone. Song-an stood outside, puzzled, asking himself, what's going on? The system continued to notify nullified. Nullified, movement is prohibited in this area. Only then did he gradually start to piece everything together. He thought to himself, ha ha ha, looks like the bugs haven't been patched yet. This stupid frog. That last jump didn't do jack to me, but it ended up getting itself stuck. I spent forever testing it back then. Guess I didn't catch all the glitches. But hey, it's actually working in my favor now. While thinking, Song-an drank the antidote he had just crafted. System. Notification. Poison effect has been removed. After drinking it, he thought, a rare chance like this, I'll end you while you're down. Song-an tossed the empty vial aside and immediately charged at the frog. A streak of light pierced through its body, and red liquid immediately splattered everywhere. He cursed under his breath, stupid frog. Next, thousands of light rays tore through the frog. It let out a final pained croak. Once the frog collapsed, the system displayed a series of notifications. Poison bone frog defeated. Level up, status restored. Song-an breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, this time was way easier than before. I've definitely gotten stronger. Song-an walked toward the frog and said happily, next up is the best part, opening the rewards. Where's that skull? Show me the goods. This boss's skill is actually pretty cracked. It can slow enemies down and deal continuous damage at the same time. Too bad my level is so low right now. I've only unlocked one skill slot. What a bummer. The system displayed a prompt for him. The first gold skill slot for the merchant class is empty. Do you accept the ephemeral poison skill? Huangjin, do you accept the ephemeral poison skill? Song-an's eyes sharpened as he blurted out, huh? Don't I already have black smoke? Wait, another skill slot? Does each class have a total of 4 skill slots? Endless calculations immediately raced through his mind. Just now, because I used crafting, it identified me as a merchant. I only designed Easter eggs back then, multiplying them without setting a specific number of skills. I never would have guessed. The system would default to 4 skills for every class. Looks like this is another accidental bug. So I just randomly gained 4 extra skills. This is honestly hype beyond words. Fong was being dragged over by a thug at that moment. She struggled in vain, crying out, "Let me go! I didn't mean it, just let me go!" Hulu grabbed Fong and looked at Song An, saying, "I'm surprised you actually took down the boss. But thanks for the level up, man. My condition is fully restored now." He glared at him and thought to himself, this guy is a variable I didn't plan for. He hadn't expected Hulu to still be alive. He looked at Song An with a fierce face and hissed, "I even caught a little rat sneaking around earlier, trying to steal gear. So do you want to use your gear to trade for your little buddy here?" However, Song An replied indifferently, "What makes you think she's with me?" Fong, still in his grip, screamed, "Let me go! I already told you I have nothing to do with him." Hulu let out a sly smirk. "Oh, so you're not? Fine then, you're useless." As soon as he finished speaking, a punch slammed into Fong, making the girl cough up blood. Then another blow sent the small girl flying away. Fong lay collapsed on the floor, completely spent. Song An stood nearby, just watching the show. He didn't say a single word, quietly observing Hulu's actions. After knocking Fong down, he said cheerfully, "Looks like you're pretty cold-blooded. Not wasting energy on a nobody. Now let's let our strength do the talking. You got lucky and won last time. This time I'm going all out to kill you. Only one of us is walking out of here alive today." Song An replied coldly, "No problem. If this fight is unavoidable, then let's make it quick. Just in time for me to test my new skill." Hulu felt a pang of fear and thought, trembling, what is this? He got another skill already? Isn't he just a common class player? Song An, for his part, took the chance to cast his magic. Leveling up skill. System. Following the command, a flood of data appeared. Venom Infusion, rank S. Skill level 1. Applies a poison effect to the weapon. Lasts for 1 hour. Consumes 25 Venom MP. After the weapon deals damage, it inflicts a poisoned status on the target. Target loses 5% of initial HP every 5 seconds. Additionally, reduces movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. Skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 3. Venom Infusion level 2 bonus effects. Slow effect significantly increases to 30%. If the poison status is dispelled, it immediately deals damage, equal to 20% of the target's initial HP. If the poison effect hits the external environment, venom can persist on surfaces for a short duration. Venom Infusion level 3 bonus effects. Slow effect significantly increases to 40%. Every time the poison effect is triggered, it adds an extra 10% damage to the player's attacks. This is dealt as true damage. Hulu saw Song and activating the skill and was so shocked his jaw dropped. His mind began to race with fear. Maxing out an S-rank skill in the blink of an eye? Doesn't that cost millions of star coins? Dangerous. This guy is way too dangerous. I can't give him an opening. He immediately screamed in order to expand, but Song An's toxin-laced blade was already closing in, along with his whispered words, "Too slow." Then a blade sliced right through him. Red liquid sprayed out instantly. Hulu's system spammed him with notifications. Suffered a heavy strike. Skill interrupted. Poisoned status activated. Slow effect activated. Song An stood to the side, telling the strategy team's vice leader coldly, "Is that all you've got?" Song An dashed forward speedily. Instantly, several gashes appeared on Hulu's body. His whole body trembled before he collapsed to the ground. But his face was full of resentment. He laughed maniacally, muttering, "I really lost." Hearing that laughter left him a bit confused. Song An turned around and asked, "What are you laughing at?" But in response, all he heard was the uncontrollable laughter of Hulu. He was severely wounded, yet he endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he angrily questioned, "I finally get it now. You and Lee J-Roy are 2 peas in a pod." He continued to press. "You guys are the ones who designed this game, aren't you?" Song An stood his ground and calmly replied, "It's true that I used to be a game designer." But he still asked back in confusion, "But what does that even prove?" Hulu turned to look at him, seething with rage. "I thought I was strong, possessing a special class. I even deluded myself into thinking I had a high game IQ. I tried every possible way to craft gear, only to end up being no match for people like you." He clutched the wound on his abdomen, tighter and tighter, but he couldn't stop it. Blood kept gushing out from the injury. Hulu struggled to speak. "I see clearly now. You guys created this game just to flex your achievements and treat everyone else like lab rats?" Looking at Hulu kneeling in a pool of blood, he remained cold. He replied without a shred of sympathy, "I don't really follow what you're saying." He stared at Song An with eyes full of fury, but there was nothing he could do. The boy just let out a light sigh. Kihulu's face was distorted with rage and pain, yet he still flipped him off. Then he spat out a curse. Go to hell! The system quickly popped up. A warning message. Poison effect triggered. Plus 21 points of damage. The final blow. In an instant, he could no longer maintain his defiant attitude. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth and across his body. He went down right then and there. The system notification appeared again. Player Chihulu has died. Song-an watched the scene calmly, a faint cold smile playing on his lips. He wondered, could someone really have manifested this game into reality? But as if remembering something, his expression immediately turned serious. He deduced to himself, I think I remember who Lee Jae-rui is now. He was a former colleague at the company. A superstar in the eyes of his peers, the office genius. Memories began to flood back line by line. Flashback. A blond young man surrounded by a crowd appeared. Song-an thought, slightly puzzled, but basically, I had zero interaction with him. He recalled the blond guy once saying, games aren't in conflict with reality. They can even complement each other. He had acted mysterious, full of self-confidence. If I were the designer, the new world definitely wouldn't just be a game. His doubts remained. The only thing that stuck with me was what he said. Song-an's face grew more serious as he theorized. Combined with Chihulu's description, the chance that he is involved with this world is very high. Ella. His current class and abilities are no joke. Nearby, a pink-haired person lying on the ground suddenly appeared, moving slightly and catching his attention. He thought to himself, as he watched the person slowly and painfully struggle to stand up. Looks like they still have some HP left. Ugh. The person then reached up and pulled off their helmet. Seeing the face clearly, Song-an couldn't help but be surprised. He thought, wait, is that? It's Feng-gu. She looked completely wrecked from her injuries, her breathing heavy and labored. She pleaded desperately, please help me. I think my internal organs are ruptured. Song-an was flustered, his face turning bright red. Thinking back to the moment he held her earlier, he thought to himself, wait, she's actually a girl? Well, about what happened just now, what you don't know won't hurt you. Feng propped her hands on the ground, her whole body trembling. Her speech was interrupted by heavy, labored breaths. Do you have any minor recovery potions? I've used all of mine. I'm willing to buy them at a high price. But he just looked at her coldly and replied slowly, potions can only restore HP and heal external wounds. They're useless against internal injuries. Song-an looked at her, sizing her up, then spoke with an impatient tone. I have another way to help you recover fully, but it depends on what you're willing to give up. I haven't forgotten that you stole from me. Hearing that, Feng gritted her teeth, enduring the pain while feeling a bit guilty. Her brows furrowed tightly. She thought with bitter reluctance, I have to give him all the items I've hoarded? Seriously, it was such a grind to get all this. But if I die, who will take care of Xiao Yu? Her whole body still shaking, her voice grew heavier as she finally compromised. I can give you the star coins in my bag. About 600,000, that's all I've got. Song-an looked at her and thought to himself, for an average person, 600,000 is quite a lot. Seeing that Song-an didn't answer, Feng tried her best to shout as loud as she could, her tone incredibly desperate. I'm begging you, I have to make it back alive. There's someone waiting for me. Song-an was a bit moved by her reaction. This seems different from what I expected. I thought she was just some random petty thief. After all, those eyes don't lie. Around the two of them, giant mosquitoes were swarming in, drawn by the growing scent of blood. He looked around, weighing the situation. But using the elixir feels like a waste. There are still quite a few mosquitoes left to clear out. There's a way to kill two birds with one stone. Song-an finally decided to speak up. His voice carried a hint of a warning. You better not go back on your word later. I don't like being played twice. The pink-haired girl seemed like she couldn't believe it. Shocked that he actually agreed, she asked excitedly, So you're in? He didn't answer. He just casually turned away but explained anyway. However, this method is going to take some time. Find a way to hang in there for a bit, she asked skeptically. Wait, so it's not a potion? Song-an shot back immediately. I never said anything about a potion. He walked further away, but his voice drifted back. There's a certain plant by the lake. Its powder can stop the bleeding. At the very least, it'll take the edge off the pain. Feng sat on the ground in agony, completely drained of strength as she endured. Confused, she asked, What exactly are you trying to do? Song-an felt a bit annoyed. He said with an impatient tone, Why so many questions? Just sit tight and wait for the level up. The giant mosquitoes flew toward a monster corpse. In front of Song-an, a monster, covered in spiked armor, had been taken down by him. The swarm of mosquitoes also slowly approached. Song-an looked at the result before him with satisfaction. He thought to himself, I didn't even have time to collect the rewards earlier because of Chihulu. Better upgrade my gear first. No use being unprepared. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. The system interface quickly appeared with information. Long tongue bone. Quality. Rank C. Enhancement material available for use. Upgrading weapons has a chance to increase the item's quality rank. Can only enhance weapons rank B and below. Rank B weapons require additional materials. Tongue bone of the bone venom toad. Wait, why does the tongue have a bone? Lucky toad oil. Quality, rank B. Unique harvest. Special toad oil that can affect the body. Upon consumption adds 5 points to any stat. Also carries a fixed chance to decrease 5 points from any stat. Randomized. Total increase or decrease will not exceed 25 points. If your stats end up dropping, please don't blame the name. After all, luck is just a skill issue. A pouch of star coins. A money bag containing 50,000 star coins. No further description needed, it's just cash. Song-an finished reading the system notification. He looked at the items floating before him, still feeling a bit dazed. While absent-mindedly swatting a few mosquitoes, he realized the long tongue bone could enhance his bone blade. As for the toad oil, he'd wait for a better opportunity to use it. It would be a disaster if his stats actually dropped. He tinkered with the system interface for a while. Then the system announced, the target for enhancement, bone blade, is a rank B item. Requires 1 additional material of rank C or higher to enhance. He held the weapon in his hand, evaluating it. It seemed that enhancing a rank B weapon required more materials. Song-an stared intently at the gear, lost in thought. The special swallow essence stone. I think that's also a rank C enhancement stone. Let's use that then. Then he waved his hand, channeling energy toward the items in front of him, and initiated the enhancement. After a moment, the cave was filled with thick smoke. But Song-an's face remained clearly visible. With total confidence, his weapon had been successfully upgraded. The system notification quickly popped up. Slasher Bone Blade, rank B, attack plus 180. Perception, plus 15. Special effect, Pierce. Attacks ignore 30% of target's defense, Demon Hunter. Damage dealt to the demon race increased by 10x. Whirlwind Slash, after enhancement. The Bone Blade can perform ranged attacks. However, ranged damage is reduced to half of normal damage. Song-an gripped the blade in his hand, still evaluating its power. Its stats are almost on par with rank A weapons. Then he looked toward the mosquitoes flying nearby, and gave a sly, cunning smile. He thought to himself, let's test this out on them. Song-an looked straight ahead with a serious expression, dropping into an attack stance. He quickly calculated in his head, the distance is about 5 to 10 meters. That should be enough range for a whirlwind slash. He unleashed the move, swinging his blade outward. Instantly, the segments of the blade detached, sending the attack hurtling toward the swarm of mosquitoes. They vanished in a single strike. The mosquitoes were sliced in half, falling like autumn leaves. The blade quickly retracted to its original form. Initially, Song-an's face lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, "That's fire! Now I've finally got a ranged attack too." He thought with determination and confidence. One more goal checked off the list. Next, I need to focus on leveling up. I need to reach at least level 30 to unlock 2 more skills. That will make my advantage even more obvious. The sword in Song-an's hand didn't stop moving. Energy surged around him in waves. He stood tall, facing the mosquitoes ahead of him. He spoke softly. Tai Hui will probably be shocked when the time comes. I wonder if Tai Hui is doing okay right now? I really miss the days we spent chatting. Suddenly, Song-an lunged upward, his power so great it cracked the ground. He resolved to get much stronger before going to find her. Elsewhere, in an underground parking lot, a group of people were gathering. In the center sat a man wearing a mask. He barked, "Are the time and location clear?" The crowd quickly answered in unison, "Crystal clear!" The masked man held up a photo of Tai Hui and said, "It's this girl. The weapon she's carrying is definitely high tier." The mask couldn't even hide his sinister intent. He declared that whoever stole her weapon would have any wish granted by Guilong. Song-an's expression was dead serious. He unleashed strike after strike without pause. The system interface notified him constantly. EXP full, level up. He stopped and looked up. The system panel kept flashing above his head. EXP plus 120, EXP plus 120, EXP plus 120. He looked a bit bewildered. He said awkwardly, "Why did the system language suddenly turn into a mix of English and Vietnamese? What a mess. This place is really glitchy." The system panel announced, "Monsters be eliminated. Dungeon cleared." Song-an stood amidst the mosquito corpses, still a bit dazed. Then he said, stating the obvious, "Well, at least the dungeon is cleared, so it's all good." Suddenly, A friendly-looking chubby guy appeared out of nowhere. He greeted him warmly. "Boss Song, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." He was a bit surprised, but quickly replied, "Just finished up some business." Song-an thought to himself, "True, I just sold that gear this morning." But he still gave a bright, friendly smile, asking how the previous batch of gear was selling. Since Song-an asked, he answered naturally, "Thanks to you, business is booming. Nearly a third of it sold in just half a day." The chubby guy grinned widely, held up 3 fingers, and said, "The Dongshan Guild members were the biggest buyers. Almost every one of them bought 2 or 3 items. I even jacked up the price by 30,000 per piece." Song-an kept smiling. His eyes sparkled as he offered high praise. "You really have a head for business. You sure know how to hustle." But in his heart, he thought, the Dongshan Guild must be that group of thugs. They deserve to get ripped off. The chubby guy got even more excited after being complimented. He bragged gleefully, "But out of their 1,000 items, there was 1 rank. See, they suspected I was scamming them and tried to jump me. It's their own bad luck, yet they blame others. Luckily, everyone who attacked me got punished by the system. They all got served." Song-an listened quietly and reflected. It seemed to be because of that Easter egg from before. He pointed behind him and said with a smug look, "I don't have as much to sell this time as before. Just some raw materials from the monsters. I hope you don't mind the quality." The chubby guy didn't hesitate. He immediately dropped 3 large backpacks onto the ground and zipped them open. Inside, they were packed with monster bones and fossils. He gleefully replied, "I'll take them! Of course I'll buy. You're a regular. Besides, my main hustle is still general trading. Dealing in gear is just something I do on the side." Seeing the chubby guy so hyped, Song-an acted friendly, putting an arm around his shoulder and saying persuasively, "How about you wait until I get more minerals? Then we can craft some gear. We haven't even started mining the magic crystals over there yet." The chubby guy couldn't have been happier to hear that. He immediately agreed, "Deal. Same price as before, okay?" Suddenly, a cloth bag was held out in front of Song-an. Along with that voice, Song-an saw it was Feng, who had recovered after reaching level 15. She handed the bag of money to Song-an, though her expression was a bit reluctant. "Here is the 600,000 worth of items I promised. I'm keeping my word. Thanks for saving me." She pressed the bag into his hand and said, "Now we're officially square." Song-an readily agreed and replied, "No problem." Opening the item inventory, she spoke with a sense of urgency, "So just take it already." Then Feng turned to the chubby man and said, "I'd like to sell some things now." He responded cheerfully, "Sure, as long as it's not illegal, I'll buy anything." Song-an was slightly surprised and thought, "Didn't she say those were all the items she had? Am I getting played again?" She walked over to Chi-Hu's corpse. Lightly touching his arm, she began to cast a spell to loot his body. Watching this, he finally relaxed a bit. So these were the items she was talking about? Feng held up the newly found dagger and examined it. "This doesn't look like it's worth much." As if sensing the surprise of Song-an and the chubby guy, the pink-haired girl calmly began to explain. "My skill is steal. I can swipe 1 item from the inventory of any player I touch. I just found out it also works on corpses." She turned to Song-an and said, "I can take these, right? It would be a total waste to just leave them here." He simply replied indifferently, "This wasn't part of our agreement." Song-an's face suddenly turned pensive. He thought that in a normal game, dead players would respawn at a save point, and no corpses would be left behind like this. But this is reality. In that case, steal is actually pretty OP. I need to rethink some of these skills. The more she searched, the more annoyed she got. She said angrily, "Why is all of this just useless junk? My skill has a cooldown limit on the number of uses per character." A blue orb appeared in her hand, making everyone curious. "What is it this time?" Song-an looked at her and said, "Open it and see." Feng asked back, confused, "You mean this thing? Is it worth a lot?" He explained with a serious expression, "Sometimes what's inside is more valuable than how it looks. This is called a hexa image orb. It can store specific visual records. He must have carried it for a reason." But in his head, he was secretly thinking, "I wonder if there's any info in there about Li Jirei." He said to press the button on top to open it. The blue orb began to hiss with white smoke as it slowly opened. She shouted excitedly, "It's open!" A stream of blue energy shot out. The image of the guy in the demon mask appeared. He said, "Hu Li, my brother. Long time no see regarding that matter from before. Have you made up your mind yet?" Seeing this, Song-an felt a wave of disappointment. It wasn't Li Jirui, but the chubby man next to him couldn't hide his shock. He said, "That's the big boss of those guys who bought the gear this morning." The masked man continued, "With your talent, it's a real shame for you to be working under him. We just need to coordinate from the inside and outside to make you the new guild master of the strategy group. Then we can become the most powerful force in the new world. All resources will belong to us. Song-an asked back somewhat skeptically, "Are you saying this is the leader of the Dongshan Society?" I didn't expect Chi-Hu Lee to have this kind of connection. The masked man on the screen kept rambling on. "Tell you what, I will provide intel on a masterpiece weapon to show my good faith. After all, we're all in the same boat. However, whoever gets it depends entirely on their own skill." Hearing this, he immediately went on high alert. A masterpiece weapon? It couldn't be. Zai Hui's image appeared once again. He spoke mysteriously. "The weapon is in this girl's hands." Song-an furrowed his brows in a fit of rage. He screamed, "I'm gonna end you!" Meanwhile, in a city with crumbling walls and not a single building left standing, a spatial portal appeared. 4 people stepped out. Sun Yui looked at the item in his hand, and with a face full of doubt, he asked Zai Hui, "Are you really giving me this boss drop gear?" The system window had already appeared before him. Wolf King's left leg, grade C quality, agility +12, stamina +9, special effect, swiftness. Movements become more fluid for a duration, with a slight chance to dodge attacks. Zai Hui's face beamed with radiance. She turned to look at Sun Yue and praised him excitedly. "You put in the most effort during the boss fight, so this definitely belongs to you. That final hit you landed on the Wolf King was so clutch." The teammates standing nearby also agreed. "For real." Basking in the praise, he laughed heartily while scratching his head. Then he said bashfully, "Man, you're making me blush." "All right, I'll take it then." Zai Hui quickly spoke up to distribute the rest of the loot. "Let's split the rest evenly. Does anyone have any objections?" The system notification appeared again. "Danyan has entered cooldown." Hearing that, everyone shouted in unison, "No problem." Suddenly, Xiaomei's voice rang out, sounding a bit annoyed. "Why is there so little this time? Are you sure this was a fair split?" Hearing her say that, Sun Yu, standing nearby, called her out in frustration. "Xiaomei, give it a rest. If you had actually farmed more mana crystals, we definitely would have had more than this. You're always making excuses to skip this, and refusing to do that." Xiaomei wasn't about to take Sun Yue's criticism lying down. She fired back even louder. "It's not like you don't know. The mana crystals over there are inside the Wolf King's leftover kills, scattered everywhere. Everything reeks of rotting flesh. How was I supposed to stomach that?" The two of them got increasingly loud. Sun Yue questioned her angrily, "But out of all of us, you're the only one who knows how to craft gear. Whether our equipment is good or trash literally decides whether we live or die." Xiaomei snapped back fiercely. "Oh, so now you're just gonna dump everything on me?" Zai Hui, standing not far away, saw the situation and quickly tried to calm Sun Yue down. "It's okay, guys, let's stop fighting." She looked at Xiaomei gently and explained, "Low-level mana crystals aren't that useful right now anyway. If we don't have them, we don't have them. I know Xiaomei has been working hard too. I'll just give her my share of the reward. We'll still need to rely on you to craft gear for the team later on." Then she pulled up the system and said, "I'm going to find a place to rest first. Good work, everyone." She then opened the map. Seeing this, Sun Yue's anger cooled down. "Well, if Zai Hai isn't making a big deal out of it, then we'll drop it." From a distance, Xiaomei glared at Zai Hui, her face full of jealousy. She thought to herself with total contempt, what a hypocrite. She says we're a team, yet all she does is criticize. Does she think she's so high and mighty just because she's the only one with high-tier gear? And everyone's just sucking up to her. It's seriously annoying. It would be great if her weapon just disappeared. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Coming early isn't as good as coming at the right time. We just got here and already ran into each other." Guilong and his gang, weapons in hand, smirked deviously. His tone was a bit playful. "Since it's our first time meeting, I'm Guilong, the leader of the Dongshan Society." This sudden appearance immediately put Zai Hui's group on high alert. She thought to herself, the Dongshan Society? From the surrounding woods, several more people emerged. In an instant, they had Zai Hui's group of 4 completely surrounded. "We're trapped in the middle!" Even though Zai Hui was terrified inside, she had to keep her cool. She asked, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding? We don't have any beef with you guys?" Guilong and his lackeys smirked even more maliciously. He said mockingly, "No beef at all. I just want to borrow your weapon for a bit." The taunting voices of Guilong's gang rose in a chaotic clamor. "Where's your weapon? Why don't you bring it out and let us have a look?" By now, she was panicking slightly. Clutching her arms to her chest, she refused. "I'm sorry, I can't let you borrow it. I'm just holding on to this for someone else." A lackey nearby whispered into Guilong's ear, "Boss, that bracelet on her wrist is the weapon. I've seen it transform before. He was instantly intrigued and remarked, "Interesting. Looks like a real treasure." Chungyong, standing beside Zai Hui, couldn't take it anymore. He spoke up in frustration. "Are you guys even capable of being reasonable? Bringing a whole crowd like this, are you planning to rob us?" But Guilong only gave a mocking laugh at his words. Then he coldly gave the order. "Reasonable? Let's show them reasonable, Wu Jai." Wu Gai charged forward, immediately thrusting his weapon forward. "Copy that." Following Wu Jai's attack, the weapon surged, straight toward Zai Hui's group. Caught off guard by the strike, she and her teammates were frozen in place. The blow landed squarely on Chungyong's chest, sending him flying backward. Zai Hui was terrified by the sight. "Chungyong!" Guilong watched the scene with amusement, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Get it now? Out here, my word is the law." Then he commanded coldly, "Capture them, but don't kill them." Seeing the threat, she held out her bracelet, which was shaped like a monster's eye, and urged her team, "Get close to me." The bracelet began to glow intensely. She silently prayed, "I'm counting on you." A protective barrier formed around her and her teammates, pushing back Guilong's approaching lackeys. With a look of sheer determination, Zai Hui glared at Guilong, as if to say she wouldn't let him have his way. Zai Hui hurriedly conjured a barrier sphere to protect Sun Yue's group. One of the enemies cried out in panic, "What's going on?" Guilong yelled in frustration, "It's just a shield! Don't be pussies, keep attacking!" The hesitant crowd looked at each other and nodded. Watching them rush forward aggressively, Sun Yue anxiously asked Zai Hui, "What should we do now?" "They're coming at us again!" "Should we go out and fight back?" She hesitated, quickly analyzing the situation. "They have too many people. We definitely can't take them all on," he said irritably. "Damn it. We'll just have to go all in against them." With a shield MP cost of 15th, Zai Hui immediately stopped him. "The shield can hold out for a while. Wait until they're worn out. Then we'll find a way to escape." Suddenly, an item info window appeared. Eye of the Demon. Rarity, Grade A. Type, Necklace. Summons demonic power to create a powerful shield of fire. Defense stat is 150 times the strength stat. Consumes all MP. Cooldown 2 hours. Special effect, Transformation. Can be transformed into a weapon. Once the demon necklace is equipped, no other weapons can be used. After transformation, new attribute statuses will be granted. Demonic contract, exchange for power under specific conditions. Effectiveness level is determined by these conditions. Renji, standing nearby, was also panicking big time. "Why is my healing turning into damage?" He tried to heal his teammates, but everything backfired because of the curse. Under the obsession backlash, healing converts into damage. Wu Jai asked smugly, "How do you like my grade A skill, Obsession Spear? It's sick, right? It has a very special effect on healing." The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. She cried out in shock. "What is happening?" Sun Yu looked around and realized Xiao Mei was missing. Didn't she make it inside? As he spoke, a henchman came forward to report excitedly, "Boss, we caught one of them!" Xiao Mei panicked, waving her hands and shouting, Wait, I have something to say." Guilong praised her, satisfied. "Well done. Bring her here, the rest of you, keep attacking!" Sun Yue suspected Xiao Mei was about to sell them out, and his face immediately soured. He roared a threat at Chen Xiao Mei. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, a hammer swung out of nowhere, nearly hitting Sun Yue, scaring him into silence. A beefy guy exhaled a heavy, labored breath, asking in disbelief, "Why is this thing so damn tanky?" "My gear's about to break. It's even tougher than a boss." Watching the other group gradually tire out, he flexed on the underlings with a smug look. "How could you guys possibly break this? This is the power of a top-tier weapon." Feeling his authority being challenged, a man stepped up to the plate. "Move over. I don't believe for a second that I can't smash this shield." Someone nearby chimed in, "The heavy hitter, a man, is taking action. This is going to be a good show." Sun Yue then casually mocked them. Great, another guy with a hero complex. He ignored the warning, letting out a powerful roar and unleashing a massive punch. His flaming fist collided with the shield, sending a shockwave through the air. But against the invincible power of the shield, a man could only pull back his hand in pain. Sun Yue excitedly taunted him. "You see that? Had enough yet? I told you small-timers you couldn't do jack." In contrast, Zai Hui worriedly told Sun Yue, "Shouldn't we be keeping a lower profile right now?" No, a man grew even more furious after being humiliated by Sun Yue. "Just you wait. If you step out of there, you're dead meat." Things weren't looking any better for Xiao Mei. Guilong thrust his mace toward her and, with a threatening voice, said, "Talk." Xiao Mei was so terrified she couldn't find her words. He then slowly approached her, asking softly, How do we break this barrier? Surely you must know, right? However, his actions were the total opposite of his soft tone. His mace seemed to be pressuring Xiaomei to tell the truth. Sun Yue hurriedly shouted out, trying to stop Xiaomei. If you still think we're a team, then don't say a word. Without hesitation, Xiaomei bluntly told them what she knew. The barrier's defense is very strong. Unless the caster allows it, it's nearly impossible to break from the outside. However, Guilong wasn't buying it. Not going to tell me? Looks like I'll have to make things a little painful for you, Xiaomei hurriedly explained. No, that's not it. I mean, the stronger something is, the more obvious its weakness. Once in a dungeon, this shield was actually shattered. She recalled the situation from back then. Once it breaks, the shield enters an extremely long cooldown, and all other abilities of the gear will be sealed. Seizing the opportunity, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Well done." "Give it everything you've got!" Sun Yue roared in sheer resentment. "Chen Xiaomei, you traitor!" Xiaomei, on the other hand, didn't look sorry at all. With a smug look, she thought to herself, if anyone's to blame, only have yourself to blame for having such a flashy weapon. In this situation, surrendering is the only smart move. Isn't it easier to just hand over the gear and be done with it? Then a relentless wave of attacks followed. From volleys of arrows to thunder strikes, they repeatedly slammed directly into the shield. Finally, a crack appeared. Under the heavy pressure from the mob outside, the cracks gradually spread, much to the group's horror. Zai Hai was stunned as Sun Yue called out, "Zai Hui, the barrier is starting to crack!" She had noticed it too and replied flustered, "It's probably reaching its limit." Seeing that the time had come, Guilong excitedly gave the order and even put up a bounty. "Looks like it's about to shatter. Whoever breaks it first gets 3 grade C items." The situation shifted instantly. Panicked, Zai Hui silently steeled her resolve. "Song An lent me this weapon. I have to return it to him in one piece. I can't let Song An down. This shield must not break." The eye of the demon seemed to be waiting for her to wake up. Indeed, Zai Hui was also thinking, "I need power." As soon as she said it, to her amazement, a beautiful female demon appeared amidst a sea of light. Her eyes were like radiant flowers in full bloom. She spoke enchantingly. "The power you want, I can give it to you." She slowly broke into a smile and explained, "I can feel your intense craving for strength." The demon before her turned out to be the succubus, Lam Eo. Stunned, Zai Hui stammered, "You're the demon inside the weapon?" But deep down, she felt a sense of unease. I haven't even summoned her yet, but she appeared on her own. Lam Eo glanced at the panicking group with Sun Yue and made an offer. "Looks like things are getting pretty dicey. The shield is about to break, and your teammates are being threatened. You're running out of time." With that, she slowly drifted toward Zai Hui, her voice sweet and tempting. "So do you want me to unleash your power? It will only cost you a little something." Lam Eo was skilled at persuasion. "You really want to protect them, don't you? My form can protect your teammates." Then, she immediately leaned in close, gently lifting Zai Hui's face. Her expression was full of amusement. She whispered, "And the trust that person has in you, right? The contract can help you solve everything. Sign the contract." In such a desperate situation, this was the only way left. She hesitantly accepted, "I agree." "Tell me, what are the conditions?" Eyes opened all at once as the space turned eerie and mystical. Lam Eo said happily, "Your present and your future." As she spoke, just as the shield shattered into pieces, a massive surge of mana rushed in. Strange patterns etched onto the shield, gradually regenerating it. With a simple snap of the fingers, the shield was fully restored. It was as shiny as if it had never been damaged. This sight left both Sun Yue and Renji completely stunned. He asked in disbelief, "What's going on?" In the blink of an eye, the cracks on the barrier are all gone. It seems even tougher than before. Meanwhile, Zai Hui's mana stats were constantly breaking records. Power increased to 176+6. Thanks to that power, the barrier strength jumped to 37,200. Exhausted, she thought to herself, looks like the contract was successful. But at the same time, Zai Hui's physical body had to endure an equivalent amount of pressure. It turned into chains, binding her tightly. Stamina points dropped. One attribute was sacrificed and converted into power. Furthermore, stamina will no longer increase upon leveling up. Seeing that Zai Hui was safe, the two scrambled to check on her, asking, "Zai Hui, what happened?" Finally, her strength gave out and she fell. Sun Yue and Renju rushed frantically to Zai Hui's side. Before losing consciousness, she could only lament helplessly. This attribute drain feels so painful. Luckily, Zai Hai was only slightly dazed, though her body was trembling. Sun Yue was so worried he almost snapped at Zai Hui. "Your attributes. You've just ruined your entire future." "Why would you do such a thing?" She had to make up an excuse to brush it off. Well, at least we're still safe, aren't we? Zai Hui grabbed their arms, and all three of them stood up tall to fight back. Perhaps this is a gamble with destiny? This sight completely stunned Guilong. His jaw dropped, and breaking into a cold sweat, he barked, "What the hell is going on?" The barrier was just about to shatter. How is it back to normal like nothing even happened? Standing nearby, Wu Jai spat out in frustration, "Damn it! I'm completely out of MP." Guilong turned his angry gaze toward Xiao Mei. Terrified, she immediately started waving her hands, trying to explain. I don't know how. This is the first time anything like this has happened." Then a wicked glint flashed in his eyes, as he gave the order, "Get every single brother guarding this dungeon over here right now! If I don't get my hands on this gear today, I swear I won't stop!" In the nearby forest, a beat-up red car was pushing its limits to reach them for backup. Song-an sat inside, speeding toward the location where Zai Hui and the others were. By this point, he was so worried he was losing his cool, constantly pressuring Nam. "Can you go any faster?" He replied helplessly, "I've got the pedal to the metal!" Song-an then furiously punched the car's grab handle to vent his rage. "Damn it, damn it!" He startled Feng so much that he didn't dare move. He quickly tried to think of a way to use the teleportation Easter egg, but there wasn't enough time. The requirements were just too complex. For now, all he could do was transmit audio through it. Song-an's face hardened as he silently prayed, "Please don't let anything happen." Sunset began to fall, casting shadows over the buildings. After a period of standoff, heavy footsteps approached. At the same time, a system warning blared. "The barrier has been shattered." Sun Yu stood at the front to shield the others. He fiercely declared, "If you want to touch Zai Hui, you'll have to go through us first." Though Renji was scared, he added, "And me too." As things stand, the demon's necklace has entered a dormant state, lasting for 1 hour and 21 minutes. Combined with signing the contract, her energy has been completely drained. Zai Hui gave an awkward smile. Right now, both her attack and defense stats are at 0. Guilong's crew were also wiped out, gasping for air. However, they still had the advantage in numbers. Feeling hyped, he started talking smack. "What do you punks have left to fight me with?" Zai Hui's updated status window is as follows. Zai Hui, level 16 warrior class, HP 2020, MP 1212. Class skills, robust passive skill. Obtained Phantom/level 1. Strength, 176 +1. Perception, X intelligence, X power, X agility. Remaining points, 0. Special effects, demon contract. After leveling up, besides strength, no other attributes will increase. The other team only has 3 people left, Zai Hui, Sun Yu, and Renja. The Dongshan Guild had the upper hand in numbers, so one member started acting tough. "Looks like you guys are at the end of the line." Despite being outnumbered, Sun Yu stood his ground bravely, refusing to run away. "Don't come any closer, we're not scared of you." Looking at the eye-shaped bracelet on Zai Hui's wrist, Guilong showed his absolute greed. This gear is seriously OP. It took so many people attacking just to crack it. His eyes lit up behind his demon mask, his smile becoming incredibly sleazy. "Thinking about how it's about to be mine gets me so hyped." Guilong didn't hesitate for a second. He ordered the lackeys standing behind him. "A man, Wu Jai! Kill those 2 idiots blocking the way." The 2 were confused by Guilong's demand. A man hesitated and tried to talk him out of it. "Boss, that's not a good look." Wu Jai also hesitated, reminding him of his own words. "Didn't you say before that we only loot items and don't catch bodies?" Seeing those 2 yapping too much, Guilong snapped and spun around. His eyes glared intensely like high-beam headlights. He barked at them, "Do exactly as I say!" Guilong must have used some kind of skill just now. A man and Wu Jai became dizzy and lightheaded. They looked like they had been completely brainwashed. Not long after, they began throwing their heads back and laughing mockingly. A man's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a smug laugh. That laugh signaled a series of dangerous actions he was about to take. "I don't know why, but right now I'm really itching to see what it feels like to kill someone." Ren just sensed the vibe shift and said grimly, "The atmosphere has completely changed. It feels like they're actually coming for our lives now." Only then did Sun Yue start to feel a bit of hesitation. "Can we talk this over?" Seeing how bad the situation had become, Zai Hui frowned, lost in thought. "I don't want people like Sun Yu to risk their lives for me." "I'm sorry, Song-an. But for my teammates, I have no other choice." Then her lips moved. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Can you hear me? Zai Hui, can you hear me?" It turns out it wasn't just Zai Hui, Sun Yu and Renja who heard it, but the entire Dongshan Guild heard it too. Guilong thought someone was playing a prank on them. He snapped, "Who's there? Show yourself right now." The recording continued to play. I know you guys ran into the Dongshan Guild. The situation is critical, but I can't get there immediately. Damn it, this recording has a time limit. I'll keep it brief. All three of them froze and listened intently. Son Yai had a hunch that this voice belonged to... The recording contained a request from the sender. Before I arrive, please buy me some time. Zai Hui's eyes suddenly widened. She knew it. It was Song An. He managed to get out one last sentence. 15 minutes. Just hold out for 15 more minutes. I'm on my way. Renja was left dazed. The voice stopped, and Sun Yue, standing nearby, began cursing Song An. At this rate, holding out for even 1 minute is nearly impossible. Let alone 15, like it's gonna be that easy. Guilong also heard the conversation. Naturally, he knew exactly what they were planning. He immediately ordered Wu Jai to charge. You still think you can stall for time? If you want to hold out, let's see just how long you can last. At the same time, a man also lunged forward to attack Sun Yue. He talked trash about Song An while parrying the blows. Dream on, that Song An guy is just capping again. Even if he shows up, what's he gonna do? Can he even handle this many people? The opponent replied, know your place. No matter how many more people come, it's not gonna help you guys. Wu Jai aggressively swung his club at Renji, making him cry out in pain. Xiaomei had betrayed them and joined the Dongshan Guild. Now she stood behind Guilong, trying to advise them. Sun Yue, I suggest you guys wake up and smell the coffee. Hand over the weapon. Just take the L quietly, and you wouldn't have to deal with this. She leaned in close to him, trying her best to suck up to him. After all, with things like gear, whoever's stronger gets to keep it, right? Isn't that right, Boss Guilong? He was extremely pleased to hear her say that. You really know how to play both sides, don't you? The bar to join the Dongshan Guild is very high. The girl replied in a soft tone, as long as Boss Guilong protects me from now on, I'll do whatever you say. Sun Yue witnessed all her flip-flopping. He felt nothing but pure disgust for her. Chen, Xiaomei, just looking at your face right now makes me want to puke. He suddenly threw a punch. A man, caught off guard, took the full force of it. He let out a cry of pain and staggered back. He dug his feet firmly into the ground to keep himself from being knocked back any further. Struggling to stay upright, Sun Yu summoned his staff. He was betting everything on the credibility of that recording. Song An, I really hope you can back up your talk. A lot depends on it. I'm buying you 10 extra minutes. He held the staff horizontally in front of his chest. I don't know why, and even though you're kind of a jerk, you're still way better than this lot. Seeing Sun Yue preparing to fight back, Guilong threatened him immediately. Regardless of what kind of people we are, you're about to be a corpse anyway. Xiaomei stood nearby. Watching him pull out of the staff, she got curious and started wondering. I've never seen him use this staff before, have I? Zai Hui whispered, Sun Yue, aren't you going to... He frowned and answered her firmly, Zai Hui, your stats are way too low right now. You'd better stay put and don't move. Anne used the tip of the staff to draw a circle around where she stood. I really didn't want it to resort to this, because I have some bad memories associated with it. As the two ends of the circle met, it immediately transformed into a pillar of golden light, shooting upward and surrounding Zai Hui to protect her. She listened to him in a daze. But if you say this is a gamble, then I'll take my chances too. The small monkey instantly blew a horn, telling a heartbreaking lie. Wrenched. Sun Yue had now transformed into the appearance of Sun Wukong. Holding the staff in his right hand, he recited the legendary line of the Monkey King. Old Sun is back! At that moment, the system announced the activation of the Easter egg, Old Sun's Monster Warding Circle. Upon activating Old Sun's Monster Warding Circle, the user transforms into Sun Wukong effect. The user will automatically taunt enemies. Duration, 10 minutes. If you've got the guts, come at me, Old Sun. Seeing him only transform into a monkey, Guilong laughed mockingly. He spent all that time just to play act as a monkey? Are you some monkey brought in for entertainment? Sun Yu didn't even bother replying. He ordered the little monkey on his head. Little monkey, show these guys what's up. The monkey heard this and immediately raised its horn. It gave a quick blast to test the sound. Then a melody began to play from that horn, catching everyone off guard. Together we stood beneath the moonlight, making vows we'd never forget, do you remember? The promises we made to never part ways. A love that brings a lifetime of pain, guiding each other through this world of sorrow. Have you forgotten the vows of when we were one? Now it's nothing but a fleeting passion, and the one who leaves is usually the one in pain, surrounding my life with another heartache. Do you remember our old promises? Vowing our love beneath the moonlight. The power of the lyrics washed over the opposing team. The pink-haired guy rolled up his sleeves and barked aggressively. I don't get it. But Loki feels like he's dissing us. The blonde-haired guy felt the same way. I'm suddenly getting really triggered, the black-haired guy growled, wanting to crush that fat pig. After finishing the emotional index measurements, the system announced that the area had been enraged. Sun Yu shouted heroically, "Your granddaddy is right here. If you've got a problem, take it out on me. Lies that break hearts. Lies that cause pain." Instantly, swords and spears. A barrage of weapons was hurled right at his crotch. Sun Yue quickly did the splits to dodge, exclaiming, "Holy crap, that was close." Why do you lie? Seeing the massive army in front of him, he immediately hauled tail in every direction. "That's way too many! Mama, help!" The crowd behind him scrambled in pursuit. "Don't let him get away!" Even though he was scared to death, Sun Yu still taunted them, "Come and get me!" Everyone lost their minds and charged after him, except for Guilong, who stayed sharp and realized it was a ruse. He roared an order, "Everyone get back here right now!" "He's just trying to stall for time." In response, the monkey continued to blow the horn. "Gao-o! Tumi kaptrale Gao-o!" Guilong went cluck cluck. "Gao-o, Gao-o! Guilong is as dumb as an ox!" The system displayed the opponent's status. Player Guilong has been taunted. Guilong was livid. "You're the one clucking! You're the dumb ox! Kill him for me! Don't let him leave alive!" The blonde-haired guy lunged forward, swinging his blade down. Sun Yue reacted quickly and dodged to the side. The crowd threw their weapons at him again. He performed a few rolls and managed to evade them. While they were attacking with everything they had, Sun Yue was dodging for his dear life. They were frustrated as hell. What the heck is going on? He's dodging every single attack. He's clearly a big guy. So why is he so cracked at movement? Seeing them struggle because they couldn't land a hit, he gave a smug laugh. I dumped all my attribute points into stamina and agility. There's no way I'm getting caught that easily. The secret lay in the skill he applied to his legs, plus the effect from the Wolf King's left leg, which makes me even more OP. The system notified him that agility was active. Sanya thought to himself as he ran, "It's been almost 8 minutes now. Holding out for a bit longer shouldn't be too hard." But because he was too focused on the crowd behind him, he didn't notice a man approaching right in front of him. By the time he looked back, he saw the other man swinging a fist at him. Sun Yue was absolutely terrified. "You gotta be kidding me." He took a direct hit, the force of the blow sending Sun Yue flying quite a distance. A man and 2 others stood over him, daring him to run. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Sun Yue lay on the ground in agony. The monkey on his head blew the horn to encourage him, but of course, the enemy just scoffed. "Where's that cocky attitude from earlier? All right, boys, it's time to show him what we're made of." Meanwhile, seeing that encouragement wasn't working, Sun Wukong immediately said goodbye to him. "Bye-bye now." Sun Yue coughed up a large pool of blood. He thought miserably, "I'm cooked for real this time." The player is no longer able to maintain the skill. Zai Hui's protective circle also vanished. Player in danger. Removing Old Sun's monster warding Easter egg. Old Sun's monster. The protective circle disappeared. Wu Jai stepped forward to capture her. Zai Hui spoke loudly to Guilong. "You already have the gear, now let my friend go." He took the ring and examined it closely. "I looted this fair and square based on my own strength. What's the problem if it belongs to me now? Since it's mine. Why are you trying to negotiate terms with me?" Realizing he was backstabbing them, she furiously cursed at him. "You bastard!" Guilong slowly walked toward her. "Don't even dream of resisting the Dongshan Guild. This is a lesson for you all." Zai Hai refused to give in like that. She cursed him. "Karma will get you eventually." Guilong laughed hysterically. "Karma? Are you seriously pinning your hopes on that teammate? Who couldn't even make it here in time? Even if he shows up, so what? Can he take on our entire guild?" After staring at Zai Hui's unyielding face for a moment, he suddenly tilted her chin up. "On second thought, you're actually pretty easy on the eyes. It'd be a waste for you to die. Become my woman. And I'll spare you. What do you say?" Facing that monster, she showed no fear. Unyielding, she looked him straight in the eye. "Keep dreaming. Even if I die, I'll never compromise with scum. Like you." Seeing her rejection, Guilong slapped her hard in frustration. He said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you." Guilong left behind a single dismissive remark. "Just kill her already," and walked away. Wu Jai grabbed her hair and replied, "Yes, sir." He raised his spear and grinned at Zai Hui. "I've never experienced the thrill of taking a life. With just one single strike, I'll use you to find out today." Suddenly a blade swung out, followed by a command. "Stop right there." The newcomer was Song-an. Wu Kai took a direct hit, blood splattering everywhere. Hearing the scream, Guilong turned back to see what was happening. He saw the boy catching, Zai Hui looking at her with his teeth clenched in rage. "I'm so sorry." Looking at the deep red handprint on Zai Hui's face, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "It's my fault for not being able to protect you." He raised his head, his eyes burning with pure murderous intent. "My Dongshan Guild swears we cannot exist under the same sky as you all." Instantly, Song-an activated 100-mile sound transmission. Easter egg 100-mile sound transmission. Activation condition. Identify target. Must be over 100 miles from the target point. Voice modulation. System determined. Effect. Transmits voice to a designated location. At a distance of over 100 miles, voice travels at the speed of sound. Furthermore, recording time is limited. Though less than 1,000 miles away, 900 miles away, the effect is still top tier. Late afternoon approached, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Guilong acted tough, shouting that he'd take on the whole Dongshan Guild. Big words, huh? Yet deep down, he was starting to feel a bit spooked. Wakai had been one-shotted instantly. Where the hell did this kid come from? Guilong pointed his weapon at Song-an threateningly. "You're acting this cocky. All by yourself? Even if there are others hiding, the result will be the same." Nearby, Lind, Nam and Feng were startled by his threats. Once they realized what was happening, they were terrified. Nam wondered to himself, why did Song-an just dive straight in? He's taking on the whole Dongshan Guild. Meanwhile, Feng held his head in fear. "Scared the life out of me. I thought we'd been spotted." At the scene of the battle, Song-an ignored Guilong, gently setting Zai Hui to the side. This drove Guilong insane with rage. He barked, "Hey, I'm talking to you! You aren't making it out of today alive." Once he knew Zai Hui was safe, he stood up and glared at Guilong with sharp eyes. "Why so much yapping? If you're gonna make a move, do it. Mouse-o." As soon as the words left his mouth, a mouse leaped out, accompanied by a system notification of the activation. Spirit Patrol Guilong grew anxious upon seeing Mouse-o. He wondered if this was a magical beast, but it seemed to be just an infant one. His soldiers also began to panic. Can he actually take a magical beast as a pet? Song-an didn't even bother to look at them. He bit his finger and a red liquid trickled out. Song-an held out his hand to Mouse-o. He told Mouse-o to eat it, and it obediently followed the order. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Yes, boss, this is it." Right after eating, its eyes began to roll wildly. Its entire body swelled up. Song-an drew his weapon. He glanced at them and issued a challenge. "You're welcome to try." All the soldiers immediately charged at Song-an. Standing alone among them, he commanded, "Venom burst." Song-an took aim and swung his weapon in a full circle toward Guilong's soldiers. The toxin immediately spread to the surrounding area. They screamed in agony everywhere. The system announced, "Poison effect activated." Song-an watched them coughing up red fluid and whispered his calculation. "End this quickly." Then the system announced he had activated haste. Seeing Song-an running toward him, Guilong screamed in fear. "What are you guys doing? Surround him! A man!" A man's eyes had turned bloodshot. He stood in front of Guilong to protect him and said, "Over my dead body!" Song-an gave a faint sigh. He easily glided past all of them. A cloud of black smoke appeared and clung to Guilong. The system announced that Guilong was now blinded. Song-an withdrew his weapon, looked at him and said, "Checkmate." Over here, Zai Hui was lying on Mouse-o's fur. It grabbed Sun Yue and shook him, terrifying the poor guy. He screamed, "Easy, take it easy. My bones are literally broken. Don't eat me." After all, I helped Song-an buy some time. And my meat doesn't even taste good. In Sun Yue's eyes, Mouse-o looked massive and its gaze was full of ferocity. It looked like it was about to swallow him whole. Sun Yu thought in terror, "So scary. I should have just stayed playing dead." But the beast sniffed me out in a heartbeat. Now I'm in deep trouble. Every bone in my body is broken. I can't move at all. Mouse-o couldn't speak, so it just used its claws to open some kind of potion bottle. Seeing this, Sun Yue asked tremblingly, "Are you trying to force-feed me some weird stuff again? Was this Song-an's idea?" Mouse-o squeaked urgently, "Squeak, hurry up!" So he finally caved. "Fine, I'll drink it. I'll drink it, okay?" Sun Yu thought to himself, "At least it's better than being eaten." As soon as he finished it, the system immediately announced, "Full recovery complete." At that moment, Mouse-o let go of Sun Yue. He walked around, absolutely thrilled. "My body, I can move again!" Whoa, a full recovery potion? This stuff is super rare, yet Song and actually managed to find it. Mouse-o held up a sign and called Sun Yue with a squeak. "Master needs your help." Startled, he pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" Meanwhile, Song-an was still struggling against Guilong's mob. He yelled, "Get off me!" One of them clung to Song-an's leg, forcing him to use more strength as he cursed, "Beat it!" As Song-an cleared them out, he thought, I expected him to be prepared, since he didn't attack even once earlier. But I didn't think he'd have this kind of skill, this disgusting crowd control. Having these people attack me like this, they're like maniacs. They've completely lost their minds. Even my black smoke is useless against them. Guilong barked an order. Hold him down for me! Even if it kills you, don't let him move. The system announced, blindness effect has worn off. Once his vision returned, he thought in a panic, that was way too close. If I hadn't used that skill in time, I'd be a dead man. I can't believe he has crowd control abilities too. That's terrifying. These guys probably won't hold out much longer. Looks like my only option is to bolt. The people outside were getting worried too, asking why those people had turned out like that. What's wrong with the guild leader? Weren't we just meant to be cannon fodder? After saying that, they began to scatter in chaos. Someone screamed while running, I can't take this anymore! I'm out of here! Wait for me, Guilong! Seeing that, he used magic to force them back. He roared, all of you get back here! He thought to himself, you want to run? You're all just my pawns. They were all caught in Guilong's puppet mastery and were all targeting Song-an. He thought anxiously, this isn't good. He can still increase the number of people under his control. This amount has already exceeded the game's standard settings. It's abnormal. Something's fishy. Song-an shouted and charged into the crowd again to fight. Guilong yelled in fear. Stop the newcomers! Hold him back for me! Song-an was about to leap up to take them all down, but someone grabbed his leg and yanked him down. Song-an gritted his teeth and thought, crap, while the puppet-controlled crowd surrounded Song, and Guilong slipped away. He ran while cursing under his breath. Damn it! To think he pushed me this far. I had to mobilize everyone, just to barely hold him down. He's a straight-up monster. Drop dead! Now the guild force I worked so hard to build is completely trashed. I originally wanted to use these pawns at a more valuable time. He screamed, Song-an, I'll remember your face! Just wait until things settle down. Hiding behind a tree, Guilong plotted secretly. But at least I got the god tier gear. Plus, with my class, abilities, I can still make a comeback like before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a shield appeared, flying toward him. The shield slammed right into Guilong's face, knocking him flat on the ground. The person holding the shield said coolly, you won't get that chance. Guilong cursed in fear. You, I thought you were dead. Why the hell are you here? San Yue replied nonchalantly. Take a wild guess. He thought to himself, I can't believe Song-an even predicted this. He's actually legit. Then he continued to trash-talk Guilong. Turns out the guy acting like a big shot is just a total loser. Scene change. While Guilong's organization was making its move, some others were also watching, the Dong Sun Guild very closely. At the rooftop of a building, someone's hand reached out and popped open a soda can. He enjoyed a long sip of the drink. With a satisfied look, he exclaimed, That's pretty good. His name is Bai Mu, level 19, class, Shapeshifter Warrior. Warrior of the Strategic Group's first squad. Senior programmer at Ororino Game Company. A heavy punch landed squarely on his head. A complaining voice said, Still sitting here being lazy? The angry one was Gu Chinana, level 20, healer class, butterfly healer of the first squad. Strategic Group, Board of Directors at Ororino Game Company. How's the task Mr. Jerui gave you coming along? Baimu rubbed his head and yelled, That hurts like hell, you tomboy. What's wrong with me taking one sip of herbal tea? I'm working hard and getting stressed out here. Nana snapped. What did you just say? Baimu broke into a sweat and forced a smile. Let's just get a move on. I've recorded all the intel in the Hexavision orb. The analysis shows Guilong's class is the traitor. Even though it's a special class like ours, its traits are quite different. It's actually a bit bizarre. Skill board, betrayal, non-buff skill. Can only be used on teammates. Bypasses all consumption, conditions, and quantity limits. Betrayal is eternal revenge. Next is frailty. Personal combat power reduced to 80% of normal stats. Puppet mastery. Temporarily control 1 to 2 players for a short duration. Target's HP must be 50% or lower. Consumes 50 MP. Looking at the panel, he said, he is only allowed to use the betrayal skill from his class on teammates. It's a non-buff skill. It works on teammates under any condition, but it has absolutely no effect on enemies. Normally, and just as a reminder, his first skill is puppet mastery. It's an A-rank skill, Nana. All of his conditions were made for betrayal. Who the hell designed such a messed up class? Baimu pointed his finger. The classes in this game were all designed by our very own Jerui. She covered her mouth in shock, quickly waving it off. In that case, I didn't say a thing. Jerui replied, It's fine. Because actually I didn't design this class. I'm also very curious to know where this class came from. He is Lee Jarui, level 22. Gold class. President and first squad leader of the strategic group. Successor of Oririno World Game Company. Chief game content consultant for New World. Standing in contemplation, he continued, compared to the original New World game, this world has changed a lot. I want to find out what is behind all these changes. Where are we heading? Red lightning tore through the dark, murky sky. All three of them turned their gaze toward it. It was right near them. Baima spoke up. That's the direction where the Dong Sun Guild is gathering. Looks like something went down over there. Nana, it'll take a while for the POW group to arrive. Seeing that the situation had become critical, Jirei said, let's head there first. He thought to himself, I've got a really bad vibe about this. 5 minutes earlier, Guilong was punched in the face by Sun Yue. Then he kicked him, making him yelp in pain. Guilong said in terror, wait, let's talk this out. Killing me won't help you at all, right? I'll give up on the gear, just let me go. I'm sorry, my bad, okay? Sun Yue raised his fist and said firmly, if an apology was enough, then why the hell would we need the police? When you were landing those cheap shots, did you feel any shred of pity for us? Sun Yue put all his strength into landing a heavy punch on him, making him scream out in pure agony. Guilong collapsed to the ground. Sun Yue suddenly realized, whoops, I got a bit too carried away. He didn't just kick the bucket, did he? Sun Yue scratched his head as it dawned on him. So I just totally owned the big boss of the Dong Sun Guild. Will his lackeys come looking for revenge later? Someone ran over. Don't sweat it, the Dong Sun Guild is just a hollow name now. Sun Yu turned back and called for Song An. Song An said, looks like you're all finished on your end too. I thought something might go sideways. Holding the item in his hand, Sun Yue said, what could go wrong now? Guilong is toasted, and we got the gear back. Those 15 minutes were all thanks to my stalling, you know. He replied, yeah, I get it. Well done, Song An thought. Guilong is a snake, to prevent any accidents. I need to go over and double-check one more time. Guilong lay flat on the ground behind Sun Yue. He was still grumbling. A compliment like that doesn't feel good at all. If you hadn't saved my skin before, I wouldn't even bother working for you. A voice spoke up, truly a pity. I thought you'd be a lot more useful than this. But since you are my apostle, I'm willing to give you one more chance. Suddenly, they noticed something strange happening with Guilong. A weird voice, followed by a streak of crimson lightning. Now let them witness your true power! The lightning struck violently where Guilong lay. A massive surge of energy erupted. Song An, with a tense face, asked, what's going on? Why did lightning suddenly strike Guilong? Sun Yue, breaking into a sweat, replied in a panic, I don't know. Is it because he's a total karma magnet? Fong and Lam Nam, standing by the bushes, were also shocked. Nam let out a gasp. A creature nearby squeaked and trembled. The pillar of light flared up intensely. A figure slowly emerged from within. It was Guilong, his whole body stained black and his eyes glowing red. He smirked. To think we'd meet again like this. Sun Yu asked, is this guy really Guilong? He was worried. My gut is telling me this guy is extremely dangerous. After a thought, he spoke up. Who would have thought you'd sell your soul to a demon, Guilong? He looked at his demonic hand and replied, sell my soul? This is the power that the master of this world bestowed upon me, I promise you. He continued, I will make you suffer so much pain that you'll wish you were dead right now. With a panicked face, Sun Yue said to Song An, what the heck is this? When I was designing the game, there was no feature to turn players into demons, Song An explained. In my opinion, could the master of the world he mentioned be the final boss? As he spoke, he conjured a power orb. Running away already? Weren't you guys so eager to kill me earlier? Come on, show me what you got. He hurled it toward the two of them. I'm really counting on you guys to entertain me. A red beam shot right past him, creating a shockwave behind them. Sonya gasped, holy moly. Song An also blurted out, that was way too close. The shockwave left a deep crater in its wake. He looked at his hand and muttered to himself, a bit off target. Looks like I'm still getting used to this. But it's fine. Where's the fun if you die that easily? Guilong gave a wicked grin and said, I want to torment you a lot more, to satisfy the grudge in my heart. Song An gritted his teeth as he heard him say, now which one of you killed me earlier? Sun Yue hurriedly gestured to the side. Then he prepared to aim at me. He let out a loud laugh. He raised his weapon and aimed it at him. Sun Yu shouted for Song An, who urged him, hurry, let's go! He casually remarked, too slow, and stepped back. He prepared to launch an attack. I won't miss this time. Watching his movements, Song An thought to himself, shoot, I won't be able to react in time. Before he could even flinch, the attack had already pierced right through his left arm. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Guilong gloated, "The moment of terror has arrived." Sun Yue called out to Song An in a panic. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred. A shard gored into his shoulder, causing him intense pain. He let out a dry cough. Song An quickly drew his long dao, using it to temporarily steady himself. A mouthful of blood sprayed out at the same time. Seeing this, Guilong asked smugly, "Can't take it already?" His face was full of gloating as he spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Where's all that arrogance now? Where's all that confidence? I'm going to grind you into dust until your corpse is left with nothing but despair." San Yue ran over worriedly. "Are you okay?" Realizing the situation was dire, Song An urgently stopped him. "Don't come over here! Get out of here now!" Then he turned and ordered, "This place isn't safe anymore. Hurry and take Tai. You and the other survivors away from here!" Startled and conflicted, Sun Yue stammered, But before he could finish his sentence, Song An shouted, cutting him off, "Don't you want to live? What are you waiting for? Go!" Sun Yue then turned and ran for his life. He shouted back in frustration, "You're the one who said it! Take care of yourself!" Seeing his prey trying to escape, Guilong warned angrily, "You think you're going somewhere? Leave the gear in your life? Behind for me!" Taking advantage of his distraction, he mentally summoned an item and quickly grabbed it. He managed to temporarily bandage the wound on his shoulder. He held one end of the bandage tightly in his teeth, while using his other hand to wrap it up. There's no healer right now, so I'll just have to use cloth to stop the bleeding first." Song An's expression turned grim. He began to analyze the situation. If that guy is a demon, I might still have a shot. The bone blade can deal a massive amount of damage to him. I just need one opening to wound him. Suddenly, several magic bolts were fired in rapid succession, launching a relentless assault at him. Fortunately, Song An reacted in time, raising the long dao in his hand to block. He swiped away those lethal strikes with one hand. Lowering his center of gravity, he lunged forward to close in on Guilong. This guy always spams long-range attacks. Maybe melee is his weakness. I'll take this chance to land a finishing blow. With that thought, Song An seized the opening and shouted, "Accelerate!" In an instant, he was standing right in front of him. Guilong was caught off guard by his movement. He was completely paralyzed, watching the blade about to pierce through him. Sparks flew across the entire area. The chain of attacks lit up the entire sky in the middle of the silent night. By now, Sun Yue had run quite a distance away. Sensing the massive commotion, he instinctively felt a surge of fear. He turned his head back, cowardly reassuring himself while not following. "Looks like Song An is throwing hands with that Guilong guy. I've done everything I could. I've already played my part to the fullest, right?" Sun Yue then continued to flee, convincing himself, "I'd be useless in a fight like that anyway. How many people could actually dive into a fight like you? No one can blame me for dipping out." Suddenly, a figure came running from the opposite direction. He asked in surprise, "Wait, what just zoomed past?" It turned out to be Nana. She was riding on Bai Mu, urging him on. "Hurry up, Ji Rui is about to disappear from our sight!" In his transformed state, the gray wolf-lion hybrid growled, "This is top speed! Do you think catching up to Ji Rui is easy?" The two of them only just noticed Sun Yue's presence. They started discussing him. "Oh, why is someone still here? Probably a refugee. Don't mind him." After saying that, they both vanished, leaving him all alone. Stunned and dazed, he asked himself again, "More people? And even a talking wolf?" Meanwhile, Song An was being totally overwhelmed. His weapon had been knocked far away into a corner. His life was hanging by a thread. Guilong directly choked Song An, making him cry out in pain as he struggled helplessly. He gloatingly lifted him high into the air, unrelentingly mocking him. "That last hit hurt like a bitch. Good thing I've got healing powers now. Otherwise, I'd be cooked." Ignoring Guilong's words, he struggled with all his might to break free. Half of his face was gradually being restored. His expression turned into one of pure rage. He said that from the start, he had used enough weird tricks. Guilong's gaze sharpened. The wound had completely healed up. "I really should have clapped you first." The air he could breathe in became scarcer and scarcer. Song An's face turned pale from the lack of oxygen. His vision began to grow blurry. "This is bad." The wound that was so hard to inflict healed up in an instant. "What kind of power is this? I'm about to lose consciousness. Why is there such a massive gap between us?" Seeing his agonized expression, Guilong let out a smug, ecstatic laugh. "Even though I could snap your neck in a heartbeat, that would be a total buzzkill. If all the attacks were aimed straight at your head, how would you feel then?" Right at that moment, a figure suddenly lunged forward, shouting, "Holy light!" Then a massive beam of light surged down, forcing the two of them apart. A clutch save that pulled Song-an back from the brink of death. Activation successful. Holy Light has blocked the lethal damage. Song-an lost his footing and skidded backward. Fortunately, he reacted just in time. He managed to regain consciousness with great difficulty, taking heavy, labored breaths. A notification popped up. Cannot cast Holy Light on this player. For the next 1 hour, Ji-Roy approached anxiously. He reflexively asked, "Are you okay?" "Song-an? So you were the one fighting Guilong earlier?" Song-an looked at Lee Ji-Roy with suspicion and caution. "Why are you here?" Doubt flashed through his mind. He recognized me? At the same time, Guilong was also pushed far back. But contrary to what one might expect, seeing the newcomer only made him more intrigued. Well, what kind of day is it today?" "I never expected—" "The leader of the world's strongest strategy guild to show up here too. Are you here to witness the moment Guilong's new life begins?" Ignoring him completely, Ji-Roy spoke up. "Never mind the formalities, it's not important. Can you tell me what kind of abilities Guilong can currently pull off?" Initially, Song-an was a bit confused and asked, "Abilities?" But he quickly caught on. He has explosive fireballs. Long-range attacks, just like laser bombs. His melee combat is also incredibly strong. The most notable point is, he has an insane self-regeneration ability. While he was still guessing whether he had come to challenge Guilong, Nana and Bai Mu appeared from behind. They happily shouted, "We caught up!" Having received the necessary intel, Ji-Roy's face darkened. He immediately drew his holy sword, preparing for a showdown. "Thanks. Once the demon reappears, this world will take a turn for the absolute worst. We have to crush it while it's still in its infancy." Hearing that, Guilong leaned forward and exhaled a trail of white smoke, replying scornfully, "You want to take me down? Even if you're the top-tier player in this game, you've got no chance. Right now, I hold the power of this world's master. You're nowhere near my level." He didn't show, a hint of fear calmly baiting him. "Then let's see what you've got." A blazing aura erupted around Ji-Roy as he awakened his divine power. As he finished speaking, a giant golden-armored god of war descended wielding a divine shield and sword. Even Guilong was caught off guard by this overwhelming pressure, standing frozen in place. Both Nana and Bai Mu, witnessing this epic scene, were struck with admiration. They cheered. "Ji-Roy is pulling out that move again. That's so sick, Ji-Roy!" Only Song-an remained lost in thought. He could hardly believe his eyes. The golden class can awaken too? Standing before the power of the supreme god, Odin, Ji-Roy was like a god himself. His whole body radiated intense mana as he stared coldly at his opponent. His eyes flashed with a spark of rage. He firmly declared, "I'm going all out to take you down." Guilong gave a disdainful smirk. "All out, huh?" Then he directly transformed into his new true form. He said smugly, "Good. Behold my final form." Small spikes began to sprout all over Guilong's body. An eclipse insignia was etched onto his skin. Evolution complete. Guilong let out a roar. An earth-shattering shockwave erupted. The released power kicked up a massive cloud of smoke and dust, and the sheer force pushed Song-an's group back. He shielded himself from the blast with his arm, gritting his teeth. Stunned, he wondered, after awakening, did the Guilong class get even stronger? With his hair like flickering flames, his body had transformed into a complete humanoid form. He mocked Ji-Roy's group sarcastically. "This is the final form, granted to me by the master of this world. Let's see how many moves it takes to finish you all off." Sensing the situation was turning south, he became wary and immediately assigned tasks to everyone. "Nana, heal Song-an, Bai Mu." "You protect Nana," she asked regretfully. "Don't you need my support?" Ji re-entered his combat stance, using the prowess of Odin to boost his speed. Drawing his sword, he replied, "This time is different from before. I might not be able to look out for anyone else. To stay safe, everyone try to stay away from the battlefield." Immediately after, like a flash of lightning, he lunged in front of Guilong in an instant. He launched a swift attack at him, forcing Guilong to struggle to defend himself. He couldn't help but groan, "Damn it, that hurts!" Seizing the moment, Ji converted his speed into pure power and swung a punch. A single strike sent Guilong flying, shattering the rocks into pieces. Faced with this sudden move, he had no chance to fight back, and had to just lie there and take it. Over where Song-an was, a little butterfly flew over, catching his eye. Nana, standing nearby, quickly explained, "Don't worry, this is my class skill. Healing Butterfly. It can automatically help heal your wounds. Since Ji trusts you, then I'll do my best to fix you up." As she spoke, the little butterfly emitted a blue glow and circled around his injuries. She added a reminder, "But you'd better stay put and behave. If you mess with that butterfly, you're going to have a major problem with me." Song-an looked at Nana skeptically. "A special healer class, healing butterfly?" The butterfly is condensed from the healing power of the glory, Butterfly Master. Usually it can handle wounds on its own, but when the patient is in grave danger, it will sacrifice itself, releasing all its healing energy to save that person. It takes 3 days to manifest just one butterfly. Watching Guilong pinned under the sword of Jirui, Baimu mused in admiration. "Looks like things are going pretty smooth for Jirui. He said it was dangerous, but it actually looks like a breeze." Nana agreed. "Of course it is. Jirui is a man you can always count on." However, Song-an sensed that something was off. He silently calculated his next move. Even though Jirui is incredibly strong, they've let their guard down way too much. I've fought Guilong before. He's not that simple. With that thought, he turned to look for his dragon blade. He figured, while everyone is focused on Jirui, I've got to do something. At the same time, Jirui was trying to squeeze information out of Guilong. Who's the one pulling the strings? Is it the Demon King Lucifer or someone else? How much do you actually know? He replied with a mocking laugh. The power of the master of this world is not something you losers can even fathom. As soon as he finished speaking, Guilong used his tail to wrap tightly around him. Worry about yourself first. With a delighted look on his face, he delivered a powerful kick forward. Just like that, he effortlessly sent Jirui flying. The damage dealt immediately drained his HP, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood in agony. Both Nana and Baimu were terrified and screamed out in unison, "Jirui!" Jirui calmly drove his sword into the ground to create friction and slow himself down. Finally steadying himself, he quickly reassured them, "I'm fine." Guilong slowly leaped out from the pile of rocks. He excitedly summoned black orbs and spoke up. "Big words, then get a taste of my dark fire, I hope, after this." Then he launched another surprise attack. He sarcastically added, "You can still say you're fine." Under his control, they all lunged at Jirui's group at once. He quickly parried the blasts, shouting a warning to protect the others. Following Nana's lead, Baimu spun around and transformed. After taking only one hit from Guilong, he already had to push himself to his absolute limit just to survive. He lamented helplessly, "I can't find a single opening to counterattack." Nana's situation wasn't much better either. Luckily, he managed to transform into his pangolin form in time to temporarily shield her, though he was severely injured in the process. While Nana was deploying her healing butterflies, she anxiously asked Jirui, "Are you okay?" In just a few moments, the tide of the battle had completely turned against them. Guilong said with arrogant self-satisfaction, "When the master of this world gave me this power, I realized that demons are the true rulers of this world. No one can defeat me anymore." Suddenly, without warning, Song-an appeared behind his back and decisively stabbed him through the chest, leaving Guilong no time to react. Jirui caught the signal and snapped out of it, startled. While he was coughing up blood in pain, he asked in confusion, "How the hell did you get here?" But the boy showed no mercy, digging even deeper into the wound. With a steady gaze, Song-an replied, "To turn you into meat, thanks to the stealth cloak, which helped him hide his movements. Monsters won't notice the player. He used this gear first. Then he immediately activated Demon Hunter, triggering 10x damage multiplier. Just like that, bolts of lightning struck down upon Guilong. After that, all that could be heard were his agonizing screams. Finally, the unlocked skills are as follows. Golden Warrior class has awakened. Odin Godhood awakened. Class skill, Golden Robustness. Passive, all stats increased by 200%. Golden Class Awakening skill, Odin's Divine Power. Obtain the strength of Odin. Odin's prowess can be used 20 times. Once depleted, enter Odin's sleep state for 10 minutes. No skills can be used during this time. Epic Sword Grade B quality. Obtained through a special event. Unique. Will level up alongside the main quest. Attack plus 50. God's Protection. All basic stats plus 10. Divine Authority critical rate plus 30%. Only the first person to complete the main quest is eligible to own this sword. If not, it will change masters. Guilong, writhing in pain from Song-an's attack, screamed, "Damn it!" "Ah, no!" The light was blinding. Song-an, still gripping his blade tightly, was shocked. "No way!" He's starting to recover while being attacked. Seeing the opportunity, Li Jirui dived in to attack Guilong alongside Song-an. The system notification popped up, Odin's Prowess. Speed, Odin's Prowess, Power. Guilong yelled in rage, "I've had enough!" He shoved them both back. Get the hell off me! Lee Jie and Song An were shocked. After all that, he could still fight back. Gilong raised his voice. The godly spirits despise traitors, so they cursed those people with immortality. His body began to heal as he laughed. And I am the demon of betrayal, indestructible and eternal. He conjured a massive fireball. As long as you punks can't kill me, then you guys... His power was truly formidable. He continued, can only end up dead by my hands. Lee Jie and Song An quickly dodged his blast. Nana worriedly checked on her friend, Bai Mu. Are you still holding up? He replied, man, it's hard to say. Nana quickly summoned her healing power. Guilong leaped up, aiming to land right on Song An. Impressive! Song An was caught off guard by his sudden strike. Ignoring his own injuries, Song An flinched as the attack nearly hit home. I can hit him, he grunted in anger after missing the mark. Watching him attack so relentlessly, the boy grew fearful. This is bad. Guilong's dark smoke has struck Song An. His face contorted as blood sprayed out in pain. He knocked the boy far back. A green object cracked open. Song An sat on the ground, clutching his wound while panting heavily. That's the second time I've taken a lethal hit, Song An thought, sweating profusely. Lucked out on hitting him, but I'm seriously messed up too. Is the only way to win? To wipe him out completely? It's risky, but I've got to try this move. The system announced, Guilong has been poisoned. He is blinded, and his movement speed has dropped. He looked at his severed left arm. It was the same cheap trick as before. His other hand gripped the severed limb. He mocked, poison? Guilong narrowed one eye and smirked. I was never afraid of that crap. The system popped up again. Notification, poison effect has worn off. Lee Jie ran over to Song An. He asked Song An, can you still attack? The boy answered, I'm good. Lee Jie analyzed. Guilong's regeneration is insane. It looks like he has no weak spots. But even he needs time to recover. As long as we don't give him a chance to heal, and keep attacking until he's finished. Or we can win. Hearing that, Song An said, so you think so too? He continued, Bai Mu is seriously injured right now. And Nana's too busy to help. Nana was assisting her friend by a nearby tree. Bai Mu, try to hang in there. Lee Jie added, for our teammates. We have to take him down. As fast as possible. He went on, I still have 7 uses of Odin's prowess left. In a bit, I'll strike first. To pin him down, even though it'll be dangerous for you. I need you to land the finishing blow. It seems the weapon you created deals massive damage to him. Song An raised his hand and said, I'm afraid that damage still won't cut it. I've got a better plan. He asked seriously, you've never used Divine Holy. Light on yourself before, all right? Guilong conjured another ring of fire. Standing tall, he barked, yapping and yapping this whole time. Are you done yet? I'm bored. Let's just end this story here. Song An dashed forward, leaving Lee Jie behind. Follow my lead in a second, he shouted in confusion. Wait, explain yourself. Seeing this, Guilong smirked. Running straight at me like that? Consider this my return gift. Song An calculated. Now it all comes down to the play. He held a blue potion bottle in his hand. If I'm too early, I won't trigger the Easter egg. Too late, and I'm straight up cooked. Guilong launched his move at him. Die! Song An was still waiting for the perfect moment. I have to strike right now. At the exact moment the damage peaks. He has gotten very close to Guilong's fireball. Song An's eyes are filled with determination right now. He steps right into the middle of the flames he created. Lee Jie has been watching this whole time. He realizes this is the plan Song An mentioned. His divine holy light no longer has any effect on him. Fire spreads everywhere. Tonyak silently observes from behind a tree. Guilong laughs heartily. I finally killed you, you lowly bug! Song An appears looking like a total badass in the middle of the fire. He is completely unscathed. What the hell are you laughing at? How could that level of attack take me down? He boldly raises his voice. I'm still perfectly fine. The system notifies. Error. HP display failed. Error. HP display failed. Song An thinks, that's the 3rd time I've cheated death. Guilong panics, his smile fading. How can this be? Why are you untouched? The attack clearly landed. What are these notifications? Song An smirks. Doesn't matter what they are. From now on, your damage is completely useless against me. Hearing this, he loses his mind and screams, No way! How could you have such an invincible ability? He continues to unleash a barrage of moves at Song An. I don't believe it! You must be lying to me. I don't believe it. Incredible. He stands there resisting while the system continues to error out. The system explains. Delay time in a battle. After taking lethal damage 3 times, there will be a 10-second buffer. During that time, no damage will be displayed. But after 10 seconds, all damage will be reflected back. Player Song-an laughs while blocking the attacks. Of course, it can't last forever. This is just the effect of temporary damage delay caused by a bug. You seem pretty happy. Taunting him so he uses every last bit of strength. To attack me was the real goal. Guilong has gone insane. He unleashes a devastating blow. This is my ultimate attack. He lunged at Song-an. Drop dead! The flames dealt massive damage. Even the rocks and earth were pulverized. Guilong said confidently, I don't believe you can survive this time. His jaw dropped in shock. He's still alive. Li Jie-rui was also taken aback. That's truly mind-blowing. Song-an calmly asked, Are you done yet? How about it's my turn to attack now? System notification. The damage delay effect has ended. Damage is reflecting back to the player. System explanation. Data corruption occurs when HP hits 0. If HP is fully restored, within 1 second, it will cause a data glitch, making it impossible to determine the player's current status. In this state, the player will absorb 1 instance of damage and convert it into an attack. After 1 activation, data returns to normal. Song-an swung his sword, converting the damage. Li Jie-rui figured it out. I see what he wants me to do. Guilong sensed that powerful source of energy. Panicked. This familiar energy fluctuation, that guy, is using my own power. Song-an raised his sword high. Using it! I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. A traitor will ultimately be betrayed by himself. He warned Guilong very gently. My blade is huge. Try to bear with it for a bit. Song-an concentrated his power and called his teammate. Li Jie-rui, help me! He rushed over quickly. Leave it to me. Guilong felt the pressure seeing the 2 powerful guys before him. That last blow already exceeded my limits. Maybe I should retreat first. There's still a chance to kill them. Li Jie-rui arrived just in time. You're not getting away! Song-an was surprised at how quickly his teammate understood the situation. I hadn't even finished and he already got it. As expected of Li Jie-rui. Your situational awareness is really top tier. Guilong screamed, Get lost! Li Jie-rui continued his relentless combo attack. Block my blade first, then we'll talk. He blocked Li Jie-rui's sword. He mocked, blocked it. Wasn't that just a walk in the park? Your strength is still way off the mark. Li Jie-rui spotted an opening. He lovingly grabbed Guilong's arm. Li Jie-rui pinned him down. He utilized Odin's prowess power. Li Jie-rui shouted to Song-an, Hurry up! Song-an. System notification. Death immunity X1. Song-an rushed forward with overwhelming power. Here I come! He swung his sword violently and said, Go straight to hell! Guilong broke into a sweat. Wait a minute, this intensity. The system displayed. Damage increased by 10x. He screamed one last time before croaking, No! Song-an called for his teammate. Li Jie-rui, where are you? Are you still okay? He worried. You didn't get knocked out because you couldn't take it, did you? Song-an called his name again, Li Jie-rui. He appeared and replied, Still alive and kicking. Man, that attack of yours had such a huge area of effect. I couldn't dodge the flying debris at all. System notification. Odin's divine power removed. Song-an hurriedly explained, Oh, sorry about that. Since it had to be a one-shot kill, I went a little too hard. Li Jie-rui spoke while dusting himself off. It's fine. Wasn't that how we managed to kill Guilong? My clothes are a total mess, though. Seeing him like that, Nana fumed. Song-an! Hey, you've got some nerve. Is this how you treat Jie-rui? You even made me lose my butterfly. You're so done for! Song-an, helpless against her, turned to ask Jie-rui, Li Jie-rui, didn't you once develop the lore and world-building for New World? In your world-building story, what exactly are demons? He explained, Demons are monsters. They have the most variations and are the strongest species in New World. They're intrinsically tied to the main plot. The collision between humans and demons is the core theme. Later, since the first demon invasion right at the start of the game, to the local wars between demons and the 8 great deities, and so on later, Li Jie-rui added. But looking at the current state, the creator of this world is absolutely not on our side. Song-an asked, Are you saying that person might be a demon too? Or even the final boss? He replied, Yeah. Guilong's appearance proves that everything has happened ahead of schedule. Normally, everything should unfold along with the main plot. Hearing that, Song-an added, Damn it, deliberately stirring up beef between people. This move is classic demon behavior. He still had one eye that was alive. He was still conscious. Thankfully, in that clutch moment, I managed to save a part of my body. Too bad that without a body, my speed isn't what it used to be. That bastard Song-an? Song-an said, But come to think of it, he's dead but nothing happened. It feels so sus. Lee Jie-rui agreed. Right. Normally there should at least be an announcement. Is it some kind of bug? Guilong listened to their conversation, worriedly thinking, can a guy catch a breather? Song-an continued, I don't recall this being a bug. His eyes started moving, looking for a place to hide. Gotta bounce once I recover. I'll pay them back with interest. Guilong's eye was suddenly stomped on. He never got his chance to breathe. Tonyak ran over to them and said happily, Song-an, I can't believe you actually took out Guilong. Song-an asked Tonyak in surprise, why are you back? What about Tai Hui? Tonyak replied, Tai Hui is awake now. I've given her the gear too. I just came over to check it out. I wasn't trying to save your skin or anything. System announcement. Traitorous demon eliminated. All participating players have leveled up. Song-an said, I leveled up. The system announces Lee Jie-rui has reached level 25. Song-an has reached level 22. Song-an cheered, look at that! System. Tonyak has reached level 25. Slaying reward. Achievement unlocked. He was totally clueless. Asking, wait, what? So many notifications. Is it because I'm just too cool? That I triggered some reward mechanic? Oh, there's even an achievement. The system explained. Achievement. Traitorous demon executioner. Successfully delivered the final blow to the demon. The demon-slaying mark has activated your ability. Reward. Elite's scorn. Bosses and high-level monsters will target you for their first attack. Permanently. Tonyak almost coughed up blood after hearing that. Song-an said, I guess earlier when Guilong wasn't fully dead yet. Fat Nyak happened to finish him off. Lee Jie-rui stood by, pitying Tonyak. Getting this achievement is a total nightmare. Tonyak looked like he'd seen a ghost, barely able to stand. How am I supposed to survive now? Why am I always the punching bag? Chuo-do was carrying Tai Hui to escape. Nam ran after them, asking, why do we have to run too? Fong explained. Because there's a scary guy chasing us. Someone from behind yelled, Demon Beast, it's on sight. I'm going to settle this score. Freeze, stop right there. Tai Hui asked, are you two Song-an's teammates? Nam replied, you bet. Hey, beautiful, wanna be friends? Fong saw his friend still flirting while running. Warning, focus on running, man. One of the guys chasing from behind asked their leader, Bao, did we get the wrong target? Bao replied, no, it's giving off a very powerful aura. It's definitely the monster our boss mentioned. He shouted ahead, hey, you guys in front! Get away from that demon beast right now! Or else we're gonna end up blasting you guys too. Tai Hui tried to explain. Wait, it's a total misunderstanding. This demon beast isn't scary at all. He stood his ground. There's no such thing as a good demon beast. Chuo-do squeaked, squeak, 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 you're the one who's a jerk. Song-an heard a familiar sound. It was Chuo-do's voice. Chuo-do shrieked out, squeak, squeak. Bao said, whoa, gotcha. Chuo-do struggled and fought back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm gonna risk it all to take you down. Bao said, come on, demon beast. You gotta have more juice than just this. Let's settle this. Song-an stood there watching with a forced smile. What kind of drama is going on here now? Lee Jie-rui spoke up. Bao, what are you doing? Let go of it right now. Bao scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, my bad. He stammered, sorry about that. I didn't realize that demon beast was your pet. It was giving off such a strong aura, I thought it was some C-rank boss. Song-an said, no worries. It was just a misunderstanding. Plus, Chuo-do is actually very chill. He won't catch feelings over this. Song-an turned to check on his two teammates. Nam, is everyone okay? Any injuries? Nam said, relax, bro, I'm built different. Fong replied, I'm good too. Tai Hui approached Song-an and said, Song-an, I heard Tonyak mention it earlier. You were pretty banged up. I'm so sorry I couldn't do anything to help then. He replied, it was just a scratch, really. Isn't everything all sorted out now anyway? Song-an thought to himself. Right now, the fact that Tai Hui's attributes are locked is the real problem. I have to find a solution immediately. Someone came to bring news to Lee Jie-rui. Jie-rui, we've finished gathering all the materials needed for the level 30 breakthrough, within the dungeon. Hearing this, he said, good work, everyone. We need to grind and level up fast. Time is running out for us. Lee Jie-rui extended an invitation. Song-an, that reminds me. Have you ever thought about joining a guild? Any interest in joining the strategic team? Song-an ponders. I didn't expect Lee Jie-rui to personally invite me, but since we've already got beef from before, it's better to avoid any unnecessary drama. So, politely decline him. I have no intention of doing that for now. Maybe for me right now, going solo will be more effective. Lee Jie-rui continues. In that case, I won't force you, but I have a suggestion. I hope you can hear me out. He goes on. I know you're highly capable, and can even exploit some glitches in the original game design. But even when flying solo, there will be moments when weaknesses appear. Danger is everywhere in the future. It might even be 10,000 times more lethal. Ultimately, everyone has their fragile moments. Sometimes, you need to trust your teammates to watch your back. Lee Jae-rui offers some advice. Maybe you could try putting your faith in some people. Song-an sinks into contemplation. Trust? Trust, huh? Over 20,000 meters above the ground, there is a small house in the middle of the sea, Raphael says angrily. Master, this person is using bugs and exploits to violate system laws. This is straight up griefing. It's so frustrating. Master, you have to ban him. Punish him or else the game is just unfair. Its master works calmly, saying, chill out, don't be so hot-headed. Raphael, the game is only fun because it's unpredictable. That person continues. I want to see them level up quickly. Let them grow to the point where they think they're actually strong. That person stands up from the chair. When that time comes, they will find out. This person smiles, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Only true despair is real. System announcement. Evil. Demons spawning. Downloaded 276, 10,000. System notification. 29 days remaining until the local demon invasion. Lee Jae-rui is right. If you want to know anything, you can hit me up anytime. He continues, from now on, we are rivals. After all, only competition can push humanity's growth to happen faster. I hope you don't fall too far behind me. Song-an looks visibly annoyed listening to Lee Jae-rui. I'm clearly the main character. So why did he just steal the spotlight like that? I actually wanted to ask him about Awakening, the golden class. But now I don't want to ask at all. And Nam refuses. Sorry, bro, I'm not going. I've got a kid waiting for me at home. Tonyak also refuses. No way, no way, no way. Going there now is basically a death wish. Song-an thinks, none of them are coming. Do I really look that sketchy? He speaks to Kai-hui next to him. Maybe Daniel is right in front of us. Tai-hui asks Song-an worriedly. Are you really planning to go to the Huomu forest? The average monster level there is 28, you know? She adds, we barely survived the last danger. How can I let you risk your life again? Song-an calmly explains, this isn't a reckless risk. It's just to help you break the seal. I'm 80% sure I can do it. Song-an suddenly changes the subject, his face turning serious. Do you remember when we first met? He opens up. I used to think I had lost my way back then. I thought my life wouldn't amount to anything more. Your appearance helped me find hope. Kai-hui reminisces. Does he mean that time he was getting bullied? Song-an continues his story. You didn't look down on me, like everyone else did. Instead, you were willing to help me, because you recognized my potential. About my own game code. That's how I realized. It turns out coding can create so many cool things. Kai-hui pauses. Wait a sec, she asks Song-an. In your memory, was I really that fat before? I'm pretty sure I had already slimmed down back then. Song-an, I forbid you from remembering that ever again. Kai-hui lashes out with her hand, sending the shield behind Song-an flying. It flies far, far away. Kai-hui gasps. Oh no, I totally forgot. Right now, all my attributes are stacked into strength. Song-an stands there praying. How terrifying. Tai-hui warns Song-an. Next time, no more reminiscing. He stammers in fear. Got it, Song-an replies. Loud and clear. As expected, girls are incredibly sensitive about their weight. He says seriously, actually, what I really wanted to say is that your smile is radiant. Thanks for starting to see me as a friend back then. So taking risks for a friend is no big deal. Kai-hui speaks while her entire face turns red. Even though my attributes are sealed, I'm still a monster designer after all. I can still help you in other ways. Fong, who has been a third wheel this whole time, finally speaks up. So touching. You two please just get together already. I didn't expect this cold-blooded guy to have such a warm side. Song-an asks Fong, what are you doing here? She replies, well, following you makes it easy to bag some cash. Song-an sends Fong back to the team. One merchant is enough. We don't need you. Fong reminds him gently, Song-an, hold up. Isn't the only merchant here me? Please let me join you guys. I can help you mine. Just give me a small cut, that's fine. Tai-hui stops Song-an. The more the merrier. Another person means more power. No need to chase her away. He asks Fong, can you handle the gathering then? You're not allowed to do anything extra. Can you guarantee that? She answers confidently, I promise. Song-an sighs in resignation. Fine, a team of 3 it is. Song-an says to Kai-hui, wait a sec, I'll give you a cloak. It'll help you stay off the monster's radar. She thanks him. Fong asks, what about me? Song-an treats Fong like she's just a passing breeze. Let's head out. She can't take it and snaps, hey, stop acting like I'm invisible! System. Entering Huomu Forest. Huomu Forest. System info. This is a dungeon filled with plant-type monsters. Consequently, all the flora here grows incredibly lush. While there are no beasts, that doesn't mean the danger level is any lower. System 10 Huomu appearing. Rapid footsteps are heard. A monster appears. Huomu Centaur, level 27, roar. Song-an dodges the centaur's strike. The centaur lunges for another attack. Song-an thinks, now. He stabs his sword directly into the centaur's face. System. Huomu Centaur eliminated. Song-an happily realizes the Huomu's weak spot is its face. Targeting the face is the way to one-shot it. Kaihui calls out worriedly, Song-an, watch out for the tough-skinned birds. Several birds dive toward Song-an. Screech! Screech! System, Huomu tough-skinned bird, level 28. Screech. Song-an looks up. Flying types, what a pain. Something sprouts from the soil. Good thing I came prepared. The tough-skinned birds shriek. System. Demon flower seed. Rank C. Once planted, it grows a demon flower that auto-attacks monsters. System update. Forest environment has buffed the demon flower. Demon flowers attack power up. Demon flowers attack power up. The demon flower has grown. Song-an keeps attacking. The tough-skinned birds screech again. Roar! Roar! Fong trembles. Those monsters have spotted us! Their perception is insane, sis. Kaihui, what should we do now? Kaihui says firmly, it's fine. I can handle a couple of monsters on my own. Kaihui steps forward. She tells Fong, hide under the cloak and don't come out. Fong calls out, sis! Kaihui starts analyzing. The centaur's attack range is 1.8 ma. The demon chain's attack range is 2.4 ma. She's confident she can take them. Watching her, Fong's eyes light up. Wow, so badass. Song-an asks for a status update. Kaihui, are things okay on your end? Kaihui replies, all good. I'll take them out before they even get a chance to attack. I won't be a burden to you. System notification, level up. Song-an says, safety first. He analyzes, the speed is faster than I imagined. Most of the mobs here have been cleared. System notification, level up. Song-an continues calculating. Even if they aren't dead yet, they're poisoned. It's only a matter of time. The tough-skinned bird lets out a pitiful cry. Theft! System notification. Poisoned. Bonus damage triggered. Fate link. Tough-skinned bird is still alive. System display. Damage is shared while in the link state. Except for the primary target, the effects are not triggered for other subjects. Suddenly a voice booms. Who dares disturb this forest? That person attacks the demon flower. Song-an quickly dodges. Ugh! He's breaking a sweat. A tough one has appeared. Fong is dazed. This boss can actually talk? System display. Huomu Lacey. Boss, the ruler, level 30. He stands tall and speaks. Forest intruders. His face hardens as he screams, die! Lacey stands up and swings his arm in a rage, shouting loudly. The forest does not allow filthy things to exist. All three of them are taken aback and feel a bit shook. Song-an tells his companions, fall back! Huomu and his minions begin their attack. Fong screams, ah! Kaihui calls out her friend's name anxiously. Song-an! Kaihui frantically looks around for him. Song-an, are you okay? Fong says, that annoying guy will be just fine. System notification, damage is being shared. Boss resistance is extremely high. Each successful attack only maintains the poison effect once. Target, boss. HP reduction percentage does not exceed 250%. Player's attack. Song-an leaps up and slashes the boss's arm. The treant stands there dazed. He throws a punch and says, this is for you, pay up. Left hand slashes the boss, right hand follows up. Song-an gives the boss a affectionate punch. He looks at Song-an and sneers, and says, that didn't even tickle. The system displays the damage notification again. Damage is shared. He thinks in frustration, just as I thought. With that link active, I can't land any significant damage. But physical knockback still works. The boss's bird minions dive at Song-an, giving him a shock. They screech loudly, roar, roar! He reminds him anxiously, Song-an, look out! Behind him, Fong is totally floored. The monsters are all swarming over there! Suddenly, a black whirlwind appears out of nowhere. The monsters are left completely dazed. System notification, black smoke effect level 2, forced blindness. For 3 seconds. Against monsters with total resistance. Black smoke effect level 3, crit probability. The birds fall, crying out, squawk, squawk! Song-an is still wailing on the boss. He's relentlessly striking with both hands. Determined, he says, I can't stop the pressure. The boss sees him going beyond the limit, shouting, don't get cocky! System notification, damage is being shared. Song-an says, I'm going to grind you into dust. He strikes and slashes repeatedly. Another notification pops up. Disorientation attack, recurring. Disorientation glitch. Can recur many times through special methods. The boss clutches his wounds in pain. What is happening? Why can't I touch you, you lowlife? What have you done? System, disorientation attack. He continues to press the attack, saying, "This is a dev's little secret." Song-an lands a critical hit. "You wouldn't get it even if I told you." The boss falls back with a grunt. He grins. "Looks like I've found a place to settle in." Song-an says, "Then I won't be polite." The boss lies on the ground, face twisted in pain. Fong offers an idea. Says, "Kai-hui, I've got a great plan. Doesn't wood fear fire? We could use fire to burn them. Maybe that would help Song-an." Hai immediately stops Fong and explains, "No, starting a fire here is the most dangerous thing you could do. Fire will only make them rage, causing their combat power to multiply. This is a hidden trait of the Huomu forest." Fong realizes, "Man, lucky I only thought about it." Hai watches him fight. Song-an keeps striking Lacey's heart area. He must have some kind of special plan. The boss screams violently, "Roar!" Hui tells Fong, "What we need to do is not let the other Huomu interfere with him." "Hey!" The other Huomu have broken free from the earlier trap. They let out a roar. Hai shouts, "Don't think escaping is the end of it." She grips her weapon and charges at them. "I'm your opponent now." They attack Fong. Roar! Frightened, she runs while shouting, "Whoa! Ah, stay away from me!" Wait, something's wrong. They're all coming this way. Hai says to herself with a determined look. Song-an will do everything we can to buy time. Just focus on taking down the boss. Mutu likes Song-an's intense fighting style. System: disorientation attack. The boss cries out in frustration, "Damn you! Damn you!" Why can't I land? A single hit on you? Another notification. Damage shared. Poison effect activated. Bonus damage applied. He drops a cool line. "You're so loud, can't you just be a quiet piece of wood?" Song-an talks to the boss while wailing on him. "You're at your wit's end." Then he drives a deep stab into the boss. An emerald glow appears before Song-an. System: pure wood crystal. The heart of Treant Lacey. Removing it from the body deals absolute critical damage to Lacey. But besides that, word is it also has a special effect. The boss screams in terror, "Damn you, what are you doing?" "My heart. Mutusi." "Mutusi," Song-an replies calmly. "To help my teammates, I'm taking this heart." He delivers the finishing blow. "My bad." The Treant withers away, crying out helplessly, "No!" System: Treant Lacey has been defeated. System: shared damage status is critical. The boss's minions are also wiped out. Defeated Huomu Maren. Defeated Huomu Chimwanbi. Gained 270 EXP. The system announces a level up. Fong asks, dazed, "Huh? What just happened?" Hai says, "In the blink of an eye, Fate Link took out all the remaining monsters." Song-an, holding the boss's heart, says, "Who knew the ultimate defensive skill would turn out to be the biggest weakness?" He lets out a grunt. Hai runs to Song-an while Fong looks around. "So many raw materials dropped." Song-an looks at his two friends and says happily, "Check it out, we've got the class change item." Once the class is changed, we can break the seal on Kai-hui. Hai doesn't get what he's saying. "Isn't this just a regular heart?" Fong adds, "Yeah, it doesn't look like a class change item at all." Song-an explains seriously, "It might not be one yet, but all I have to do is give the command, and it'll become one. Special command within the pure wood crystal. Specific special commands can be input, activating the pure energy within the crystal, changing a player's class to a special class. The purest. Class change requires 24 hours. Note, class change activation can only be used once. Also, once removed from the pure wood body, the crystal only lasts for 5 minutes. After explaining, he says, "The class change process takes a day. Kai-hui, you'll have to hang in there for a bit," she says happily. "No problem? I trust you." Song-an says, "Kai-hui, it's not good to trust me that much. I might have even forgotten what the command was." "What was the command again?" "What comes after L?" Hui says, losing her cool. "Song-an, stop messing around." He acts mischievous. "Just kidding, just trying to break the tension from earlier." Song-an holds the heart in his hand. It emits a massive burst of light. He says, "Get ready." The process is officially starting now. Research saved for Kai-hui. Song-an says goodbye to Hui. "See you in a day." She says, "Yeah." Wood encases Hui. Song-an smiles and thinks, "Now we just wait for the miracle." Song-an stands looking at the block of wood before him, saying, "Now we just wait for Kai-hui to come out." Suddenly, his face drops and he stands there frozen, thinking to himself, "I'm so hungry. So much happened today that I haven't even had time to eat." Elsewhere, Fong is busy gathering the wood scraps from earlier. Her eyes light up. "There's so much material here and it's all rare tier. This is going to be worth a fortune." Song-an suddenly realizes, now that I think about it, she hasn't eaten anything either, right? To ask her, he calls out, "Hey, Fong!" Fong jumps in surprise. "Ah!" She turns around, still holding the wood pieces, panicking as she explains, I was just standing here alone, doing nothing. I'm just picking up the items for you.
Don't get the wrong idea.
Then Fong quickly hands everything over to Song-an and runs off immediately. Here's your cloak and the treant scraps. I'm going to gather the mana crystals right now. He looks up, completely puzzled. He thinks to himself, what the heck is her problem? I just wanted to ask her if she was hungry or not. No need to be so extra about it. Song-an looks at the pile of wood before him and enjoys himself. If you're not eating, then I'll just enjoy. All these items and gear by myself first. Each item pops up one by one. They are all very useful things. Treant spirit body, rank C. Medicinal material, living treant fragment. A great ingredient for crafting recovery potions. Due to its high vitality, it can also be fused with other organisms. Forest secret treasure, rank B, heart drop necklace. Strength plus 18, stamina plus 18, critical rate plus 15%. Bane of evil, increases. Critical rate against demon-type enemies, up to 50%. The forest child will never side with you. Large gold pouch, contains 100,000 credits. Nothing to describe here, it's just cash. He picks up a wood fragment, staring at it closely. I can't believe it's still twitching. Treant spirit body, an ingredient for making high-speed recovery potions. One chunk of this should make 7 or 8 bottles, right? Song-an notices something else. This could have another use. If I ever lose an arm or a leg, I could even use this to replace it. Better keep it for now. Meanwhile, in the distance, Fong is focused on the crystals before her. Her face suddenly turns pale. She goes gray with worry, having a bad feeling about this. He is still admiring the necklace around his neck with pride. But the real prize is this necklace. Level 30+ bosses finally start dropping epic gear. Song-an hides the necklace away, deep in thought. If what Li Jiarui said is true, then soon, this world will be plunged into a demonic catastrophe. So gathering items effective against demons is the best move I can make. He thinks the Demon King is Lucifer, right? Just you wait, I'm definitely going to take you down. At that thought, his eyes instantly light up with determination as he says, Lucifer. Such a familiar name? Song-an turns around as the wooden block from before begins to crack open. The block of wood is shifting restlessly, but suddenly his surroundings turn pure white. He panics slightly as he can no longer see a thing. What the hell is going on? Song-an spins around, searching frantically and shouting, Kai Hui! Fong! Are you two okay? Who on earth is speaking? A voice echoes. He widens his eyes, paying close attention. They are not here. This is merely a spiritual realm between you and me. A woman appears, personifying the essence of nature. It is Lacey in her primordial form. The spirit entity speaks. It is a pleasure to meet you, brave one. Song-an looks up from below, caught off guard. Another Lacey? The Lacey explains, I am the primordial guardian deity of this forest. The call from deep within your heart has awakened me. Please do not worry. I harbor no ill intent, he admits. She definitely feels like a completely different person than before. But he's still a bit skeptical. He says loudly, So what? You're not looking for me to get revenge, are you? She immediately denies it. No, it is because of our common enemy. She continues, the Demon King has brought countless calamities upon this world. Though he was once defeated by the Hadi United Army, he has not yet completely vanished. Song-an listens from below, thinking, oh boy, here comes the lore dump. As she speaks, Lacey frowns in pain. I can sense it. The demon army is about to rise again, and they are more powerful than ever before. If no one stands to stop him, this world will be destroyed. However, I have been imprisoned by the Demon King, and can only exist in this tiny patch of land. Honestly, I have always been waiting for a true hero to appear. You once defeated the Demon King's apostle. And just now, you used your power to prove your true worth. He thinks helplessly, wait, so she's saying, the system's limitations are just some mind games from the Demon King? If your goal is to destroy the Demon King, I am willing to lend you a hand, she says. Song-an accepts immediately. Well, obviously. Inside, he's low-key stoked. I mean, who'd say no to a freebie? But on the outside, he keeps it polite. Even if you didn't ask, I was going to slay that Demon King anyway. But like you said, with your help, it's a guaranteed win. Lacey reaches out her hand. Very well. All things in the forest shall bestow their blessing upon you. She spreads her arms wide. A beam of purple light shines straight down from above onto Song-an. The trees sway. Flower petals drift in the wind as the forest's blessing surrounds him in a powerful glow. Song-an looks down at himself. He says, so this is the blessing? But besides my body glowing, nothing really feels different at all. Lacey points and says, look at the palms of your hands. He is a bit confused. He asks, "My palms?" Inside his palms are unique markings that are also emitting light. Song-an notices glowing patterns etched inside them. They are on both hands. She continues, "Try pressing your palms against the ground." He kneels down, touching the earth with one hand. Like this? The ground trembles. Tree branches shoot upward, forming sharp, claw-like spikes. Song-an looks up in surprise. He looks around, realizing, wait, so I can control plants now? She explains further. The forest's blessing allows you to manipulate any type of plant without consuming any mana. Hearing this, Song-an immediately tries to control them with his hands. He says excitedly, "No way, that's sick! I can even change their shapes like this. I need to check how wide my control range goes." Lacey patiently explains, "The range and quantity you can control depend on your mental strength. Mental power will increase along with your rank. However, for now, I don't recommend that you use this ability with your current rank. You probably won't be able to maintain it for long. You might even fall into a temporary coma due to insufficient mental strength." He realizes it too late as his face turns pale. "No wonder I'm feeling more and more drained." Suddenly, Song-an can't stand anymore. He collapses, stammering, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" His eyes slowly close. She speaks to him one last time. "The future hero, I leave it in your hands." Everything turns pitch black. Then a voice suddenly calls out, "Song-an! Song-an, wake up!" Song-an finally opens his eyes. In front of him are Tai-Hui and Fong looking extremely worried. "Song-an, you're finally awake!" He immediately sits up and asks Tai-Hui in a panic, "Weren't you undergoing your class change? Why are you out here?" "You didn't fail, did you?" Tai-Hui explains right away. "A whole day has passed. I've been out for ages." Fong cuts in, teasing Song-an instead. "You've been out cold since yesterday. No matter how we called, you wouldn't wake up." He looks down at his hands, unable to believe it. "No way. Was I really unconscious for that long?" "Looks like I have to use this power very carefully." Tai-Hui asks curiously, "What power?" Song-an just brushes it off. "It's a long story. Let's check your class first." Hearing that, she can't hide her smug expression. Giggling, "Well then, try not to be too shocked," Tai-Hui says excitedly. "It's like this new class was tailor-made for me. Not only can I maintain high-strength stats, but I also don't have to worry about other attributes. Plus, since all my attribute points go into strength, it even triggers a special lifesteal effect." The panel displays Special Class, Purist, Innate Skill, Purity. Retains the highest attribute among the player's 5 stats: Strength, Stamina, Intelligence, Perception, and Agility. Remaining attributes will equal 25% of the primary attribute. When all attribute points are focused on strength, a special effect is gained, plus 10% lifesteal. When all attribute points are focused on stamina, gain a special effect, plus 10%. Physical defense. When all attribute points are focused on intelligence, gain a special effect, plus 10%. Magic critical rate. When all attribute points are focused on perception, gain a special effect, plus 10% evasion. When all attribute points are focused on agility, gain a special effect, plus 10% speed. Sturdy. All attributes increased by 100%. She just complained a little bit. But after the class reset, the skills changed too. Auto-absorption. Destiny Link always leaves Song-an confused. "Isn't that actually great?" he said excitedly. "When Destiny Link is activated, the lifesteal status, and your healing will be shared equally with everyone. We can attack and heal at the same time. I won't be able to live without you from now on." On the contrary, Tai-Hui felt helpless. "What on earth are you blabbering about?" The green crystals interrupted them, brought over by Fong. She called out to Song-an. The bag of crystals was large and heavy. Fong held it, her hands trembling as she struggled to speak. "All the magic crystals and items that dropped are right here." "I didn't take anything." Song-an guessed the reason immediately. "Whoa, did the sun rise in the west today? That's totally not like you." "Spit it out. What's your angle?" Her embarrassment was obvious once he saw through her. Glancing away, she stammered, "Actually, about that." Suddenly, Fong knelt down, bowing her head deeply as she cried out, "Please give me the active spirit essence." Seeing this, Tai-Hui was shocked. "Fong, what are you doing?" With her head still bowed, Fong continued to shout, "I know I have no right to just ask for such a rare item without doing anything. And I don't have enough spirit coins to buy it right now. But for Tew, Vu, and me, this item is truly important. It might be the only hope left for her." Her hands clenched tightly, digging into the dirt beneath her. She continued hesitatingly, "From now on, I'll do whatever you say." Fong seemed very determined. "If you don't agree, I'm not getting up." Song-an stood there watching for a long time. He felt a bit bad seeing her on her knees like that. The scene shifts to an abandoned area. Right in front of that area, wooden stakes were driven into the ground, as if to mark a territory. A level 15 lesser sprite, emerald green all over, was fuming with rage. It let out a roar and lunged forward. It charged toward Vuongdik. He looked a little nervous, shouting, "The mobs have respawned!" "This one looks like a tough nut to crack. Are you sure you're good, Tonyak?" Tonyak, standing beside him, spoke up to reassure him. "It's just a lesser sprite. Chill, just let me handle it once it's down. Just remember to split the loot with me. That's all I need to hear." Vuongdik replied, "Well, obviously." He became even more aggressive, ready for action. "I'll show you guys the true power of a man who has once defeated a demon." Ruined houses, overgrown trees. That was the setting where Song-An's group was standing. The green sprits zoomed in, one, then another. Tonyak laughed gleefully and said, "They're pretty fast, huh?" Immediately after, the system displayed his status, activated. Taunting them, he spread his arms and legs, shouting, "Watch me shut you punks down right here!" The sprits suddenly froze. The system notified. The lesser sprites sense an unprecedented rage. In a flash, they flapped their wings frantically and aggressively. They shot straight toward Tonyak like arrows. All four of them swarmed him with punches and kicks. They attacked relentlessly, but each blow only dealt 7 damage. It was just like a mosquito bite. Tonyak sneered at them. "What the? You guys are so weak. Did you forget to eat?" Damage was only 7, but his health regen was a solid 10. He gloated, "If you don't go all out, my HP is going to be back to full in no time." They flew into a rage, letting out a savage roar. Just then a sword flashed right through them. Vuongdik slashed through the sprites, shouting, "Take them out while we have the chance." The silver-haired guy behind him replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, Tonyak was totally vibing with his new skill. "I thought this achievement was useless, but the results are actually insane. Not only does it taunt, but it also has self-healing. Isn't this basically the Dragon Demon skill? Looks like I'm finally on a different level. Song-An's gonna be so jealous when he sees this." A second later, the system alerted, under the influence of the aggro effect. Monsters in the vicinity began to swarm. Short but powerful legs thundered toward them. It squealed as it ran, its eyes glowing red with madness. Level 11 tusked boar. Tonyak was busy dealing with the sprites. When he saw the pack of boars charging in, he started to panic. "Whoa, hold up, where did you guys even come from?" As they kept ramming his backside, Tonyak immediately ditched his teammates to save his own skin. "I can't hold them anymore. You guys are on your own, good luck!" Seeing him run toward the ruins, Vuongdik quickly warned him, "Tonyak, don't run toward the buildings!" Suddenly a blade swept through, killing the sprites and tusked boars instantly. Song-An stood behind them, slowly sheathing his sword. Notifications popped up again. Tusked boar defeated. Lesser sprite defeated. He rested his sword on his shoulder and asked with a clueless face, "What are you guys even doing?" "Tonyak, don't tell me you can't even handle these low-level mobs." Being doubted, Tonyak quickly made an excuse. "I just wasn't trying, okay? If I actually got serious, these things wouldn't stand a chance." "Is that so?" At the same time, Vuongdik and the white-haired boy asked him, "Tonyak, who are they?" There were 2 other people with Song-An. Fong stepped forward and called out to Vuongdik, "I'm back." Taehyung glanced around the area. "Looks like this place is an abandoned school," she remarked. Vuongdik was clearly delighted to see her. "Fong, you were gone for days without coming back? We were worried you'd run into some serious trouble." Fong reassured him. "Relax, I've got more lives than a cat." Then he exclaimed, "Is that guy who just fought your teammate? He's insanely strong." Hearing him praise Song-An, she immediately set the record straight. "Not at all, that guy. He's just a devious, calculative jerk." Song-An was standing right there and heard everything. "I heard that, you know." He pulled out the active spirit essence, pretending to plot like a true villain. "The item is still in my hands. If you say I'm wicked, then I'd better act the part, shouldn't I? Let me see. Maybe I'll force you into a 80-20 labor split. Or 95-5. Or maybe just send you into high-risk zones to scavenge loot for me." Threatened by him, she immediately backed down. "Why are you being such a jerk? Fine, I was wrong, okay?" He frowned, lost in thought. The active spirit essence isn't an incredibly rare item. It can be farmed again. It's not impossible to give her a discount. But he'd have to see how sincere she is first. Suddenly, a young boy shouted, "Vuongdik, I'm here to help!" The whole group turned around to see Dewey. Only Fong and Vuongdik recognized him. Clatter, 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 clatter. He was holding a massive water orb with both hands, running while yelling, "Monsters! Where are the monsters? I won't let them destroy our home!" "Dewey, everything's already taken care of. Deactivate your magic, quickly!" While running, he suddenly tripped over a protruding rock. And since he was barefoot, Dewey took a hard faceplant. The water orb followed his momentum and rolled forward. He let out a painful cry. Ouch, that really hurts! Seeing the orb rolling toward them, Vuong-dik yelled out to warn everyone. Everyone get out of the way! Song-an lightly hopped to the side, exclaiming, a water orb? Does this kid actually have a rare magic skill? Tai Hui, standing nearby, remarked, looks like Ton Nyak got flattened by it. Ton Nyak wasn't paying attention and took the water orb full force. He was soaked from head to toe. Vuong-dik went over to check on him. Ton Nyak, you okay? He spat out a mouthful of water and asked, what the heck happened? Vuong-dik got annoyed and pinched Cat Cat's ear. Cat Cat! Didn't I tell you to stay inside and be a good boy?